but it just seems like an interesting time to be asking them to do something that's going to put more costs on them when we already know that.
Well, I would take the position that it's also a very interesting time, and it's an interesting time when they, in fact, are turning to the state for additional $1.5 million, when we're already giving them millions of dollars, when their entire budget is practically now state-funded, that it's the time when they should be, even at some additional cost, they should be fully transparent, and they should be not treated differently. Just, again, it's interesting in terms of what we were talking about earlier, the integration of mental health and the healthcare system. They are a siloed mental health inpatient facility, or not well.
They do other stuff, but
they're not strictly inpatient. But I think that, I don't think that we should be making them an exception, or based on the fact that their primary and exclusive work is around mental health and substance use disorders. I think they should be treated the same as other hospitals.
Just to answer that a little bit, at least in my experience at Gifford, the work that goes into presenting the Green Mountain Care Board is sort of presenting the financials you already have. I mean, they do have some format things they want. I would say the bigger issue might be if then the Green Mountain Care Board comes back and says, well, we want a sustainability plan like they're trying to put on other hospitals now, which might involve a little more cost. But they would do it for a reason, and they only do it when the hospitals are financially struggling, and we want to see how it's going to move forward.
That's exactly why we want
That's
them
why we
to go
do
to the Green Mountain
it. They
Care
should
Board.
spend whatever time it takes.
Yeah.
I'm sure Secretary Smith would agree with this.
I would think so. Okay. So I'm going to ask that we put it to a straw vote to move it to the language in the budget as well. Those by show of hands, those in favor.
Sorry. Is abstaining a possibility on a straw vote?
No. Oh, on the straw vote, yes. Yes, that's fine. This is a straw vote, yeah. On an actual roll call vote. You can't abstain. So those in favor of moving it to the budget by show of hands? Those opposed? Those abstaining? Okay, that's great. So we'll move it to the budget. Thank you. Okay, so I'm now going to, things are shifting as we're sitting and talking. Yes, Sarah.
Thank you.
And we'll let you shift.
Yes, thank you
We'll let you
so much.
shift.
I really appreciate it.
Great. No, thank you for making yourself available. We really appreciate it. While we were working, I was also being communicated with by the Speaker's office, and there is a chairs meeting that's being called for 10:30. And I'm being asked, the chairs are being asked to meet with the Speaker at 10:30. One of the issues that we are being asked to talk about, so I'm going to ask us that I'm going to ask this committee to help me weigh in on a question. And then we will figure out how to get back to affordability, which is on our agenda, which
Yes.
just have to be flexible. Let me make sure I have So I think one of the agenda items from the meeting is to say the language that's been conveyed to me is please come prepared to share your top 2 or 3 ideas for emergency support for Vermonters in this evolving crisis. And I think that's appropriate. And rather than just putting my brain to work, I thought even though we only have 10 or 15 minutes, I would like to engage the committee in helping to think about that and just as to what recommendations I might take to the chair's meeting with the Speaker's office at 10:30. I miss. Wait, Frank? Sure. And I misread it when I first,
Right.
because there's also been a request, a different kind of request. But this is a request for, please come prepared to share your top 2 or 3 ideas for emergency support for Vermonters in this evolving crisis. Now, I would ask that we, part of, given we're the healthcare committee, that might help kind of frame what we're thinking about. But I would like to open it up for a general discussion, and that will help me just bring some thoughts forward to the speakers on this. So what I'm going to suggest is that we each get a turn to be heard, and if someone doesn't wish to speak, that's fine. But I'd like to make sure each of us gets at least a chance to kind of share what things come to mind initially. So,
is this the idea of financial assistance?
It could be. It could be.
Whatever your
It
thoughts.
could be financial assistance. It's basically what are the things that we need to be thinking about as a legislature or as because we hold unique responsibilities in terms of what actions we need to take to support Vermonters in the COVID-19 evolving situation.
Hello?
Yes, Brian.
I've been thinking a lot about this since I'm self-quarantining right now. Can I say something?
Sure, and I'm just going to suggest, since I'm supposed to be there at 10:30, and I realize this is short notice, but that's why I've been, to be honest, I've been a little antsy and trying to move us along this morning. So apologies for that, but I would like to hear from you, but I want to make sure we have time to hear from everyone else as well.
Yeah, I'm not going to say a lot. What I'm going to say is that I'm going to send to the committee a few documents for us to review and think about. One is, I don't know who it came from. I think it's the ACLU, but it's a long list of things, suggestions of what government should be doing right now to take care of people. And another thing is going to be a list of demands from the Burlington Tenants Union, which is like an organization of tenants who are concerned about how it's going to affect them. These are mostly people living paycheck to paycheck. I'm not going to read all of it because it'll take up too much space right now, but I'm going to share it with the group, and perhaps we can talk about these things a little bit more in detail later. But it covers everything you can think of, from health care, supplies, financial assistance, how are people going to eat, et cetera.
Okay, is that a document you can forward, Brian?
I'll send it right now.
Okay, great. Is there anything else you want to add at this point?
I don't take up too much space in the conversation. I just wanted to throw that out there as a starter. I think other people will probably say a lot of the details of what I'm referring to. So.
Okay, thank you. Marsh?
Hi, Brian. This is Mari. Financial concerns is what I am hearing about most, and people being able to quarantine and not, they not have to worry about mortgages, and whether that means finding a way to encourage lien holders to allow mortgage holidays for a month. The paid sick leave, paid family and medical leave. It would have been great if we had a strong program. That's a kind of a moot point, but if there's anything that can be done on the short term to help people with their incomes while they're quarantining.
Okay. Let's just keep going around and hear from people.
Just to follow up on that, as an employer, what I'm hearing from employees is, will you pay us if we are sick, if we're sick? And I'm sure that there's also, will you pay us if you tell us not to work, if
we're
We're quarantined and we can't work from home.
And that larger businesses are making that commitment. Larger national businesses are making that commitment. They have the resources. A smaller business might not. What can the state do to help?
I think if you've got this COVID-19 virus is obviously quite relevant. If someone's going to be homesick, I think there should be some sort of compensation for someone that has COVID-19, not someone that's sick and trying to cash in on it. People get sick every year and they stay home and they lose a little bit of income. But if this virus is involved and the doctor says you have COVID-19, I think there should be some sort of compensation for that if they have to stay home because of this virus.
Yeah, I think pretty much echoing what's been said is my top concern. I just want to add to the conversation. I know I've raised as like a younger member of the legislature a lot kind of the biases that this position puts us in as far as recognizing that people come to this position from all financial backgrounds, but that we as a legislature likely are biased towards people who could afford to pay for 2 weeks of ourselves needed. And I think it concerns me a lot because I talk to my constituents, and I hope that we stay in touch with the fact that we as a legislature may not be representative of our constituents as far as what it would mean to take. I mean, I just talked to a constituent yesterday who runs a child care center in my town, and she said, like, I should close, I think. Like, the responsible thing to do would be to close, and I, like, cannot make it 2 more weeks if I close, so I'm staying open.
Thank you.
I think the whole idea of large gatherings is something that people talk about. I mean, we've got basketball players and basketball games and all this stuff. But then you have the legislature, which just doesn't seem to be following the large groups. They were keeping outsiders out, and that's a step. But still, when you look at the demographics of the people when you're sitting on the floor, those are the ones that are checking all the boxes, like over 60, pre-existing conditions. And I think we are not leading by example. However, I also realize that money is going to be a big deal going forward on budgets and keeping government running it, and I don't have an answer to that. But I think that's something that needs to go into the conversation, and I'm sure it is, but we don't know anything about it, so that's it. And the other thing is that we are carriers. We are leaving a central point and going to all points of the state and then coming back again. So it's something.
Okay, well, I don't know the nature of the meeting that I'm having, but I can tell you that is seriously being thought about and contemplated, what it means for us to be here and balancing the need for government to function, and that we in fact have a role, and how we meet that.
And one last thing, paid family leave, I don't know how we can reconstitute that for another vote.
That wasn't going to be in effect immediately.
Yeah, but you can't just roll that
You
out.
just can't do that.
Well, I mean, they're
Yeah.
I don't want to speak
I
for
know, but
what
yes.
can be done in an emergency
I often
situation.
think about that.
Yeah.
And I agree with some of the stuff that's been said. I think the one thing that I've been thinking about and getting a bug in my ear from my home representative who's on the board of Capstone is just food.
Yes.
And making sure that, I mean, we have a lot of people that, especially kids that get lunch at school, and that's really the best meal they're getting. And whether we need to consider some sort of centralized food production at a school or at a community center or something that could be distributed out to people that are quarantined. I mean, anytime you're moving things around, you're exposing people, but and especially like Meals on Wheels and some of those things we need to think about.
I just wonder, what's the feds doing to help our state? Are they going to provide the state's money to help keep individuals home when they're sick with this virus? It's a difficult time economically. I mean, this could be a very difficult time for our state economically as well as the nation economically. We're seeing it in the stock market currently, but it has other ripples throughout our state and local economies. And I just worry about the money issue.
Yeah, my top of my mind has been the issue of employment income and quarantine, and I think framing it in terms of health care, I can't imagine people not thinking, I don't even want to be tested, because if I'm told I have to self-quarantine, I can't feed my family. And I think even of my you know, my hairdresser who has the hair salon in her home, and if she says, oh, I have to self-quarantine for some reason, she can't have any customers coming in. Maybe she shouldn't be, but then she has zero income.
Maybe no customers will be coming in.
Or no customers will be coming in. And the issue becomes, of course, the money. I don't know if the workers' comp system is a tool that can use. I don't know what the tools are, but that's, I think, my healthcare preeminent concern.
Oh, can I mention one other thing?
Sure.
Besides the economic issue, the medical issue. Do we have the equipment to treat, you know, a major pandemic, particularly when it comes to respirators? How many respirators, you know, does the average hospital have? I'm sure UVM has a great number of them, but I mean, that concerns me.
Yeah.
I'm just going to add, I agree with all of it. I'm particularly concerned about food, not just for children, but seniors and those in need. And also, I think the state needs to be helping municipalities in coming up with plans to physically check on seniors and those in need. A little bit to get to Ann's point of, are there people in their home who are sick who are not coming to be tested because they're scared of what the cost is going to be? And just making sure they're okay.
If we get the test, are there enough tests? It's like there are, there aren't, there, you know.
Oh, I think we don't
know it.
I think we don't know at this point. I want to just mention a couple things. One is that medications, access to essential medications for people who, in fact, if they're being asked to self-quarantine, or if, in fact, there's social distancing to the degree that, you know, different things have happened in different settings as this is advanced. And the barriers to, like, I mean, I was approached by someone who said, my child needs insulin, my family member needs insulin. I can't afford to put out what the code pay is for a month's supply of what's being required.
To get advanced.
To get an advanced supply of medication, even though I'm being told, try to get advanced supply so that you're not, you don't have to worry about that. But it said, we literally don't have the funds to do that. And in light of some of what we're talking about, and I don't know what the answer to this is, but quite honestly, I think the mental health pressures are going to be there, or they are already elevated for the entire population. And for people, for everyone, there's a significantly heightened level of anxiety and fear. And, you know, you can name it, and just cascade through the issues. And I think we need to at least recognize that, and recognize that the pressures on all of our formal systems, but our informal systems are going to be highly pressured as well. So,
Just add on to that point. I know healthcare workers. I mean, that's my biggest concern is that this does take off. We have a limited supply, and how are we going to protect them, keep them safe, keep them working to help the people that are sick?
please.
Devin Green from Vermont Association of
And I need to go to an emergency
I just
meeting.
want to do a quick public service announcement along those lines of protecting hospital resources is call your primary care provider, get advice from your primary care provider. Do not physically go to the emergency room unless you're short of breath. Don't go to the emergency room if you've had, you know, like
I've been putting that up to my constituents already.
Good. I'm glad you're doing it because you are the leaders in your community. So send that message.
So we're taking our break. Come back at 10:45, see if our chair's back.
Yep.
What time?
And we will hold on to
11 o'clock.
11 o'clock.
11 o'clock?
Have you heard that?
Yes, Brad.
I'll call back at 11. Thank you. Hello.
Hi.
All right. So I'm going to just give you some report back from the meeting I was just a part of. We met, the speaker's office was an emergency meeting of the chairs, and the intent was both to hear what, as we did some go around, what were some of the top ideas ideas to how to respond for Vermonters in this emergency situation. We did that, and I reported back on most of the ideas that we talked about here, and then, as did others, not every committee had taken time to look at it as a committee, but the speaker then asked each committee to take some specific responsibility over the next several days, and I wanted to share within the framework of trying to see if there were immediate policy changes or financial changes that should be put on the agenda, literally on the agenda on the floor of the House today or tomorrow, and immediate short-term changes. And we were asked specifically to look at the issues of the impact on home health, on folks, healthcare workers who are going into settings to sustain folks, to look at the issues of mental health and whether there are any financial or policy or financial changes that need to be facilitated to allow what needs to happen over the next immediate period of time. And I also raised the issue of pharmacy and access, and I think issues of access to essential medications or supplies that are sufficient. And I think quite apart from that, but in addition, is hospital situation, hospital preparedness. So I'm going to, and that we need to balance trying to find a way to try to engage the key stakeholders on those issues with our committees, that this is, as the speaker said, this is no time to form a task force to figure this out. This is a time to see if there are immediate actions that people are putting on the table that then we can in turn have drafted. The Speaker's office will take charge of what the vehicle is if there's a decision that something needs to happen. So I think I need to step back and look at what we have left on our agenda, because every committee also is facing crossover. There's some suggestion that maybe crossover will be moved, but in the meantime, crossover has not been moved. And we're trying to find a balance between looking at prioritizing what it is we're trying to move forward and with looking at these issues. Now, I'm just frankly trying to think out loud right now about how best to proceed. I think what we might do is, I think we have a specific proposal in front of us that I think is prepared that is a longer term. This is not a short term immediate issue, but is a longer term piece, but I think one which we might be able to go through quickly. And so why don't we do that? In the meantime, I would like, looking around the room, but also thinking that some of the key players, both around home health issues, mental health issues, and pharmacy issues in terms of carriers and obviously pharmacy. So what I'm going to ask is that if you're in the room and you are engaged in that specific, in any of those three specific areas, or in hospital preparedness, that you be thinking about, are there immediate policy changes that you believe should happen and could happen in the in the immediate term, and or financial changes that would be necessary in order to support Vermonters, that the legislature has the ability to take steps in the next 48 hours. I'm asking you to be thinking about that, and for us to be reaching out to other stakeholders who are similarly situated. But I think in the meantime, we'll find a time either later today or certainly tomorrow to come back and see what those proposals are. So I know that some folks who are engaged in these issues are in the room and some are not, but that's, to the degree you who are can communicate with your stakeholder colleagues who would be a key stakeholder on that, if you would ask them, this is a request from the House Healthcare Committee to help us think about those immediate policy changes or financial changes, financial issues that could be addressed by the legislature in the next 48 hours that would be essential in anticipating the needs of Vermonters. Does that, I mean, I know that doesn't answer a lot of questions, but I think that's the framework that I'm asking us to think in. I would ask us as committee members to be thinking in those terms, but I also want to reach out and engage the stakeholder community as well. But I think we have something in front of us which I think we could take a look at, which is a longer term, because we also have a longer term responsibility, so we're going to try to balance all these issues. Okay.
Nothing. Okay.
So I think we have brought some people together around at least one of the proposals longer term, and it is definitely longer term, but nevertheless could potentially have be quite important around prescription drug issues. And Gloria, are you prepared to help us walk through this? And
Christina, would you mind that? Yeah. And then Jeff's here.
yeah, okay.
So we talked about this, and then there was a small group that that kind of met separately and talked through how we can make this happen. So we have some language that I will walk through, or Christine, if you want to walk through it.
Whatever you prefer.
Okay. Why don't you walk through it since you drafted it, and then we'll answer questions, and then Jeff's here to respond as well.
So Christina McLaughlin, Green Mountain Care Board. I can't take full credit for drafting it, but it was a group effort at the board. So in front of you is some, and it is posted online, some proposed language. This proposed language for the board to develop a prescription drug technical advisory group to do exactly what it says, have some transparency around prescription drugs. So just to read through it, the Green Mountain Care Board shall establish a prescription drug technical advisory group pursuant to 18 VSA section 9374 E2 to provide input and recommendations to the topics described in subsection B to the board through January 15th, 2022. The board shall appoint interested stakeholders with applicable subject matter expertise as appropriate. Or B, the prescription drug technical advisory group may provide recommendations to the board on one or more of the following topics. One, models that enhance the board's ability to analyze, monitor, or report the pricing of prescription drug products, or the relationship between prescription drug pricing and consumer prescription drug costs, the effectiveness of prescription drug initiatives on prescription drug costs, or 3, other mechanisms for increasing prescription drug price transparency at one or more levels of prescription drug supply chain. The Green Mountain Care Board shall provide a report to the General Assembly on or before January 15th, 2022, based on the recommendations from this advisory group, and we suggested that the effective date is effective upon passage.
So I have a question. Why the 2022 date?
So at the board and working with Jeff Hochberg, we agreed that either we ask for money so we can contract out some of this work, or we can not ask for money and have a little more time to work on this. And we felt the no money ask was a safer bet.
Okay. Any questions?
I don't see, I mean, we're analyzing, we're monitoring. I don't see where we're actually taking any action to decrease the cost of pharmaceuticals in Vermont.
So that is somewhat of the intent of this. It is to bring in all these experts and others to develop a model or options for the board to review and analyze prescription drug costs and see what the best mode of action is. I think with this Friday deadline and this is pretty broad language, and we wanted it to be broad so that we had some more power to develop.
But again, I just don't see the action in this at all, other than monitoring and...
So I guess if I were to be completely honest, if we were to take action, the path would have maybe a lot of resistance. So I know there is this struggle to want to have action, and maybe Jeff can speak more of this as well, because he is in this work.
I want to see prescription drugs at a lower cost. I want to see insulin products at a lower cost, and I just don't see that this bill cuts it.
Can I chime in on a friend, Christina? Because I know you know this, but you probably don't have it at the top of your mind. Susan Barrett, Executive Director of Green Mountain Care Board. We, and also this committee, has worked closely with NASHP, National Academy of State Health Policy. They're a nonpartisan group that brings together states to work on issues such as, they have a task force on prescription drug price transparency and reduction in prices of cost control for prescription drugs, and I was an initial member of that task force. So they are working right now on some additional programs that are not ready for prime time, and so we can't share the specifics with you, that we believe we would like to work on with them and could fit into this language, and does exact, and the intent of the work that they're doing is going exactly where you're going in terms of getting to the root of the matter. So I don't know if there's language we could add, like to work with NASHP on additional, I don't know what else I can say.
We will work with NASHP either way. We are and we have been, and the timing's just off.
Yeah.
I believe Trish Riley said that within the next month.
From NASHP.
Yes, the next month or two, it will be up and proposed, and as long as everything goes well, again, we just can't. It cannot be shared at this time.
And if I can just add one thing regarding National Membrane. We worked with them on the drug importation for those who weren't here at the time. So there is a working relationship that's established with them, which is good. Are you good? I know you're not good, but are you going to ask me questions?
Well, I guess I would just also say, if we had something that we could put on the table to take direct action on at this point in time, would we put it on the table? I don't think we have that. I know the Senate has looked at issues around insulin and capping insulin co-pays or some element of that. That will be coming over from the Senate. That's why we did not take that specific issue up in this committee. But there are and I don't think we're prepared at this point. There's the bill in front of us that would task the Green Mountain Care Board with actually setting caps on prices and controls on prescription drug prices. I don't think we have the ability to move that. That bill that would not move anywhere at this point in time. It would simply grind into endless testimony. But I think the intent is to try to give the Green Mountain Care Board some additional ability to dig into prescription drug pricing issues in particular and position them to work with us with more specific targeted proposals that hopefully will emerge in the medium term, if not the near term.
Exactly.
I would just say, if I have your assurances that you're going to do something, that we're going to have some sort of action, hopefully, then I will support this bill.
I think it's a frustration that we don't have some, and the issues are complex about what we can do at the state level and what can be done at the federal level. We're kind of caught in the midst of a lot of this.
NASHP likes to continuously remind us that a lot of these proposals that they have is met with resistance, and that takes time and money sometimes. So we were trying to, I think everyone agrees that we need to do more. It's just we need to find out what's the best path to do more.
David and Lucy?
Brian.
Oh, I'm sorry, Brian.
I've been listening to this. Advisory groups, suggestion groups. We're going to look into this. We're going to think about it. We're going to talk about it. And we're going to discuss it by January 15th, 2022. That's sitting in a room pedaling a bicycle and pedaling, getting absolutely nowhere. In a year or 2 years from now, you're still sitting in the same living room pedaling a bicycle. And right now, and the Green Mountain Care Board has had plenty of time to do something about this, about prescription drugs, and nothing's been done. And that's all we do in here is talk about it and listen to people talk about it. Why doesn't somebody actually do something?
So our regulatory role is given to us by the legislature. So what we work on is in statute, and with our limited staff, that's what we can do. And there were various bills proposed that would have given us that more authority, but like Chair Lippert just mentioned, there.
And I would say, I mean, and I've only been in this committee for a couple of years, but every year we have tried to take steps, and it is frustrating and it is slow.
Steps particularly
around prescription drugs, I'm sorry, yes. And it's frustrating and it's slow, and in some regards we have our hands tied between, as Bill said, what we can do versus what the feds have to do. I hear your frustration. I'm there too. I mean, prescription drugs is one of the reasons we have high healthcare costs. So I think this is a good step in the right direction. I wish it was more too, but I think it's what we can do.
I could remind this committee that there are other reports that the state, I mean, the board has a report relating to prescription drug costs. There's many transparency reports that are for transparency. So this is really to see what action we can take and just kind of evaluate, just like everyone has mentioned, what the state's power can
And can I be blunt and just say that if we had a proposal on the table here for the Green Mountain Care Board to take specific action, we would be hearing why would the Green Mountain Care Board, why should they be taking specific action? Why should we allow them to take action? So I mean, and I'm not directing that at either of you, but just generally, this is the dilemma we are in the midst of, and this is trying to give them some additional ability to work with the appropriate people to develop the capacity for us then to identify and debate, frankly, specific actions. If we were talking about having the Green Mountain Care Board actually put price controls on prescription drugs, which is embedded in one of the bills, we would be needing to take some very extensive testimony. And if we come to that, if we ever come to that, that would be a significant step beyond which we have not given them any type of authority. So it's a frustration for all of us at a time when we know that prescription drugs, and I'll just say that for myself, we passed the first bill on price transparency in the country around prescription drugs. We were the first state to pass a bill around importation, allowing to work with the federal government about the potential of Canadian imported drugs from Canada. And my point of view is we need to keep just taking step after step and not stop. But we are not going to, but there's not a single thing that is available to us to do at the moment that I'm aware of.
Except make noise.
Well, and this is part of that. Yeah. I agree. And I think, frankly, to be quite honest, and I'll just be really blunt about it, for us to make noise on a bipartisan, tripartisan basis, and that's what we have done successfully up to this point. When we have moved the bills on price transparency in the face of objections from the pharma and the pharmaceutical industry, when we did Canadian drug importation, this committee collectively on a tripartisan at the time basis said we need to make noise and we need to make it clear that there's action that needs to be taken. And so I'm hoping that we can continue to do that even in the face of knowing that this is not sufficient.
I would like to see more follow-up rather than wait to 2022 on. I know Town of Derby is still waiting for their Y2K generators. That's 20 years ago. The state promised the Town of Derby generators when we were going to turn into Y2K. Still waiting for them. I hope we don't have to wait that long for something like this to happen. That might be a little bit of an over-exaggeration, but
can we add a line about giving Derby their generators?
I think so. I think we should do that. And where are the Derby generators?
Yes.
I can add here, we're happy to check in with this committee on our progress towards this. I think Christina did an excellent job describing the conundrum we're in. that we have other duties we're performing, and we are very, to your point about the task force and the technical advisory group, we have a very successful technical advisory group, the primary care advisory group, that actually, I believe, brought to light a lot of the workforce issues that you're dealing with now. So I think that this is a promising avenue. And I don't know if you want to put in a check-in, we're happy to do that next year as a progress on our a check-in on our progress. That's easy enough.
And if
I
we
think
are,
that would be absolutely appropriate, because that's what our expectation is, that this is not something we're going to sit back and wait until 2022 for.
if we are being honest too, this has no cost attached, but it will take a lot of staff time, and after the session ends, we are quite busy. So we are happy to do a January check-in if that's what January 2021.
There would be a January check-in, January 2021 check-in with the House Health Committees and the appropriate.
That helps remind us to.
Yes, absolutely. It does.
As much, as Lucy said before, we ask for stuff and then we run out of time.
And we're a very transparent board, so we will most likely have a committee page on this. We will post meeting information. We will make this as transparent as possible.
Okay. Given the context in which we're doing all of this, I'm going to suggest that. Thank you. Unless there are other specific questions for Christina, there are. Okay.
I just was. Did you? You also did.
Go ahead.
I just was wondering what in this is outside of the board's current powers versus what new authority does this grant the board?
So this really doesn't. We came to this realizing we can use our existing authority to create a technical advisory group. And since there were all these other bills that were this bigger ask, we took into consideration all the other bills and came up with this that we felt, we can't make everyone happy, but we felt with working with Jeff Hochberg and internally that this is what we can do with our current staff, our current timeline. And so this isn't giving us anything new per se, but this is, to put in language that we will come back and report in 2021 and 2022, really.
I have two questions, and they may not be best directed at you, so you can say so if you want. I'm not clear on what, in number 2, what a prescription drug initiative would mean.
So the effectiveness of prescription drug initiatives, I guess when we propose recommendations as to how to control prescription drug costs or be more transparent or whatever it may be, how effective those initiatives may be.
Okay. So, and if everyone understands that that's what that means, the language just seemed a little vague, prescription drug initiative, but if it's clear to the board, then good. And then I'm also not clear myself on, in number 1, the difference between pricing and costs. So we're using both of those terms to mean not the same thing?
So I guess pricing is pricing, which can mean various things, but cost to, say, the consumers,
the ultimate cost to the consumer.
Like wholesale acquisition costs versus some other costs. We'll let Jeff comment to that, so hold that question too.
Okay.
Anything else for the Green Mountain Care Board? Sorry.
Yeah, I have one more question. I don't know whether this bill should cover this, whether it's an issue that you would look at. But it has to do with the coronavirus. I don't know what type of pharmaceuticals or meds that will be required to attack this virus. But will the Green Mountain Care Board also be looking at, say, price gouging that I'm sure will probably come up eventually?
I'm sure. That's why we kept this language pretty broad. We can look at everything and anything.
So this would be covered and would be reported, I guess.
Yeah.
I think that's an important point. I think, in this kind of emergent situation, we would particularly need to be aware of protecting Vermonters from Thank you, Christina.
Thank you.
Jeff, would you like to comment?
Absolutely. So, Jeff Hochberg, Vermont Retail Druggist and Pharmacy owner in the state. First, I think I need a tissue to cry because I think the comments that I just heard from the committee about wanting to do more to tackle this, it's been my almost career endeavor here for the last 10 years of advocating to this committee and others about the need for transparency, the need to make change. And what I've come to learn, you know, maybe apart from maybe Susan and maybe Mike, who've probably been at this a little bit longer than I have, the point I'd like to make is that, you know, I can come here and I can give you a bill. I could give you NCOIL's recommended language for reforming PBM that's going to have downward effect on patient copays today, but then turn around a year from now and may have lasting impacts on premiums. And I can say that I'm being underpaid on these drugs, I'm being overpaid on these drugs. The hospitals are having, you know, access issues. To these meds, the 340B pricing, the insulin pricing. There's so many factors that go into this that the one thing that I've learned over the years is that what we need more than anything is true, reliable data to move forward effectively. And that's what this bill does. And that's why we fully support this bill. And it is, I think it's a milestone to really put it in statute, to actively drive a cost containment data acquisition program that is going to perpetuate throughout our lifetimes. And that's what's key. Because we could institute something today, we may not see any savings tomorrow. And we want to be able to make sound decisions going forward because we've tried things in the past and they just haven't panned out. Well, why? And we hear from different stakeholders. You hear from me that, you know, this is what's going on in pharmacy. You'll hear from the insurers, this is what's going on in insurance world. So there's a lot to it, and you know, I'm very thankful that this committee is concerned and wants to act today. But I think this is going to be this appropriate step to move forward effectively, and given the time crunch, to move forward this year to have something that actually goes across and without drawing in just everyone from the woodworks. So that said, we fully support this bill, and I'd like to thank the Green Mountain Care Board for their work on coming up with this. And I'm always available to come here and testify more to the comings and goings of Pharmacy Matters. I'll just start by saying, too, that one, I don't have any hand sanitizer available for you. So I can't sell anymore. It's not available to me.
I thought you wanted some right now.
I have my own stockpile at home. Thank you, though. To the board's or to the committee's chairman, your comments earlier about what some of the things we need to think about now in the immediate. I have actually thought a lot about this. We've been in active discussion both within our store group, with other stores. I've been in conversation recently with the national committees. There's a lot of discussion going on about what is going on currently. And there are going to be access issues. There already are access issues. I think one thing that I would like to stress to this committee that I would, thinking outside of the box, some things that I would like to see are maybe an emergency access request. Okay, you asked the question about what are the treatments for coronavirus. Viruses, there are a heck of a lot of treatment. Unless you have a drug that's developed specific to target a specific virus, there's little you can do other than really protect against treat symptoms, and you can treat secondary infections. What we're seeing and what we're being told at the pharmacy level now is to try to gain access to inhalers, to steroids, to antibiotics, and all of those are already under allocation from all the wholesalers. So the wholesalers are already limiting how much is available to the local pharmacies and to the hospital entities. So the drug supply chain has been disrupted, and a lot of it has to do with China, because 80% of the raw ingredients used to manufacture all drugs in the United States come from India and China. So there will be a slowdown that will be perpetuated beyond this quarter. It will continue on at least through quarter two before we see a true reform of it. Also, the drugs that are being investigated by the big manufacturers, by Gilead, by AbbVie. You see these in the headlines. These drugs are all very expensive drugs. They're usually limited distribution drugs, and they're usually restricted network drugs. One thing that I think would be helpful is that maybe an emergency measure to require that these drugs be available to every access point possible within our system. So every retail community pharmacy should be able to access these products as appropriate, and go through so that we can distribute to the general public as quickly as possible.
So let me ask you specifically about that, because we are looking for immediate recommendations, but that sounds to me like that's probably a federal recommendation rather than a state recommendation. Would that be fair to say, or am I
No, because
misunderstanding?
a lot of it is dictated by the insurance market.
It's dictated by?
The insurance market, even under the exchange book. So where certain drugs are acquired by patients is dictated to a level within the insurance market, and that would need to be uplifted in addition to any federal stoppages that may exist in the pipeline. But there is, without question, a hard insurance market, narrow marketing of certain drug classes.
You're talking about prior authorization and...
Prior authorizations, certain medications, which they like to call specialty medications, have limited restricted networks. They may not be limited distribution drugs. I have full access to some of these drugs, but yet I can't dispense them to patients because I'm not in network to dispense them. So something like that may be of consideration, increasing access. One thing that I hear constantly in the news about is this massive move, which we're seeing today, about liquidation and move to capitalization for individuals and companies. So perhaps maybe a moratorium on deductibles, so that individual constituents are only paying copays or even bottom tier copays in the interim here, so that their own financial resources are not depleted amidst any potential fallout that may come, so that they can prepare effectively. They can buy other consumables as necessary, water, whatever, just toilet paper, which is hard to get to. And I think the third thing that I would suggest for consideration would be something to protect the healthcare industry. Pharmacies, hospitals, physicians' offices, in order for those to work, all require significant infrastructure of staff. In the event of a massive outbreak, if our staff goes down, we cannot continue to service our population. What I think would be, and this is just an idea that popped into my head, is some assistance with small businesses to furlough positions so that we could self-isolate in staff members to keep rotating in without any certainly, so that they can be compensated for this lack of actual work hours. But we could rotate people in so that in the event that there is an outbreak, they're somewhat segregated and can effectively manage with minimal staff so that we can continue to service throughout the outbreak. I think I'm kind of explaining that correctly. I don't know. It's just an idea that popped in my head.
I'm not sure I fully follow.
Let me try this again.
But I'm going to suggest that I'm not going to try to promote, but I'm going to ask you to think about it and try to articulate something further for us at a later time.
So, those are, I think, my comments.
I'm good. Yeah, thank you.
Mark?
About the bill, see if I can find that. So I'm concerned that the language about the interested stakeholders, the board shall appoint interested stakeholders with applicable subject matter expertise as appropriate. Do you think that's clear enough and strong enough to make sure that it's not, the stakeholders are not lopsided, it's not one-sided?
No, I think that's sufficient enough. I think one of the things you run into is if it gets, I think the board, I have full confidence in the board to do that. I'm not concerned about that.
Right.
You think that January 15, 2021 would be a better date than January 15, 2022? Just your opinion.
My opinion would be, oh yeah, of course it does. I mean, the more information that comes, I mean, it may not be the full report. I think an updated report. I do not think that a solid report that's going to give answers, meaningful answers for strong, comprehensive action is going to be ready before 2022. It's just unrealistic.
Boy, that's a year.
I've spent too long trying to convince people about how pharmacy even works. I'm still doing Pharmacy 101. I think Brian Murphy and I think Susan Kowski are still doing Pharmacy 101 discussions here with various committees. It's a very complicated industry. So I think it's unreasonable for a full report to be issued by 2022 with some kind of update periodically or whatever.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm going to ask that we're going to come back to this once we asked for there to be an addition of check-in with this committee in 2021, and we'll come back to that in terms of having the language in front of the group. So I'm going to need to step back and think about how to touch base with all of you as to how best to proceed. We have some new challenges on our plate, as well as our ongoing work. And so I'm just going to ask you to be flexible and stay connected with Dennis and with our emails that will give you an alert. We may choose to be back in here this afternoon. And in the meantime, we're going to be reaching out to the appropriate stakeholders to get further input, in terms of immediate steps that we can take to support Vermonters around issues of home health, mental health, pharmacy, etc. And while at the same time trying to move some of our agenda forward.
Yeah, I was just going to request of members, because we couldn't get to the affordability piece this morning, that to the extent you can get the time to read the language and ask questions offline in anticipation of us being able to discuss it at some point, hopefully. But to the extent that can expedite everybody's understanding, and you're able to do that, that'd be great.
I think in the interest of everyone's well-being, let's stop for lunch.
I want to point out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I want to hope gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Energy Week. Today is the 19th of March, the first day of spring. Unfortunately, because of the coronavirus, BCTV studios have been closed. I had originally thought that it would be a good idea to work the Energy Week show with Tom Fennell via Skype, but Tom isn't prepared to do that quite yet. Hopefully he'll be on with next week. And we'll be able to continue it. I'm sorry to say that Tom is not going to be involved in this, because I think everybody will miss him. But nevertheless, I'm going to go ahead and provide an Energy Week show for you, I hope. We're starting on the 12th of March. Today is the 19th, and we always start a week before. That's why it's called Energy Week. And we start with a photograph of pump jacks. The pump jacks are the devices that are used in conjunction with pumping oil out of the ground. And sorry, I should say, first of all, the Energy Week comes from my blog, geoharvey.com. People who have been familiar with watching Energy Week in the past would know that. You can go to energyweek.com and find the stories that I'm talking about by looking at the calendar, clicking on the date of the story. The first stories are appearing on the 12th of March. The date on the calendar, which is on the right, on the left side of the screen. Our first story comes from CNN, and it is titled, "The Oil Industry Doesn't Want to Be Bailed Out by Trump." This is from CNN. And the synopsis that I've got is: the shale industry that made the United States the world's leading oil and gas producer is facing its deepest crisis yet, triggered by a trade war and the coronavirus. Reportedly, the Trump administration is considering federal assistance. Industry leaders, however, say they don't want a bailout. They don't want a bailout because they don't want the strings that would be attached to a bailout, along with other reasons, not the least of which is the fact that they're fundamentally, well, they're conservatives, and they don't think that the government should be bailing businesses out, and even their own, I guess. But nevertheless, the backstory on this is the shale industry is producing lots of shale oil, and the fracking industry is actually not just producing gas, it's also producing oil. And those two industries, between them, have got a lot of oil coming out, making the United States the biggest producer. The United States has gone past the production of Russia, which used to be the biggest producer, which in turn recently had gone past the production of Saudi Arabia. With the coronavirus, people are staying home. And when people stay home, that means that they don't use oil or gas they don't use oil in their cars. They don't use aviation fuel, for example, for flying around in planes. They stay home. They're not even using fuel for industry and so forth. So the oil industry, because of the United States shale and gas industry, is way past what was already needed. But and we had a glut of oil on the world markets. But the coronavirus came along, and the consumption of oil went down. So did the consumption of coal. Well, the result of that was that OPEC had to address the problem. They went to meet and asked everybody to reduce the amount of oil they're producing in order to keep prices up. The Russians refused to comply, and the price of oil dropped to about $30 a barrel. The problem is that the shale industry needs to be able to sell oil at $50 a barrel or thereabouts, or it can't make money. And it is deeply in debt already. So it can't make money. If it produces oil, it's going to be producing it at a loss, and they don't have the ability to do that. So we'll see where that goes going forward. We'll get back to this, I'm sure, in fairly quickly as the story goes on. The next story that I've got for today is from the Sydney Morning Herald, and the title is "Renewables to Make $1 trillion," that is Australian dollars, which are worth about 25 cents each, 75 cents each American. Renewables to make $1 trillion in a new coal-fired plants uncompetitive. That is to say, $1 trillion worth of coal-fired power plants are not competitive with renewables. Analysts published by the Carbon Tracker found that more than half the coal-fired power stations worldwide were more costly to run than building and replacing them with renewable energy. And by 2030, all coal capacity will be uncompetitive with renewables in all markets. That is an analysis by Carbon Tracker. And I think that is a likely scenario. Okay, we have a picture now of offshore wind turbines. This is in conjunction with a story from Renews. Renews puts out a lot of news on renewable energy. I use their stories very often. They're short, though. There have actually been occasions when my 50 to 55 word synopsis was the entire story. But in this particular case, it's a little bit longer. The title of the story is U.S. East Coast Offshore to Deliver 83,000 Jobs. The U.S. offshore wind sector could deliver up to 83,000 jobs and $25 billion in annual economic output by 2030, according to a report by the American Wind Energy Association. The report assessed the impact of 30 gigawatts of projects expected to be developed off the east coast of the United States by 2030. 30 gigawatts of offshore wind power. Offshore wind power in the United States is expected to have a capacity factor of about 50%. And that is approaching the capacity factor of combined cycle natural gas, which is, as I recall, about 60%. American nuclear power plants have capacity factors that are slightly upwards, usually, of 90%. The capacity factor, to figure the capacity factor, what you do is you take the nameplate capacity of a plant or a technology, and you multiply that by the number of hours in a year to get the number of watt hours that you would get in the course of a year. And then you look at the actual production from that facility or technology, and divide the actual production by the nameplate capacity, the nameplate output that you would have expected. So, for example, if a nuclear power plant runs at 100% capacity 90% of the time and is off 10% of the time, then its capacity factor would be 90%. Wind turbines have capacity factors that are a little bit more difficult to determine, or I should say to guess at. It's easy enough to measure their output and find out what the actual capacity factor is, but the wind turbines, particularly offshore wind turbines, tend to run almost 100% of the time. That is, they'll run 98% of the time, typically. The problem is that the wind doesn't blow at the speed at which they will produce their maximum output. So their capacity factor, they're usually producing something along 50% of the amount that they might. So the capacity factor is close to 50%. This is for offshore wind. Offshore wind has a slightly higher capacity factor typically than onshore wind. So what I'm getting at here is 30 gigawatts of offshore wind power would be the equivalent of a little over 15 gigawatts of nuclear power, which means basically 15 large nuclear reactors. And we will get back to that business of the capacity factor and the effect on the grid in a few moments. Okay, the next story is from Friday, March 13th, and it comes from Clean Technica. The title is 39% of toxic air emissions in the USA came from 100 facilities. The Environmental Integrity Project is made up of former EPA enforcement attorneys, public interest lawyers, investigators, analysts, and community organizers. These are people who have in the past, obviously a number of them, many of them, were in the Environmental Protection Agency and were either forced out or resigned because the Environmental Protection Agency wasn't protecting the environment anymore, in their opinions, and in my opinion. They have issued a report showing that 39% of all toxic air emissions in the United States came from just 100 facilities in 2018. And that's important also because air pollution kills people. And in fact, air pollution, as we will see later on, kills more people by far than the coronavirus. So that was from Clean Technica. Also on Friday, March 13th, we have an item from Renews on FloatGen. And there is a photograph of this, which is a FloatGen photograph. FloatGen has a product that you can mount a wind turbine on and take it out to sea and leave it there anchored. So you can have the wind turbine floating in the sea in a fixed location, and it doesn't need to have a foundation on the seafloor, which means that you can put these things out in the ocean in places where you otherwise wouldn't be able to build wind turbines. And this is technology that's just being developed now. The title here, this is from Renews, FloatGen output soars in February high winds. The 2 megawatt FloatGen floating wind pilot off the French coast has had its best month for production to date in February. Ideol, or Ideol, I don't know how that's pronounced, IDEOL, which developed the floating foundation, said it achieved a capacity factor of 66.3%. This is the capacity factor that I was just telling you about. 66.3% is actually very close to, or possibly higher than, it is higher than some natural gas, combined cycle natural gas power plants. So this is a pretty good capacity. It produced 923.2 megawatt hours of clean electricity. The time availability stood at 95.7%. That means that it was actually running 95.7% of the time, but it was not running at full speed, obviously, that much of the time. Okay, our next item comes from oilprice.com. An interesting site for information on energy, general energy. It's not all about oil. And the title of this particular piece is "The U.S. is ramping up its wind power production." While solar power projects have become supersized, the size of wind turbines has also grown rapidly. In particular, the growth of the size of wind turbine blades over last decades have greatly transformed the power industry for the better, producing much larger, what are called swept areas. The swept area is the area that if you go edge to edge on the wind turbine blades, they run in a circle, and if you figure the diameter of that circle, or if you just take the wind turbine blade and plus the amount of the hub that is there, you can figure out the size of the swept area. It's just the circle that the thing will run in. And that swept area is very important for determining the output of the wind turbine. So there is, what they're doing is they're building bigger and bigger blades. I don't think this article actually mentions it, but it is a problem that, and it's a problem that's being talked about. These blades don't last forever. They're made of fiberglass generally. And when they are broken or otherwise damaged to the point where they can't be used anymore, they have to be disposed of, and they don't exactly fit on the schedule of landfills very well. Our next item has a photograph of Stromness, which is a town in the Orkneys. It's not the biggest town, but it is a rather picturesque town, sitting on the water. This is an item from CNN, and the title is "This Small Island Chain," referring to the Orkneys, "is leading the way on hydrogen power." The Orkneys are a group of islands just north of Scotland, and they are well, they're not heavily populated, but they have faced the problem of having to deal with very expensive electricity because their electricity has historically come from diesel power, from a cable running from Scotland, and that has to be paid down. And they've been adding renewable power, and they've got to a point where there are a lot of people who understand renewable energy on the Orkneys, and they have started putting that into trying to do research and development, and they've been very successful. Let me read the synopsis. A group of islands off the northern coast of Scotland is a uniquely it is uniquely set up to pioneer in hydrogen energy. Orkney, better known for its breathtaking coastal scenery and some of Britain's oldest heritage sites than for cutting-edge approach to energy, has been quietly leading the way on hydrogen technology. Now, clearly what's happening here is hydrogen technology, for anybody who has not kept up with this, and I think most of the people who have watched Energy Week probably understand hydrogen technology is something that makes it possible to store energy as hydrogen. And the deal with the hydrogen is if you're dependent on wind power and solar power, obviously there are times when you don't have enough power because solar is intermittent and wind is variable. But what you have to do in order to have the energy that you need all the time is overbuild the solar power and the wind power and then have a way of storing energy. And that overbuilt power plants can produce electricity that you could just shut the plants down. But what you really want to do is have them run whenever they can. And that the excess energy, because you cannot put on a grid more energy than the demand. You have to do something with that energy in order to increase the demand. You take it and use it to make hydrogen. And there's been a lot of work on how to make hydrogen into reliable energy over the years without costing too much money. And the result of that is that in the last few years, the cost of producing hydrogen has declined. Now, that hydrogen can be used for all kinds of purposes. It can be burned to make energy to heat a house if you had a house set up for that, or drive a car, or provide electricity. It can also be put through a fuel cell device to get electricity. And aside from the fact that hydrogen is a little difficult to store because the molecules are so small that they'll actually fit between the molecules in a steel alloy and they'll just work their way through. So if you have a bottle of hydrogen and you come back in 10 years, it's going to be empty. Anyway, the on the short term, storing it is not too bad. And if you've got lots of renewable energy, you can make hydrogen, and that means that you don't need fossil fuels at all. People are building airplanes that run on hydrogen, and we've talked about that. Anyway, the Orkneys have a lot of research and development going on into how to deal with hydrogen energy. Okay, the next item is entitled "Wind Plants Can Provide Grid Services Better Than Gas Hydro, Easing Renewable Integration." And this is based on a study that was done by CAISO. Now, CAISO, C-A-I-S-O, is the California, what they call an ISO, which is an independent operator. Basically, the grid is operated by these ISOs. We have an ISO in New England, and the ISO is in the position where it has to balance demand as the demand appears with the supply, and that balance puts you into if you've got too much supply, you've got to create a demand, or you've got to shut something down. And this is something that this is not new. This is not just something that has happened because of renewable energy. You cannot operate a grid with just baseload power. You need to have something else because the baseload power is inflexible. It cannot be ramped up or down to deal with changes in grid demand. So with a baseload paradigm, you have peaking plants, which produce very expensive electricity in some cases. And as the baseload power plant cannot meet demand, those peaking plants and other types of plants that come on for short terms come online, producing high power at higher cost. In other words, renewable energy needs backup. Wind doesn't always blow, the sun doesn't always shine. It's getting to be boring to hear it. So we have batteries, we have pumped hydro. Hydro doesn't have that problem, and neither does geothermal. But, we've got to have backup power for renewable energy. Well, they need backup power for baseload power too. And it happens that right now the backup power for baseload power is more expensive than the backup power for renewables in many or most cases. Here what's happening is the California ISO says this: the wind plants have a potential to provide grid services that match those of gas plants or hydroelectric facilities. The California Independent System Operator, CAISO, has found in a test wind provided services as least as well as conventional power plants. Okay, that addresses the question of can we depend on something if the wind doesn't always blow? Can we depend on it? Well, there is an answer to that, and that is the wind always blows. I had mentioned that the amount of time that a wind plant might be generating is something, might be 98%, but more to the point, if the wind isn't blowing in Central California, it's blowing in Southern California or Northern California, or both. And it never shuts down everywhere all at once. So they tested this to find out about, we are moving to a new paradigm. We're moving to a point where baseload power is not going to be our primary source. In fact, in the end, it's not even going to be a secondary source, because it's not going to be a source unless the baseload power is renewable. And I'm going to exclude nuclear for a very simple reason, which is that it's too expensive. Even the nuclear plants that have been paid down are closing down under pressure from natural gas and renewable resources. And now natural gas is being the renewable resources compete successfully with natural gas. Anyway, that was from Utility Dive. Now we have a photograph which is just entitled Energy Transmission. It is more of those pump jacks and a wind turbine. And this goes with a story from Green Tech Media, and the title of it is, "Could the Oil Price Collapse Drive in More Investments into Renewables?" Okay, this is kind of counterintuitive. The oil price has collapsed. It's declined maybe 50% from a price that, in the standards of the last few years, it has not been terribly high. The oil price has been down because of the American production of shale oil and the oil that comes from fracking. And what they're asking is, as the price of oil goes down, are we in a situation where the law of supply and demand really doesn't work quite the way you expect it to, we would expect that as the price goes down, people will buy more oil. But for a number of reasons, that may not be the case. And in fact, what this says is low oil prices will test the resolve of the majors' energy transition plans. But analysts expect the company's long-term commitments to decarbonization and renewable energy to remain intact. It might even speed up the transition if they aren't going to find any profit in oil. And at $30 a barrel, a lot of American companies are not going to be finding profit in oil. Then they've got to move to something else. It's just a matter of economics. If they can't make money on oil, they're going to have to make it some other way. They have thought about making money on plastics because plastics are based on oil, a lot of them. But that, I think, is not necessarily going to work. That story and the two before it were both from Saturday, March 14th. We are up to Sunday, March 15th. And by the way, I'm allowed to touch my face because my hands were washed and I haven't been out today. Okay, Sunday, March 15th, we have an item from WKOW. The title is A Step in the Right Direction. More UW campuses are moving off coal. UW is the University of Wisconsin. The Platteville campus of the University of Wisconsin is transitioning away from coal this month. A total of 8 UW campuses are doing so, and they include Superior, Eau Claire, Stout, River Falls, La Crosse, Oshkosh, and Stevens Point. They are all moving toward sustainable energy. A lot of the reason for that is because of pressure on the universities from their faculty, the students, and so forth, to reduce their carbon footprint. A lot of it is because they know the coal is producing pollution, and a coal plant in the middle of a city is not a good idea. So they are, and of course they could have coal plants that they're using outside of their campuses, but in many cases here, this coal is being used for heat, and that means it's going to be local. So our next item has a picture of a grizzly bear in Canada. It comes from Electric, and the title is Bears Are Waking Up Because It's Too Warm Too Soon. And the synopsis says, after a record-breaking warm weather in Europe and the United States, you don't think about European bears very often, but they're there. After record-breaking warm weather in Europe and the U.S. this winter, bears are waking up from hibernation because they think it's spring. Well, of course, today is the 19th of March, so it is spring, but because the 19th, this is the earliest spring we've had in over 100 years, and that is just a calendar thing, but it's warmer than it has been ever, in terms of these guys' memories. So why is this early emergence of bears a problem? And the answer to that is because they're hungry and there isn't any food. And that's a problem for them, and it's also a problem for some people. I actually saw a bear behind the Canal Street School in Brattleboro. And, the bear was in town. I called the police and they showed up, a whole bunch of police cars, and the officers got out and they were carrying shotguns, and they did not want to shoot that bear. They wanted to just, they wanted to make noise and kind of induce it to walk out of town, which is what it did. But they don't like the idea of a bear being in a commercial zone, let alone being in the residential property zones that are along it. So, when bears are out and they don't have anything to eat, that can be a problem, and they will get whatever they can. Okay, our next item is from the Epoch Times. This is still Sunday, March 15th. Trump strikes oil after Russia moves to, quote, cripple, end quote, U.S. shale. At a White House Rose Garden press conference, President Trump stated that his administration would orchestrate the purpose of purchase of large quantities of crude oil to help the struggling U.S. oil industry and build up strategic national reserves. The move is expected to cost $2.5 billion. Well, the strategic reserves were put together so we'd have reserves if the price of oil went up to outrageous places, or because there was no supply from foreign countries. And I don't remember the amount that they were down. It seems to me that they were down way over 30%. And what he's doing is he's buying oil cheaply and putting it into the reserves. And that is a bad idea or a good idea, depending upon your point of view. Certainly, it's going to save money if it's if the other option is to build up the reserves at a high price. But even so, the purpose of this was clearly to prop up the American oil industry. And by the way, it's important to notice that the money that was used, the Freedom Partners, which is financed, I am told, by Koch Industries and investors in ExxonMobil and other oil companies, and by the coal industry and so forth. Freedom Partners put $865 million. I think that's what they announced. It was a figure that was announced in January of 2015 to elect Republicans into the White House and Congress, with the idea that those people would be beholden to the industry or to Freedom Partners and vote accordingly, which is kind of like buying politicians, and that's something I don't like. I am myself. I voted Republican pretty much all the time from 1968, every even-numbered year until 2002. But this bothers me, and what has happened is that the people who invested in that, who got their money from the coal industry, well, the Dow Jones coal industry index is down 90% from when Donald Trump took office. What about oil and gas? Well, the oil and gas index is down over 2/3. It's down to less than 1/3 of what its value was when Donald Trump took office. And the last time I looked, the Dow Jones Industrial Average was just a tiny bit lower than what it was when Donald Trump took office. But our traditional energy investment companies in fossil fuels are just suffering. So anyway, that's where we are. Okay, we're up to Monday. Oh, and those investors, I wonder whether they're going to be interested in backing Donald Trump and the Republicans in this next election, because they've suffered under the hands of those people a good deal more than they suffered under Barack Obama and the Democrats. Okay, we have a picture here of white roofs used for cooling. This is Sunday. Let me go back here. I'm sorry, Monday, March 16th. White roofs used for cooling on the island of Santorini. This is from Conversation, the Conversation AU, of course, being Australia. The title is "We Must Fight Climate Change Like It's World War III. Here are 4 potent weapons to deploy." And this is an opinion piece. So, they're talking as people. We are a group of experts in physics, geology, science education, coral reefs, and climate system science. We believe the lack of progress by governments in reducing global emissions means bold solutions are now urgently needed. Yeah, I think that's the case. And I think bold solutions sometimes are not just urgently needed, but they are a possible avenue to success. And when people have asked me, do I think that we can pull off dealing with climate change, I have in the past said, read about the Battle of Midway, because the Americans went out to that battle outnumbered in every category. The Japanese had 6 battleships, we had 3. 6 aircraft carriers, I'm sorry. The Japanese had battleships, but the Americans had none. The Japanese had cruisers that outnumbered our cruisers by, I don't remember what the numbers were, maybe 5 to 1. And the Americans went out knowing that this was going to be, it was going to be a tough thing to do. And every single attack by the Americans failed. The land-based bombers found the Japanese fleet, and they dropped bombs, and not a single bomb connected. The torpedo bombers from the American aircraft carriers found their fleet, and not only did they not connect, in some cases, they all got shot down. And then all of a sudden, in a matter of 2 minutes, the battle was over. Or not over, but it was basically decided, because the American dive bombers had destroyed 3 of 4 frontline Japanese aircraft carriers in 2 minutes. And that kind of thing can happen. And unfortunately, we're getting to a point where that is going to be needed. We're going to have to, and this article points that out. Okay, still on Monday, we have an item from TruthDig, and the title is Renewable Energy Could Power the World by 2050. Virtually all of the world's demand for electricity to run transport, heating, and cooling and provide power demands of industry could be met by renewable energy by mid-century. This is the consensus of 47 peer-reviewed research papers from 13 independent groups. And from my point of view, this is really obvious. There is a thing called Wright's Law, and we've discussed this on Energy Week a number of times. Wright's Law says when you introduce a new technology, the price of that technology will go down, because when you introduce it, you're talking about a technology that has no market presence, and you're talking about the first items coming out. It's like new technology is expensive. The first computer was an expensive device. Today, if you had a device of that power, you wouldn't be able to sell it. You can buy a smartphone for well, I bought a refurbished smartphone for $20, and that thing has probably got more computer power than there existed in the United States in 1961. But the cost of the flops, floating point operations per second, a gigaflops, the material, the hardware to produce a gigaflops, according to an article in Wikipedia. Look up flops, FLOPS. In 1961, it was over $160 billion. Today, it's about 3 cents. And that has been a constant decline in the costs of a very complicated technology in which there are many, many components, including transistors and integrated circuits and things like that. Well, the same thing is true of automobiles, according to an MIT study, and manufacture of chemicals, and any place where you've got a new technology. That is Wright's Law. And if using Wright's Law, you can actually determine in advance what will happen to the price of solar power, wind power, computers, you name it. And a review from MIT studied that and found, in fact, it worked. And Tesla, by the way, has been using that as a basis for its operations. Okay, we are Now, still on Monday, March 16th, we have an item here that is from BW Business World. And there's a photograph here of women carrying coal. These poor women. Look at the amount of coal they've got balanced on their heads in baskets. It's amazing. The title is Coronavirus Outbreak. Coal import declines 14% to 17 million tons in February. India's coal imports registered a decline of 14.1% to 17.01 million tons. That is TONNES, which is metric tons. And a metric ton is about 1.1 short tons that we use in the United States. In February, in the wake of the coronavirus outbreak, according to industry data, the overall trend in coal imports has been increasing until the coronavirus pandemic, and then all of a sudden it started to decrease. We're going to get more back to that again in just a moment. And we will be talking more about the coronavirus. The next item, which is from Tuesday, March 17th, this came from CNBC, and the title is U.S. solar installation shot up last year, but coronavirus could have an impact going forward. Now, this shows you the downside of the coronavirus and the limitations on coal. China uses a lot of coal for its electric power, and that electric power, among other things, is used to manufacture solar panels. A report by the Solar Energy Industries Association and Wood Mackenzie Power and Renewables says that almost 40% of U.S. generating capacity added last year was solar. 40%. And that doesn't, you're looking at just solar here. Much of the rest was wind power. The SEIA is monitoring changes to the industry that the COVID-19 pandemic could cause. Now, the word that I'm getting from people who are in the industry is that, the people I've talked to, they say the solar panels are there. They can get them. But of course, that's just a few people I'm talking to, and it really doesn't say what's going on in the world at large. It's what's called anecdotal evidence. It's anecdotal evidence is like the woman who said, "I can't believe that Richard Nixon was elected." Everybody I knew was for who was it that they were for? I don't remember. My mind doesn't work as well as it used to. Okay, we have an item here that is from Power Technology, and it is illustrated with a picture of solar panels. And the title for it is NYSERDA selects Boralex solar projects under request for proposal. Just four solar projects of Canadian renewable energy company Boralex were selected by the New York State Energy Research and Development Authority, which is abbreviated to NYSERDA, under a solicitation. It's refreshing to have an acronym that doesn't mean anything. Okay, under a solicitation that took place in 2019. One project is Greens Corners at 120 megawatts, and the others were each 3 projects of 19.99 megawatts. Why didn't they make it 20? I don't know. Anyway, that's Power Technology, and that is from the Tuesday the 17th. We're still at Tuesday the 17th, and we have an item from the BBC, which is entitled, "The People Cleaning Up the Oil Spills of the Amazon." And it says, for decades, pits of waste crude have dotted the Amazon rainforest in northern Ecuador. Now people are using resilient plants, fungi, and bacteria to try to clean them up. Bioremediation uses living organisms like plants, fungi, and microbes to break down several pollutants, including crude oil. I do that every day, and I've done that every day for years, so don't be concerned. That was from the BBC, and basically what has happened here is that there was oil pumped, drilled, whatever, in the Amazon, and the companies that did it just left ponds of crude oil. I'm covering my mouth so you don't get this, by the way. Okay, we are up to Wednesday, March 18th. We have a picture of pollution in China. This is from CNN, and there were a couple of really interesting items that day. This one is titled China's Coronavirus Lockdown Curbs Deadly Pollution, Likely Saving the Lives of Tens of Thousands of People, according to one researcher. The drastic measures enforced by China during the coronavirus outbreak have greatly reduced air pollution, potentially saving the lives of 50 to 75,000 people, according to a researcher at Stanford University. And by the way, for people who are concerned about the coronavirus, there has been some really amazing stuff coming up where they are talking about treatments and that really reduce the effects of the virus that are currently being tested on human beings in China. One of them is a medicine that already exists and has been tested for something else. I don't remember what. I don't know that that'll appear in Energy Week next week because it appeared today, but it wasn't energy that they were talking about. So I don't know. Maybe I should include something. But the long and the short of this particular article is the coronavirus is going to be very likely saving lives because of the responses to it. And today, in the news, Donald Trump said that he was going to deal with the coronavirus on a wartime footing. I think he should have done that with climate change. Maybe he will. You never can tell. Our next item is titled A Red State Template for 100% Renewables. Utah bill unites Rocky Mountain Power, cities, and activists. This is from Utility Dive. Utah got approval from the legislature made up 80% of Republicans, 80% Republican, and the legislature moved more than a third of the state's population will be 100% powered by renewables in 2030. That is a Republican, and this is a pattern that we've seen elsewhere. Conservatives are looking at renewable energy. They're looking at climate change, and they're saying this is not good for business. If everybody dies, it's not usually very good for business. So let's do something about it. Well, everybody isn't going to die from climate change, I don't think, but in truth, a large part of this is the fact that renewable energy is so cheap compared to more traditional energy sources that it does not make sense not to go to renewable energy. Anyway, this particular article is from Utility Dive. And finally, there is one of those articles that Tom Fennell just loves. He loves articles that have a lot of pictures. And there is a picture here, and the title that I have on the picture is Diversity, Hard Hats, Pipelines, Waste Isolation, and Pumping Oil. And of course, they all refer to they all refer to energy. And it's conceivable that my as I think about it, it's probable that at least one of those I misinterpreted what I was seeing. But there were this is from pictures on a billboard, and this is from DeSmog. A faltering fracking industry on the verge of a bailout mixes patriotism and oil in the Permian Basin. Abundant signs across the Permian Basin, one of the most prolific oil and natural gas displays in the U.S., suggest that supporting the oil industry, that's one of the largest contributors to the climate crisis, is a matter of American pride. And in fact, I think that's the case. It is a matter of American pride. This is a type of thinking that goes back to before I was a kid. You know, the oil industry was going to, and it did. It promoted success in the United States, particularly during the Depression when people were economically in trouble. The oil industry was one of the places where people could make money and they could make life easier for the people around them. The problem that they didn't realize at that time was, of course, that the oil industry was going to have its own a price for our dependence on it that we probably would not be involved in if we knew what was going on in terms of climate change. Climate changes to the climate resulting from burning fossil fuels were first suggested, I think, 125 years ago. And by the 1930s, there were scientists who were aware of the fact that this could be going on. And by the 1960s, there were definitely scientists who were aware of the fact that it could be not just going on, but a problem. And in fact, I don't remember the exact date, but there was a group of scientists who went to President Lyndon Johnson and told him, we've got a problem. And that problem is that we're burning too much fossil fuels. And of course, it's kind of like living on a credit card. You can do it, and you can know that there's a limit, and you can just push that limit, and really push beyond that limit by refinancing and things like that. But you're just getting into a position where you're in debt. And for some people, getting out of that debt is pretty difficult to do. Well, now what we have is a debt to the environment, and getting out of that debt is going to require that we do something that these people think is un-American, anti-patriotic, and they make that into a political thing in which they are blaming liberals, blaming socialists, blaming an attempt by socialist governments to take over the world. The Russian government is dependent 65% on its sale of fossil fuels for its international trade. They want to push fossil fuels. They don't want American fossil fuels to be able to compete with them. And you know, I'm not really into conspiracy theories very much, but I find it interesting that there's a trade war going on between Russia and Saudi Arabia, and the biggest loser in this trade war, Russia can live, according to the reports that I've read, Russia can live for years on oil at prices that are in the neighborhood of $35 a barrel. The same is true of Saudi Arabia. But American oil is coming, at this point, over 50% of it comes from sources that are considered unconventional. And that means shale oil, which is basically mined, and fracking. And that unconventional oil is expensive to produce. And when it goes to market, at least the shale oil, goes to market at prices that are well below the prices of good quality crude oil that's just pumped out of the ground because it's of lower quality and it has side issues. For example, it's full of sand. I shouldn't say full of sand. It has sand in it. It's very thick. It has sand in it, and the sand abrades the insides of the pipelines. So the pipelines don't last as long as you might want them to. And there are a lot of problems there. And the shale oil industry and the fracking industry are both built on a great deal of debt, which the Saudis and the Russians are both aware of. And my bet is, I don't know that they did this as a conspiracy, but my bet is that privately, the Saudis and the Russians are both saying, yeah, well, it hurts us a little bit, it hurts the other guy a little bit, but the people it really hurts are the Americans. And my bet is that Vladimir Putin just loves that. Anyway, I have come to the end of the rope, as they say, on this particular item, this particular Energy Week. There is a Energy Week final slide, and I don't have on the computer in front of me what it says. But it says, you should have a wonderful week. And next week, hopefully, I'll be able to work with Tom Fennell and get the Energy Week show operating. I think we're going to do it over Skype, which means I will do it at home and Tom will do it from his home, and then Brian and the other people at BCTV will take the Skype material and put it into a something that can be broadcast. Anyway, have a lovely week, and I hope that you come back next time, and so do we. Bye.
Call to order at 6:29. First is approval of minutes. We have a reorganization meeting, which happened March 3rd after town meeting. Then there's the minutes from the March 10th special emergency management meeting. And then the minutes from our March 10th regular meeting. So entertain a motion to approve those minutes.
You have to do them individually?
Do we have to do it individually? Do we have to do it individually for the minutes, or can we approve all of them at once?
Yeah, I probably should.
Okay. All right. So I'll entertain a motion to approve the reorganization meeting minutes from March 3rd.
So moved.
Second. The only question I got is I read the minutes. I was the only one who got sworn in, and two others that had to.
I got sworn in.
Yeah, I know it, but it's not in, I didn't see it in there.
Well, that happened outside the meeting.
Yeah,
that happened before the meeting
yeah,
started.
I realize that, but.
I put Irv swear in because I knew that I had missed the first part of the meeting. So all the
Okay.
two others were sworn in. So that was.
Yeah, everybody got sworn in.
Yeah.
But yeah, that actually happened before we convened the meeting.
I realize that, but they still have to be shown somewhere that they were sworn in.
Yeah, Anita has it, I'm sure.
Well, I got swore out, so.
Okay, any further discussion on that? All those in favor of approving the reorganization meeting minutes from March 3rd signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. I'll entertain a motion to approve the meeting, special meeting minutes from March 10th, which was the emergency management meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the special meeting minutes from March 10th signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I opposed. Didn't know nothing about it.
All right, I'll vote in the affirmative. It was, we formed a quorum because Crystal was there representing the hospital.
No, that's
Yeah,
I say, I wasn't there, so.
So I'll vote in the affirmative. Motion passes. And then I will entertain a motion to approve the regular meeting minutes from March 10th.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the meeting minutes from March 10th, the regular meeting, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Additions and deletions. I have one addition. We have a liquor license renewal request from Riverbend, so we'll take care of that in new business. And then I guess we can move on to the warrants.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 1, payroll in the amount of $9,772.44.
Have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying payroll warrant number 1 in the amount of $9,772.44 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 2, payroll tax in the amount of $4,320.92.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those hearing none, all those in favor of paying payroll tax warrant number 2 in the amount of $4,320.92 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 3 out of the general fund in the amount of $17,807.66.
What?
I have $6.66.
I have $17,807.66.
Sorry.
Okay. Typo.
It's supposed to be the 7, Harlan?
I had 6 because I was looking at these. I don't have that in front of me.
Okay.
But if that's what.
I was gonna say, I don't have anything here.
Would you like to take a look at it?
Yeah, I looked at it, probably assigned it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's probably just a transfer typo. Okay.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 3 in the amount of $17,807.66 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
This number 3 on this paper is 666,000.
Or we're looking at the minutes from March 10th, I think.
Oh, it's not the right one then.
No.
Oh, okay. I'll throw it away
That's the
then.
meeting.
I thought that was funny.
Those are from the meeting on March 10th. So there should be a small piece of paper that has just some numbers on it that will say warrants.
There's 5 warrants on it.
Yeah, all right.
That would have come in
That's
with
all right, go for it.
Okay, did we vote on that?
I don't think so.
I seconded it.
All those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 3 in the amount of $17,807.66 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 4 out of the highway fund in the amount of $9,014.42.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying highway warrant number 4 in the amount of $9,014.42 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 5 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $1,115.11.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying check warrant number 5 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $1,115.11 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Alrighty. Excuse me. Moving on to reports. Steve, you want to start?
Yes, last week V-Trans sent out the small structure grant applications for 2021, along with the certification of compliance for town road and bridge standards and network inventory, as well as the annual financial plan for town highways. Both of these have to be signed by the select board and submitted to V-Trans.
Okay. We agree with all of the
We do have
numbers,
the
and we
current
have
updated network inventory, yes,
Okay.
and road and bridge standards. And the financial page is based on the budget that was approved at town meeting.
Right.
You can see the breakdown in revenue and the breakdown in expenses.
Excellent. Okay, I would entertain a motion to sign the certificate of compliance for town road and bridge standards and network inventory.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor of signing and forwarding the certificate of compliance for town road and bridge standards and network inventory signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. I will pass this around. Today's the 24th.
Yes.
Okay. And then I will entertain a motion to approve, sign, and forward the annual financial plan for town highways.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay. Hearing none, all those in favor of signing and forwarding the annual financial plan for town highways signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So I will pass this around as well.
So after copies are made, either Carla can scan them and email them to Megan Brunk, or I could do that, however you would like.
It's up to you. You're gonna have to make copies anyway, so you might as well take care of that.
You have her email?
Yes.
Megan.brunk@vermont.gov.
Did you get any bridge reports back?
Not yet.
With the newest
Not the newest ones, no.
Soon as it gets warm weather, I'll try to get the gravel and grit off of them. That'll be one of the things they'll give you on the first thing.
Back to the grant application. So I have filled out 2 grant applications for structures. One, of course, is Bridge 34, the Stone Arch Bridge. This one's pretty straightforward. I have Michael Weisner's report will accompany the grant application as well as photographs. So that's filled out along with some background from the Historical Society. And the second one is for Bridge 43, which we had the engineering study done last year. So my question for the board is, When Bridge 42 was completed, the way the invitation to bid was worded was that the contractor bidding on the bridge was responsible for demolition, was responsible for contracting with the company who was going to build the bridge, for all site work, for all traffic control, and for installation of the new bridge, which we all remember was A.S. Clark handled that.
Right.
Renaud Brothers built the bridge, and Clark took care of it. Do we want to handle Bridge 43 in that same format?
Yeah, but there was nothing in that at the time of it, what to happen to the I-beams, and they just disappeared. The old I-beams that came out of that bridge.
I would like to see it handled in the similar fashion with regards to what Irvin's saying, that the salvage out of it belongs to the town of Townsend.
So we'll put that wording in the invitation to bid.
You know, they demolition it and they take care of that, but the salvage is the town's.
Does that have a state plate on it too?
That cure is
Do you
what
remember?
we're.
Yeah, that's
42 had one that we had to go back to the state, right?
I don't know that.
Okay.
I don't know that.
No, I don't think it said anything about it in it, and that was
Right, yeah.
No, I didn't say before, I don't know, that it just didn't get worded so that the salvage was the town's.
Well, I think what happened is as the board, we did not read it in ourselves
Close enough.
and come
correct.
to that conclusion.
So now
But
that I'm clear.
that bridge, I hope they're gonna widen it more than one car wide.
Well, what would be nice is to see him not only widen it, but straighten it, so you don't come down and have to turn into it. You can kind of.
I can bring a prince
That bridge
next
is
meeting.
fairly straight.
That one's fairly straight. Yeah.
That's that first iron bridge.
I've gone down it a few times, as you have.
But they could.
I'm puckered before when it's icy.
No, but I'm gonna say that it could be to the, well, as you're going up, take a couple trees and stuff out of the right hand, it would straighten it some. But then the next one you're gonna be, but that's gonna be on you because it's less than 20 foot long is that next little one
Concrete.
down below. That'd be on the town.
Yeah.
Anything less it's a 20 foot along the bridge, state don't get involved.
I didn't know
I thought that was 21.
Well, I'll tell you, you've got one right up here by Stan Bills's, where you go up East Hill Road. Now, there's a 20-foot opening in it, and they turned it down, but I'd still say if there's a 20-foot opening,
It doesn't sit in.
that's a 20-foot bridge, because you're gonna be longer than that in order to hold a deck.
Okay, so thank you for the direction on that, and we will move forward putting that grant together.
Yeah.
Excellent.
But I say, I did notice, like, well, across the road from where that road goes up to that house there, they had a place where they'd park cars or something, and that could be a little work done, a few trees put out there, and in fact, the power company's got a stake there that they want to set a pole right on the end of that bridge. I wouldn't after we get the bridge done.
We have been keeping up with mud season, which hasn't been all that bad so far this year. And then we've had a few snow events. We had 2 last week, and of course we had last night and this morning. So winter's still holding on a little bit.
Yeah.
And that's all I have.
You're lucky. We're down Brattleboro there on Gibson Road, which goes from up by the country club and comes out over on Meadowbrook Road. That's still closed due to mud. Been in the paper for 2-3 weeks.
Yeah. Okay. Is not a counter money week. So I have the report from the treasurer. In the sweep account is $750,602.73, and in the checking account is $30,000 even. Okay. So next up was, this is the correspondence that I gave everybody last week. the Economic and Infrastructures Development Grant Opportunity. I don't know if you guys got a chance to look through it. I went through the website. It's pretty short on details as to what the matches may be. And they also think they amended it so that the letter of interest is not required, but it couldn't hurt if we think this is something we might want to go after to draft a letter of interest and send it off to them.
Okay.
So if we want to do that, I would entertain a motion to that effect.
So moved.
Okay. All those in favor of sending a letter of interest to the Economic and Infrastructure Development Grant Opportunity, which is being done by the Northern Border Regional Commission, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Steve, do you have a template for that kind of thing? For letter of interest? Or anything that we've used in the past that you have?
No, I do not.
Okay. I'll find one on VLCT.
There might be a template too on their website. I will double check, but I also might have something.
Okay, great. Yeah, if you could, I'm just gonna put this in this makeshift folder for Carla's stuff. We have no members of the public. Old business. So we have many appointments to make. I'm gonna just read through the whole list, and then in discussion, we can decide if there's anything that you guys want to talk about, just so we don't have to read it more than once. So for Social Services Screening Committee, we would appoint Kathy Grieve, Meredith Kenyon, and Chris Groats-Cook. Rescue Inc. would be Kathleen Heggie. 911 Coordinator is Helen Holt. Fence Viewer, Christina Wright. I assume that got cleared. Inspector of Wood and Timber, Rob Wright. Inspector of Shingles, Rob Wright. Animal Control will remain with the constables. The Pound Keeper will be the Select Board. Recreation Committee is Christina Wright. Valley Cares Board is Crystal Mansfield. And the Wyndham County Sheriff's Liaison will be the constables. So I would entertain a motion to make those aforementioned appointments.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of appointing said representatives signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So Carl, if we could update the appointments list to reflect those, that'd be great. There was one other part of so we had gotten a letter before town meeting from the Social Services Committee, which will remain the same as it was. And they wanted to put together a little more cohesive procedure for people applying, setting deadlines, asking for mission statements, and some explanation of what they do. So they would like to, I guess what we need to do is, I guess we have to change the procedures for Townsend Social Services Committee requests. And they would like the following stipulations: that all requests be submitted by the last business day of October to allow time to vet them. All requests are to include information regarding agency's mission. All requests are to include information regarding how Townsend residents benefit from the agency's services. And requests that are submitted after the proposed deadline or without the proposed requirements would be reviewed at the discretion of the Social Services Committee. So I would entertain a motion to create that plan going forward.
Second.
All those in favor of adopting the Social Services Committee procedures for requests signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Sorry. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. They had also said that they would like to send out a letter to recipients from the past 2 years, just notifying them of the
New requirements.
new requirements.
Yep.
Okay. Great. I will pass that along to them. Okay. Don't cover the agenda. I like having all this room. Okay. Moving on, we have the form from the listers from the last meeting. That is the form 4155. Steve, you had a question on the Kirkpatrick property.
Yes.
I spoke to Mike Bills. He assured me that the statute of limitations has closed and they are not aware of any pending actions for that. So in his mind, it's done and this is good to go. So I would entertain a motion to sign form 4155, the certificate of no appeal or suit pending for the grant list.
So,
Second.
Well, I just want to, I mean, is it definitely a positive?
Well, I talked to Mike. He assured me that it was. Carla did some research and reached out to the LCT. I don't know if you ever heard back from them.
I did not hear back from the LCT yet.
Okay,
I would
so
hold off until.
all right. Okay, so we will table that until we hear from VLCT. I always want to call them VLCTV. Okay. We have a request from Community Hope in Action to use the Commons for Family Fun Day for Townsend, July 18th, 2020, which is I think it's a Saturday.
Saturday.
Yep. And they are, we have the contract, which is no, we'll have to get it signed, but we have their application. They are requesting that we waive the fee. So I would entertain a motion to.
What did we do last year? Do we remember?
I think we waived the fee last year. Actually, I'm positive we waived the fee last year.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
All right, all those in favor of allowing the Community Hope in Action to use the Commons on July 18th, 2020 for Family Fun Day for Townsend, with the fee waived, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So Carl, if you can let them know. And then we will need a copy of their insurance rider. Okay. So next up we have application for a second class license for Riverbend Farm Market. It's a renewal. So I would entertain a motion to approve the liquor license renewal application for Riverbend Market.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, hearing none.
That's just beer and wine, right?
Yeah. Okay.
I was gonna say they had, why I said that, because a liquor license, they lost it once.
Oh, they need to get it back because nobody can sell liquor here now with
Well,
harmless.
yeah, no, they can sell beer and stuff now, they got it back, but they don't have liquor.
No. Well, liquor's a state store anyway.
But I still had to have a license to say to do it.
Yep. So all those in favor of approving the 2020 liquor license renewal for Riverbend Farm Market signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So we all need to sign this.
On the left.
On the left.
Sorry, was it Class A license? A Class A? Or,
Second class.
Second class, sorry.
Alright. Okay. Last two items on the agenda are related. The first one is vtalert.gov is a website where you can put in to receive text or email alerts regarding, well, you can choose however you want to do it, whether it's weather, but particularly useful for the COVID-19 outbreak. And then for COVID-19, I have a statement from Sherwood Lake, who's our emergency management coordinator. It's fairly long, so I'm not going to read the whole thing, but we will attach it to the minutes. He and I are in pretty constant contact. I know he's in touch with the hospital and the fire department, as well as all the state agencies. So we are getting regular updates and the latest best practices. And then I also had a similar letter from Glenn Beatty from the fire department, talking about what they are doing to prepare and cope for whatever eventuality might come by. So we can put that also in the minutes. And for government agencies and private nonprofits, FEMA money is now able to be applied for. So if you are a private nonprofit, or Steve, this would apply to you if you guys get asked to run supplies, also apply to the fire department. Just anything that you do that's related to this outbreak, document time and materials. So that we can submit that later on. And then reimbursing, I think it's 75%, they said. And the last thing is there is a change to the open meeting law that came out this morning, I think. So we can do now our meetings completely remotely without a designated place to have them. What we do have to offer, we would do it, I think, is either a video conference or a conference call or some combination of both. We do have to allow access to the public to join in the meeting, and then minutes as normal. There was some discussion about making them have to be recorded, but I didn't see anything in the final draft that mentioned that. So something to think about. If we do decide to go that way, we will ask Rick to post something on the website, and we'll post a warning to that effect before the next meeting, if it comes to that.
In the past, well, like when Kit was on the board, he'd be in Florida in December, and we'd have the meeting here, but he would be by phone.
Yeah, and you could always do that. What's different now is that in that case, you always had to do it at a place where the public could attend.
Yeah.
Now it allows the public to attend electronically, but there is no requirement to have a physical place for them.
And we do the same thing with solid waste. We have a call-in number that somebody can, can't make it to the meeting, but they can be heard. And they hear the meeting.
Yep. So, I mean, I just recently set up a Zoom account for my own self, so we can use that. Hopefully, it won't go on for too long. Right now, as it stands, I think we have enough separation. I feel fairly comfortable with this setup. But if things change, I'll get in touch with everybody. Okay. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
So to get this started, it's a real pleasure and honor to introduce Kim Ash, the President Pro Tem of the Senate. Welcome.
All right, well, thank you, committees, and welcome everybody. I'm glad you were able to make it for take two of Working Lands Day. I know the other one got snowed out. I'll just tell you, it was about 8 or 9 years ago, a committee room just around the corner, I was standing there with 4 other senators. Bobby was one of them, and Ginny Lyons, who's still in the Senate, was one, and there were 2 others, as the legislation that created the Working Lands program was being drafted and finalized. And somewhere on the second floor, there were some House members doing the exact same thing. It was late at night and in April. And I don't think we could have imagined then how much success we would have had with the investments we've been making in the Working Lands program. When it was first pitched to us, I feel like it was 2011 or 12, my years get a little mixed, but when it was first being pitched, people were saying, this program promises to make exactly the kind of investments that double down on what is best about Vermont. A triple bottom line approach of people who take care of our lands, people who want to invest in rural communities, local food, local wood products, and so on. And we kind of took a chance when we first passed that legislation that would come to fruition, but I think the handouts that you're looking at now show dozens and dozens of investments all throughout the state in communities who need it most, creating jobs, creating economic activity, and I think it really has furthered exactly the kind of goals that were promised in the beginning. And I'll just say this is because I'm not going to be in the Senate anymore after this year. This is the last time, and I don't know how many of you. I know many of you will be familiar with the show Leave It to Beaver. All right. So if you remember, my favorite character on that show was Eddie Haskell. You know, he was always round-nosing Beaver's mom. And so I'm not typically Eddie Haskell, but since I'm leaving, I can do it. And I just want to acknowledge Paul Costello's role. I don't believe that without Paul's advocacy, we would have created the Working Lands Board and Fund. It wouldn't have been sustained, and it wouldn't have grown over the years. And so many of you will benefit from the work that Paul has done on the advocacy side, but I do just want to especially acknowledge his role. There have been many others, of course, but Paul really was the kind of magnetic north on this one, so I want to thank Paul.
And I would like to say that, you know, we're going to miss Tim in the Senate next year, or whoever's there, but if I'm there, I'm going to really miss him. When he was first elected President Pro Tem, he called me into the office and he said, you know, Bobby, he said, I may be out of Chittenden County, but I really care about the other Vermont out there. And I want you to do rural development and some forestry issues and things like that to help rural Vermont out. And you know, I've never forgot that and have appreciated that and all of his support over the last 6 years while he's been speaker, and hopefully we'll have him as our lieutenant governor and
Bobby, you've done enough.
But anyways, thanks, Tim. Appreciate all your help over the years. So now we'll get right to it. And Carolyn?
All right. So we're going to be hearing from some folks. And Lindsay, you're up first. Yeah, please. And if you can introduce yourself, that would be great.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. I'm Lindsay Curley. I'm the Secretary of Commerce and Community Development, and it's truly my honor to be here today to address you on the Working Lands Enterprise Initiative Day, Legislative Day in the State House. I'm amongst the 7th generation in my family to live on the family farmland in Middlesex. And some of my most favorite childhood memories are time spent with my cousins working on my grandparents' farm. Whether we were gathering sap during sugaring season or stacking hay bales in the heat of the summer to prepare for the long winter ahead, I couldn't have known it then, but I look back and I will always value the time that I spent with my family working on the farmland. So like so many Vermonters, the working landscape is part of my heritage and was once my family's sole source of income. Though we no longer farm on the land, I do hold dear what that land has meant to me. I live there still today, and I can't help but wonder if there had been opportunities made possible like those that are offered through the Working Lands Enterprise Initiative, if my family might still be making a living on our farm. The Working Lands Enterprise Initiative encourages economic growth by supporting entrepreneurs in the working lands industries. The initiative brings leaders of agriculture, forestry, and commerce together with budding entrepreneurs to encourage innovation through public and private funding sources, including loans and grants. These programs directly impact businesses and service providers by helping to improve the infrastructure and create jobs while protecting Vermont's land. Successful business owners know they must continually make investments in order to grow their business and have to take risks. These programs support businesses through these critical growth stages and help mitigate the risks that must be taken to bring their companies to the next phase. We take pride in the work that we're doing to support and invest in the food, farm, and forest industries, and I'm honored to be part of it. Growing and investing in the working lands enhances the lives of all Vermonters, and our goal is to promote an active, working, and vibrant landscape, the foundation of Vermont's communities, families, and our economy. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Lindsay.
Yes. Oh, and shall I introduce the next?
Sure.
Okay, so it's my honor to introduce Secretary Anson Tebbetts, Secretary of Agriculture.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
With your permission, I'd like to just introduce a couple of people from the agency who really manage this program and are doing a bang-up job with it. It's Deputy Eastman is here as well, and Lynn Allen, who's our program manager, who's put this all together and manages it year-round. So I just want to recognize their leadership in making this program so successful. Well, thank you very much for allowing me to be here today. It's an honor as always, and we appreciate the ongoing support of Working Lands. We're all working extremely hard to try to improve the rural economy of Vermont, and this is an important program to reach that goal. This program makes Vermont more affordable by investing in infrastructure to those small companies. Governor Scott is well behind this program, believes in it, and has put some extra dollars in his budget this year because of his strong endorsement of this program. This program brings the leaders of agriculture, commerce, forestry, and all those that make their living off the land together. We're all leveraging those precious dollars that you folks have to manage to grow the Vermont economy, and we appreciate the ongoing support of this committee and the committees throughout the legislature for this approach. Support for food, farm, and forestry is critical to Vermont's future. You'll hear some personal stories today where companies have had to take a big risk to get their businesses to the next level. These investments by the Working Lands program encourage innovation, and in many cases, these companies get to the next level because of this program. They add jobs, they're creating more products, they're growing their operations, and growing the Vermont economy. We all need an active, working, and vibrant landscape, and this program is critical to that success. And that success goes beyond the farms, it's also about the forests. Thank you.
Thank you. Always a pleasure to join on Working Lands Day. Senator Ash referenced, was it 2012 or so, some late nights down here and upstairs. And I was here then as commissioner and was remember running back and forth upstairs and down, and it really was something. And I think it's appropriate to reflect back and to realize I don't think we all thought there was real promise to this premise, but it's really amazing to see what has come of it and the people who make it work, from our staff, our partners, and importantly, the recipients of the grant monies, the farm and forest owners of the state. And that's, I'm going to be brief. I think we all want to be, because you should hear from them, grantees, and that their stories are always amazing. I like to say, when we make things like world-class food and forest products, furniture, etc., we make Vermont. We make the best of Vermont. And this is a working landscape in that it works in an ecological way by scrubbing carbon dioxide, by cleaning water, providing flood resilience, right? It's working whether we're here or not. But so the landscape works, and this working landscape that we're talking about is the people who work that landscape in a close, careful, intelligent way with all kinds of co-benefits and impact. And it's really worth celebrating. And I want to just thank all of you for continuing to support all of our partners who have helped build it. At the beginning, it was an idea, and we had to build a grant program and a board and process while also putting money out and trying to quantify impact. And I just think it's a raging success. So I want to also just be quick to thank, on our part, I've been as you know, there's the three agencies that are to the board. And in the early going, I was there and served on the board. A few years ago when we added Deputy Lincoln to our team, Sam was kind enough to take over the day-to-day function as my designee on the board, and he's done a fantastic job. So I want to thank Sam. And our lead staff, our Essex Caledonia County Forester, Matt Langless, and our wood utilization program lead, Paul Frederick, who provide a lot of technical assistance and really do a lot of work on top of their normal jobs. So I really want to single them out and thank them. In a couple of quick notes, just this is about to reflect sort of a nimbleness, and I think in adapting to change and continuing opportunities and challenges, the board continues to think about where to go next and how. Examples being the recent decision to scale up forest impact investments in 19, focused on low-grade wood markets as well as dairy, just a larger impact model. And along the supply chain. Also, another quick shout out would be to Ski Vermont. I think it's an interest that had been significantly providing support over the years, $50,000 I think to date. And I just think it's a nice way of reflecting that we have this important working landscape that supports the land and land health, economies, and we tend to focus on that, but remember it's also culture and our way of life and our quality of life. And that includes the recreational pursuits of the state. And Ski Vermont's interest and investment in the program is just one reflection of that, those co-benefits that are totally consistent for providing for outdoor recreation as well, and the big impacts that come from it. Lastly, just we have a business skills committee chaired by Sam Lincoln, and working with the Ag Agency, Vermont Sustainable Jobs Fund, and others, about to pursue the development and launch of a new platform, an online directory, a Working Lands Business Development Directory, making it easier to find professionals like service providers, as a tool for searching and contact information, just to connect people and make it easier. So we're excited to launch that new platform today, and I think I would then introduce the program manager, Lynn Ellen Schmoller, to take it from there and explain that.
Thank you.
So thank you all. Appreciate it. Thank you.
And I'm actually going to ask one of my colleagues to come up and help me, Laura Masseria. Laura Masseria is another, I'll let you introduce yourself.
I work for the Agency of Agriculture, and I do marketing and promotions.
Good morning again. So I'm Lynn Ellen Schmoller, and I'm the program manager for the Working Lands Enterprise Initiative. Really thrilled to be here today, and thank you so much for your continued support of a really impactful and important program for the state. So I really want to give more time to the past grantees, so I'm going to be pretty quick here. As Commissioner Snyder said, this is a platform that I want to give some kudos to Ellen Taylor. She's here from Vermont Sustainable Jobs Funds. We've been collaborating on this for the last several months, and Lauren is actually, we're going to do a little bit of role playing here. But first, I just want to, a couple quick points. The tool allows for a search of the contact information of various service providers who have particular expertise a business might be looking for. The directory only contains a listing of nonprofit and public sector organizations that provide these services. There are also many private consultants who also work with Working Lands businesses. And the directory is not intended to preference any service provider over another, but simply make the information available to Working Lands businesses to then take the next step. And our intention is to continue recruiting providers to join the directory. So Lauren owns a farm and food business, and everyone just wants to give their attention to the screen. This is the portal. So she owns a farm and food business. She has 7 years of success as a fruit grower, and she also produces value-added fruit preserves. So she's cooking on to value-added. She's got 5 employees. She recently added 2. Her brother is a lead trainer and human resources manager, which has enabled her to spend time on the bigger picture of the operations. She recently went through a successful land transfer with her aunt, and now she's actually looking to add goats to the new parcel of land, since she just learned cheese making from Kate Turcotte. And so she's actually going to click on to dairy as well. Kate suggested that Lauren dust off her existing business plan and start fresh. She is located in Windham County, so she's going to click on Windham County. And she's kind of unsure of what stage of business development she's in. She's had good growth. Is it early? Is it growth? She hovers over the descriptions, she sees the definition, and she clicks growth. This is the perfect way to describe her needs. She really enjoys networking in a classroom setting, so she's going to choose workshop as her desired approach. Also clicking business planning there at the top. And then she's going to hit search. And if she scrolls down, she's going to find that there's actually 4 programs that match her needs. The website links are there. She can click onto the website, and from there she can determine who will be the best match for services for her business. So if you have questions, you do have a handout today. It does have my contact information, but I do want to shift back to Secretary Tebbetts and start some conversations with grantees. Thank you so much.
Well, that's pretty awesome, because, you know, as we, in state government, if we can make it convenient and easy for folks and efficient, without a lot of phone calls, a lot of emails, and they can go right to it, I think that will be incredibly helpful for our people that are looking to expand their businesses. So that's kind of cool. So grantees, I don't know, what order do you want them on? You want to?
Well, most of them hope are in the front. I do
Okay.
see Pete Coleman's front.
Right,
there.
you want them again?
Fantastic.
Sure. So come on, why don't you help me?
Maybe I can be first? Not that I want to.
You get back to work making that wonderful product.
Yeah.
All right, so
Get
Pete,
into it.
Pete, some of you may know Pete.
Yes.
Pete,
Hi, everyone.
so Pete, introduce yourself and tell us what you do.
Hi, my name is Pete Coleman. My company is Vermont Salumi. We make value-added pork products, predominantly. It's all pork. Sausage, salami. I know we have a new beef product as well. We started making bresaola. It's a product that hails from northern Italy. It comes from the eye around in the back of a cow's leg. Anyway, we started 9 years ago selling sausages to farmers markets in Montpelier and Burlington, working out of a room about as big as this, attached to my apartment, and we started selling wholesale and slowly grew, and then started working with Vermont Packing House in Southern Vermont. They started doing all of our raw fabrication. We utilized Maverick Food Hub to develop a line of salami, and a year ago, about now, we broke ground on a project in downtown Barrie. And we took over the old Homer Fitz building. I don't know if anyone's familiar with it. Been vacant for, I don't think it's had a successful running business. I mean, just there's been a few people taking rent there, but no one's made it work since, I think, Mr. Fitz did.
Since Homer left.
Since Homer did. Yep, I think Homer was the last guy to make a real run at it. And I love the space. I'm very happy. You know, we're doing manufacturing in the back. We plan to utilize the front portion as a retail component, as kind of a marketing branch. I think we can actually do numbers there too. I think it'll work. And yeah, I was the recipient of a pretty significant amount of money, and that helped make this happen. You know, I've kind of bootstrapped this from the start. We've never taken on a lot of debt. I'm still the only owner. I'm in more debt now than I've ever been, but it's actually pretty manageable, I think, for where we're at as a company. We're now selling product all the way to Ithaca, New York, Portland, Maine, and we just started getting a couple of accounts down Maryland, Pennsylvania, and even a couple in West Virginia. So we're excited, and this new space allows us to pull up. We have so much capacity now, which we're really excited about. But I think, you know, speaking to the working lands, you know, it's evidently valuable for me, but I think what's really important is, I think it's really important for if maintaining this, I don't know, agricultural economy here in Vermont, if that's what you all want to do, then I think as a business owner, I've seen that you got to make investments. It doesn't, whether it's a relationship, whether it's your garden out back, you either have to put in time or resources one way or the other. And I think the diversity that this can create and help build is really nice too, because it's not just whatever dairy or just woods. I think it's a spread, which is really valuable, because I think it's becoming evident to us that we need to create kind of some diversify our, you know, the way we generate revenue in the state, and I think this is a good way to do it. Let's see. Yeah, I think, part of it, if that's your goal, if that's what you want to do, I think this is a very, very viable way to get it done. And as a small business owner, this money is crucial. Like, it can be, I don't know, I want to say, maybe it's the type of thing where maybe it's not a make or break, but maybe it's the type of thing where all of a sudden you take on an equity partner and you lose some control of that business, or maybe that's the value also I see in it. Is that it's just, and as I've grown, it's taken more time and more cash than I would have ever imagined. And that's why I think these little injections here and there really change a business, or allow us to make these, steps. Like, we were in the Matter Food Hub able to produce, 400 to 500 pounds of salami or dry cured meats. And now, we're in a space where we'll be able to hang 45,000 pounds eventually. It'll take a while, but we can sell product in there. It's like we can be a formidable business, and before we couldn't. And I think these are the help that just get business owners to go, I'm gonna go for it. Here we go. So I don't know. I just want to thank all of you for your support, what you're doing, and I also think, I can thank you because if you do want to maintain this viability in your ag businesses, I think you got to invest in it. I just don't see any way around it, actually. And you can rely on the private sector to do it all on their own, but it's also great to see a partnership.
Pete, have you had any challenges sourcing enough pork to keep you going?
No, we are now having to utilize a lot more out of state. If you want to invest in the pork market in state, I think the viability of it would be a good thing to analyze, but also scaling it. There's not a large size or scaled hog farming here. I think one nice part is the consistency in the price point that out-of-state suppliers provide you with. Also will then allow from being able to purchase a lot more from in-state as well, because what I've found in my past, I bought a lot of pigs in Vermont, is that consistency and price point are big hurdles. And even just being able to say, I need 4,000 pounds of hams. People just go, next year, I'll put them in 50-pound boxes and freeze them over the course of a year. And so the scale is not there. All right. And that's a good problem for me. I'm happy to be there finally, to have to kind of go, we used to buy out, 3 pigs a week, and I'd cut them up and I'd do this and that, but we're just not, that model is no longer for us.
Thanks.
But I also think it's worthwhile to even say is that, I don't know, I think having more Vermont pigs is really valuable, but I like the idea of it, but maybe it isn't functional as well. I mean, I don't know. I think you have to look like, well, if some of these farms are at like 4,000 hogs a week or something, and we're at 40 for our largest farm, where is the sweet spot where they need to be, where they can be competitive on price and provide the consistency, but maybe until you're at 2,000 or 3,000 hogs a week, maybe it doesn't even make, I don't know. I think it's good to be able to grow your business utilizing sometimes a more affordable and consistent product, or rely on those who that's what they've been doing forever,
Thanks.
Yep.
How many people do you employ?
Currently, not that many, because we do all of our raw fabrication at Vermont Packing House. So they have 70 employees. I got a bookkeeper. I got a full-time production manager. I've got and a couple people that help me with I also pay someone in-state to help with out-of-state sales. But no, we keep it pretty lean.
Yeah.
But we'll change that. But I don't see us ever having too many employees. Currently, the way we're structured. Well, you never know. Who knows? Who knows what could happen?
Yeah. Businesses change.
Business change. The way you do business change. Maybe someday I'll say, hey, we don't need to be working with the Vermont Packing House anymore. I'm going to start doing all the grinding and stuff, and et cetera, and build some, much bigger. And who knows? Maybe a bunch of large-size chain grocery stores around the U.S. start picking up our products, and we say, we have to do that.
Brian has a question.
Peter, how did you first hear about the Working Lands Initiative?
Ooh, that's a really good question. I think I've looked for grants in the past. I think I've also just been in the circle of other food producers. And
Well, you mentioned you're at the farmer's market, so maybe talking to somebody there. And
yeah, you know, I haven't done farmers market for probably 8 years, but
Probably through Mad River, right?
yeah, probably Robin, or I mean, I just know a chunk of the folks in the room as well. And I mean, I grew up in Montpelier and kind of right around here, so I don't know. I can't even remember. I don't remember the shining moment when it was brought to my attention.
just curious. Thanks.
Yep.
Good, well, thank you.
John.
Just quickly, how, I noticed you're the only business who has Vermont in its business name, and so this came up yesterday during dairy marketing. How's that helped you or added to your story?
I think there's an inherent like perceived value associated with the name. I wouldn't say. No, I think people get interested, but I also don't think it's. I think it's valuable. I think we do, like I said, have an inherent perceived quality associated with us. But I honestly, when I name the company, I think I'm really bad at naming things, and it was just like, shit, here we go, let's go. Better just to do it. I don't think I wasn't like, this is going to be my little, all the doors are going to magically open because I got Vermont in front of the word salami. To be honest, I kind of don't like my name, but I'm just sticking with it. I think
your company name or your personal name?
My personal name was changed actually when I was 8, so.
You could change it again
I
for
could.
Vermont.
I could.
Yeah, Mr. Vermont.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is a value. I wouldn't say people were like, oh, I definitely opened my door to you because you had that Vermont name. Yeah, it doesn't. I still have to work to get the sales done. And I think on the shelf.
That'll never end.
That'll never end. Well, no, I think on the shelf it probably helps a little bit. I can't give you like a tangible, real. I think it's got value. I don't think it's not to make or break in a business whatsoever.
I would just add, I think this is a great, this is a win-win story because he started sort of the ag aspect, but now he's gone to a downtown that needs some help, we all know, which I think is an important component. I toured the facility, it's gorgeous, and then when he gets his retail operation open as well, I think he's going to be supporting some other ag-related food businesses. So I think it's kind of neat that he's started in the hills and now he's also helping a downtown, which is important as well.
I will chime in on that. I do think actually that a lot of these downtown spaces that are 9,000 square feet, where it's like, what do you do with that? And like, it's too small for a box store. It's way too big for a mom and pop something or other. It doesn't have a ton of parking. What do you do with it? And I think these mixed use kind of manufacturing and retail could be a good approach to tackling those, or breaking them up or something. But yeah, those buildings were empty, have been totally empty for a long time. And I don't think my landlord was pretty excited to have conversations about renting it.
Chris?
I want to go back to the supply, and do you get any Vermont pork right now?
We get some Vermont pork and some Vermont beef. We're working on a whole muscle line, part of my challenge too is our product lines are made predominantly from 2 cuts of meat. We're working on developing a whole muscle line, which would incorporate more. So carcass utilization is one of the biggest challenges. And so, like I said, if I'm like, I need 4,000 pounds of hams, the farmer's like, well,
what do I do with the rest?
What do I do with the rest? So, in part of what we're doing now is developing this a program that would incorporate all cuts of the animal, and I think that will allow us to much easier purchase whole animals, which keeps, I think, the farmer's task super simple, and then allows us to develop a product line from that. And we started like all Vermont everything, all Vermont garlic, all Vermont wine, all Vermont pigs. I used to cut them all, and I literally went to the farmer that I was working with and I showed him the spreadsheet, and I said, "You see where this is going? Like, we're done, both of us, in 6 months or whatever, And so I think longer term, I think what I see is a good portion of out-of-state meat, but help you know, where we have better margin and, you know, able to buy. I think we'll have a few product lines that we sell a lot more volume of, and relying on some out-of-state pork will really help us to make that happen. But then being able to create product lines that we can utilize, and also just working with farms, I found that buying whole animals keeps their job super simple. If you can alleviate that, like, we need your bellies, your hams, and your shoulders, but then you're stuck with the rest. And, you know, we're at enough of a volume now where, like, if you're stuck with the rest, it's a lot to get stuck with if you don't have a market for it. So part of my goal would be to develop something that takes that burden off of them and allows us to do it. And I think we can do it.
I've sometimes wondered if you know, we have small farms basically, and some small producers that we're helping kind of get bigger. And I wondered if there's a role for us to try to, maybe through Working Lands and food hubs, have tried to do this in different ways, but an aggregator that you could turn to instead of trying to deal with individual farms.
That's the other thing I always found challenging is, you know, you buy from 2 or 3 super small farms, just the logistics of it, you know, like you know, I showed up late to this meeting. Could you imagine me trying to organize 3 farms and getting the pork to land at the slaughterhouses and the pickups and this and that? Like, it's just not going to happen. I think I also found too, when you got 2 really small businesses working together, sometimes it's really challenging because everyone's still kind of bootstrapping it. Everyone is like, one little mistake is like choking feeling on both sides. Whereas if you're working with really a larger producer and they really help you scale, I think then I could see if once we become a much more formidable company, it'd be easier for me to take on some smaller pork farmers and just be like, just send us what you can. Like, just like, oh, whatever, your pigs were a little off weight this week, we'll just grind them all. Like, I don't know, just, I think then you can absorb those challenges, that learning curve. But if both parties are learning at the same time and you're both making mistakes, I think it's really detrimental to both companies. But if you're working with a really formidable company that's consistent and provides a price point where you can make money, then yeah, that would be kind of my approach.
Did anybody shop at Homer Fitz? Remember, they had change, right? That you pay, and the change would go up the pneumatic tube and then come back.
It's in my office.
So yeah, so you got to institute that when you have a retail space.
Do I need to hook up the vacuum lines? But
Right.
if anyone wants any signs, I've got some signs in the basement.
Oh,
so
wow.
yeah, I can try to get it back to the family.
I've
They only want
stayed connected to him. So.
No, I've got his Eric, right? Eric is like his, I don't know what Eric Levine, I think. Anyway, if you want some signs, come on. I tried to give as many of them away to the family as I could, but. Good.
Great, thank you so much. I really appreciate
Thanks for your time.
We're not opposed to out-of-state pork as long as it comes from Washington.
Thank you for having me. Some of you know me, some of you don't. I was one of those early pork producers that was working with Pete at the very beginning, and that was challenging. And although it did help grow my business, I have a little bit of a different story for you. My farm began in Middlesex and was a 3-acre tiny little farm. I was a teacher at the Rumney Elementary School, and I wanted to find a way to stay home with my kids and do something meaningful. And so I decided that farming was a great idea.
Raising pigs.
Yeah. And turns out it's pretty challenging. But what we did was we signed up with Farm Viability. And Farm Viability took our farm from this tiny little diversified farm. We started the first year, I think we did 20 pigs and 50 chickens, broilers, and 50 turkeys. And it grew to, on that location, we bought the Vermont slaughterhouse for chickens, the mobile unit, and we started producing inspected chicken. And we did, that first year, we did 2,000 broilers. Farm Viability helped us write our business plan to be able to actually grow and support ourselves by farming entirely. And we were able to then move to Glover, where we live on a farm that's 188 acres. We grew the farm to, we did 6,000 broilers. We did about 100 hogs a year. We had a herd of 60 beef. And I was like, we're doing everything and we are great. Then, you know, as the farm really grew, I leaned on farm viability a lot and learned how to analyze the enterprises that were making money and the enterprises that were not making money. And I would say that the most important thing that we got out of the farm viability was business planning, because I kind of went into the whole farm with a dream and thought, like, I can just work. I will just work my way to make this happen, and you can't do that. Got divorced.
Sorry to laugh.
No, you come on. It's okay. I got divorced, and the farm, I had to make a big decision about what I was going to do with the farm. Was I going to stay farming? Was I going to be able to do this? I have 3 children. So could I sustain a farm by myself with minimal employees? And that's when I went back to farm viability, and Sam helped me a lot. And I applied for a working lands grant to scale up my laying hen business. And so we went from about 1,000 laying hens to 2,800 laying hens. And I would not have been able to do that without the working lands. It would not have happened. And I wouldn't have been able to keep my farm, to be able to stay there and raise my kids. So we kind of pared down on the other enterprises. I sold the slaughterhouse. Raising chickens in Glover, broilers is really hard on pasture. And so laying hens are hardier, and I was able to do that and ran the farm after receiving the grant and building. What the grant did for me was allowed me to build large, efficient, mobile chicken houses that could house 500 chickens per house. And it allowed me to grow my business, and I got to about 1,500 dozen eggs a week. We were selling them all through Vermont and New England. And I eventually, and we grew to, we had about 8 employees. So farm viability also taught me about payroll and job creation and all of that stuff that's really imperative, especially in the Northeast Kingdom. And I wasn't really aware of the culture of the Northeast Kingdom until I got there. And there's amazing farmland and amazing farmers and people who need jobs. And so we were doing something meaningful. I ended up last year deciding that the work, what my kids needed and what we needed as a family was changing. And so I made the decision to transfer my laying hen business to 2 different farms, to Black Dirt Farm and to Patrick's pastured poultry there in Rhode Island. And so even though I'm not doing it right now anymore, what I have done is helped these other businesses scale up and be profitable and be able to feed their communities and run profitable laying hen businesses. Like, I loved getting to be a laying hen egg farmer. It was a lot of work, but we fed a lot of people, because some people can't afford to buy $8 a pound pork chop, but they can buy a dozen eggs for $5, and they know that they're good eggs. And so the way that my farm went through so many transitions and bumps in the road, and now I'm not farming, but my 188 acres is active. Jasper Hill leased all my farmland for the last couple of years that I wasn't using. And this year, Youngview Farm, who is a Working Lands recipient, and they are producing cheese, is using my land. And so, even though my story isn't like, yay, I'm still just churning out eggs, what Working Lands did was help me scale up and help me keep my farm and teach me about business so that I knew what I needed to do and when I needed to do it. I really think that's most of it.
Pretty good story.
And now I am the Director of Marketing at Northeast Kingdom Human Services in Newport and St. Johnsbury, and it's funny because it's kind of similar.
Yeah, a lot like your chickens.
You're hurting them all. No, but farming is about marketing. It's about telling the story. Why is it so important that people should invest in local products? What is the importance there? And that those skills that I received from farming, learning how to tell the story, learning how to market the products, it's hard. It's hard to get out there. And when you get to a larger scale, like selling 800 dozen eggs a week was pretty easy. Selling 1,600 dozen eggs a week was hard. And I had to work really hard. And now I'm doing this job that I would not be able to do, which is marketing why it's important to take care of your brain, basically. And I would never be able to do that job if I hadn't done this job. And one last thing is I'm also helping other farms and foresters in the Northeast Kingdom write Working Lands grants now and helping them with their business planning. And none of that would have ever been possible if I hadn't been able to receive the skills that I received from farm viability and the skills I received from having to write my own Working Lands grant. All of that is still being put to use today, and I feel like it's giving me added revenue too, because I'm writing grants for other people, and hopefully those grants will help support those foresters and those farmers to keep their land being viable. That's my story.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. From Bread and Butter. Yes, indeed. Hi, everyone. My name is Mike Proya, and I own and operate Blank Page Cafe, which is a small micro business operating at Bread and Butter Farm. I'm here representing not only my business today, but also Bread and Butter Farm on behalf of Corey Pierce, who owns Bread and Butter Farm, who couldn't make it today, and she's on a much-needed and well-deserved mini vacation with her family. Firstly, I'd like to express my gratitude to not only this committee, but Lynn Ellen and the folks at Working Lands and Sam Smith at Farm Viability, all of whom provide us with a deep level of inspiration and validation for all of the work that we're doing. Bread and Butter Farm has about 600 acres of land under management located primarily in Shelburne and South Burlington. We're uniquely positioned very close to population density, that being Burlington and Chittenden County. And our primary agricultural product is 100% grass-fed beef, pastured organic pork, and vegetable production, organic vegetable production. We also have what we like to call a diversified farm operation, in that at Bread and Butter Farm, there are a number of educational programs happening, all with agriculture and land management and sort of the core of that curriculum. We regard ourselves as land stewards first, and then operating businesses around that principle almost all the time secondarily. My cafe is located in the farm store at Bread and Butter Farm. We sell the majority of our product in a retail context in a very small farm store that is located in what was a milking part of a dairy barn. And what's really cool about what we're doing is that through my presence and my business at the farm, we're able to provide folks who visit the farm with a one-on-one interaction with somebody who's familiar with the farm and its products and can speak to what we're doing and why we regard it as a valuable tool for the community. And that, we've noticed, has really helped increase not only our market share and the immediate community that we serve, but also the market share for folks visiting Vermont. This Working Lands grant, we received $20,000 last year for very much needed infrastructure improvements related to a small expansion of our kitchen area within the farm store. And the way I think about it is, as many of you know, operating a small food business or a small food and farming business, oftentimes funding infrastructure improvements specifically from ongoing operations can be really difficult. And what the Working Lands Grant has enabled us to do is really quantify the inspiration and the creative visioning that is oftentimes part of our long-term strategic planning process. And what I mean by that is we oftentimes will have these creative visions for what the farm could and we think should be, and it's oftentimes very unclear and we're unsure of how to get from point A to point B. And the Working Lands Grant has really helped bridge that gap and has provided us with some financial support to take meaningful steps in that direction. And so that for us has been invaluable, and the resources are being specifically dedicated towards these infrastructure improvement projects that will help us create, I heard the word capacity being mentioned, create the capacity to be able to, A, reach more people, operate our businesses more efficiently, and a common theme here and common thread is hire more people. My business, my small micro business, has operated with just me and one part-time employee, and we're poised in the very near term this year, over the next 6 months, to hire 2 additional employees, plus several additional part-time employees, both seasonally. The farm has about 5 full-time employees year-round and 15 to 20 seasonally to support various events and just to accommodate the work demands of the season. So, yeah, we're tremendously grateful for all of this work. We think soil regeneration, ecosystem building, and creating a vibrant foothold for our community with regards to not only where food comes from, but also a place where folks can feel comfortable being on a farm and spending time at a farm and understanding what happens on a production farm. We think creating those opportunities for our community members is very important, and we've seen the transformative effect of creating those opportunities, not only for community members who are purchasing our food to customers, but also the next generation through some of our educational programs. We see that transformative power manifest in a lot of the kiddos that we work with around, being and working in concert with the land and really appreciating animal production from an entire supply chain perspective. And so for us, becoming a little bit more vertically integrated, creating opportunities for myself as a micro business to become a wholesale account for the farm will create the sort of necessary impetus for the farm to grow and expand the agricultural operations, especially with some recently acquired land that we plan to work very closely with Sam Smith on and developing sort of a strategic plan for the direction of how that will integrate under the fold of Bread and Butter Farm. And we look forward to continuing to work with folks at Working Lands and this group to play a collaborative role in how the agricultural economy in Vermont continues to transform and evolve.
Great. And I would add, if you ever get a chance, and there's a number of places around Vermont that have wonderful burger nights in the summer, and I know that's part of their operation. 4 or 5 times a year they get together, they're sprinkled around Vermont, and that's part of what I think is important for these operations to be made viable, is to invite people onto the farms. And I know they have a lot of school children that come as well. So absolutely, appreciate it.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you. So,
Before the rules.
yeah.
Yeah, no rules.
So there you go. Mateo's here, and Mateo has got a story, and it seems like he just started the other day, but he's now, 15 years old?
About to be 17.
About 17. Yes, yeah. But he's a mature company now, but he can tell his story.
Thank you for having us in. Before I get off on a tangent here, I want to appreciate the Working Lands Enterprise Board specifically. This program, I think, is a model and needs to be considered the beginning of something. I don't think that the impact, I think the impact can really be scaled. And I understand that's a question of resources, but we're in a moment in agriculture in Vermont where communities and states that invest are going to thrive and survive, and places that don't are going to wither away. And I know there aren't endless dollars, but I believe that the working landscape is probably the best investment that you can make. So Andy and I started milking. Andy's my brother, and I wouldn't be here without him. He's back there doing all the hard work. We started milking cows in 2003. We bought the farm in 1998. It was an emotional, irrational decision. We had no idea what we were going to do with it. .com bubble was inflating real estate values, and we took some time to try and figure out what we needed out of life, and Jasper Hill is part of a three-pronged approach to satisfy intrinsic needs, meaningful work in a place that we love with people that we love. And so the meaningful work part for us is around developing the economic mechanisms to support the working landscape. 6 years ago now, we went through a visioning process. Previously, it had been like Vermont, and we've basically shrunk it down to a 15-mile radius of where we are. Our goal is to build a market, to build a pipeline to that market in which we can put high-value products and suck cash out of places where there's plenty of it and redistribute it in a way that commodity markets don't, or can't, or won't. And we started tracking our expenses 4 years ago by zip code, and there's a lot of waves of cash that flow in and mostly flow out of our business. We're not a wildly profitable business. We're somewhere in the between 4 and 5% return on our capital. It's profit is not the purpose. Profit serves the purpose, and the purpose is to build livable communities, right? So Craftsbury, Glover, Greensboro, and Hardwick is pretty much, our natural community and our natural landscape, and we're building all kinds of enterprises and trying and failing, trying again at ways where we can create value through value-added businesses. We started a value-added pork business a couple of years ago, so we're also making dry-cured salamis. This past year, we started, we bought Oak Knoll Dairy, the goats, the bottling equipment, and the brand, and partnered with a couple from California who moved out a year ago. This past summer, we built barns and moved the goats up and built a bottling plant. And they were milking 1,000 goats in California. So they're plugged into our whole situation in Hardwick now, up on Bridgman Hill Farm. And it feels like we're just getting going. We make cows on 2 farms and 230 cows at Andersonville farm in Glover, 45 cows on our home farm in Greensboro, and this morning I think we milked 280 goats at Bridgman, and we buy milk from 2 neighbors in Greensboro, where we process that milk into cheese in 2 facilities, the Vermont Food Venture Center, where we're the anchor tenant, and a creamery at Jasper Hill Farm. We ripen cheese at the cellars at Jasper Hill in Greensboro. This past year we produced about 400 tons, so around 800,000 pounds of cheese from ourselves, and we ripened about 400 tons of cheese for other producers, including the Von Trapp Farmstead, Skolton Family Farm, Landaff Creamery in Landaff, New Hampshire, Cabot, Shelburne Farms. And we're full. So we've got a couple of big projects on the dashboard, the Yellow Barn Accelerator, Business Accelerator in Hardwick, which I'm really hopeful is going to happen. But that'll be a big leap forward for us. So, you know, our goal really is to create some vibrancy where we live, right? 15 years ago, it wasn't clear that Willie's store in Greensboro was viable or was going to survive, that schools were going to be there when our kids, you know, were ready to go to them. And so these are just some of the priorities. Cheese for us is just a lever that we're yanking on to try and transform our community and make it more livable.
Fabulous lever. It's a fabulous lever.
Lever, yeah. So it starts with a mission, and our mission is to be the #1 thing, to be the standard bearer for quality and innovation in the artisan cheese industry, because we can't compete on price. We're not a low-cost producer. We have no interest in competing on price. Our only comparative advantage is quality, period. So that's like a religion for us, because it's the only way that I believe Vermont and agriculture in Vermont is going to be able to survive over the long term, because we are not a low-cost producer of anything here. So if we can't focus on quality, we're cooked. And I got to say one thing, and that is that something I've been thinking a lot about lately is that pricing drives scale. And what's happened in the dairy industry specifically over the last few years is really problematic, because equity is transferred from rural communities to urban and suburban populations through pricing mechanisms. And what we're left with is balance sheets where there's actual equity that's being transferred over just a few years. The hundreds of millions of dollars that have been transferred out of rural Vermont to urban and suburban communities through a pricing mechanism is really problematic. I believe that the future for dairy specifically, and the working landscape, if we want to keep it, is going to be paying farmers for environmental services. And just got back from Switzerland, and milk and cheese is a byproduct of a farming system there that is really directed towards the conservation of their working landscape. And between 50 and 60% of the farmer's income in Switzerland comes from grazing their cows on Alps. So anyway, and we have 104 employees this morning. Yeah, so we started. We started with my brother Andy and I, and 18 months later our wives forsook their careers. We would not be with where we are if it wasn't for the sacrifices of the ladies in our life. They really got us over the hump. And it feels like we're grown-ups now.
Don't worry.
Yeah, and I'd be happy to answer any
What about
questions.
that microbiology lab?
Oh, yes, right. The whole reason I'm here. So in 2013, we got a Working Lands grant for $50,000. We put up $100,000 and we built a microbiology lab. This came on the heels of 5 years of research that happened inside our business by microbiologists, systems biologists from Harvard, who used cheese as a model system to understand microbial communication. And they basically, cheese is an accessible a medium, it's reproducible, and they use the rinds of our cheese to study the microbial ecology and to look at how microbes communicate, right? What genes produce what chemicals that make up microbial communication. And as part of that process, thousands of samples were taken and sequenced, and we got to understand how the ecology on the rinds of our cheeses works. And we basically took hundreds of samples that were collected from our raw milk, from our cheese, from our environment. These are interesting strains, cheese-making strains that are indigenous to our farm and our process. And we banked them. And we're producing now fully wild, indigenous cheese made with microbes that have originated within our farming system. We're able now, we have 2 full-time microbiologists working in the lab now, and we're able, I used to describe being a cheesemaker as being like God, except you're dumb and blind, because we're unleashing these universes of life and then like wiping them out, and that's basically what cheese is. But now I describe it as being like God, no longer blind but still dumb, because we don't necessarily fully understand exactly what's going on, but we can see what's happening in our product now. It's really incredible. The part of the business plan had been to like try and figure out how to provide services for other producers, and we've done some of that, although that part of the business plan never, or at least hasn't taken off yet. But it's been a huge driver for quality at Jasper Hill, and we're able to do things that even very large cheese companies can't even dream about. So thank you for that.
Very cool. Chris?
You guys, many of us were at your presentation at the Dairy Summit last year up in Jay, and it stuck with me, particularly this picture you have of your store downtown, of sort of dilapidated and now refurbished as a way of just the example of what you've been able to bring to the community. And there's no question that we're all very proud of your business, I think. But I'm curious, up your way too is Lawson's Brewery, and we have these sort of exemplary businesses that are highly dependent on local agriculture, and we have to have those sort of as anchors in a sense. But I've sort of joked, if local ag is all about cheese and beer, we're kind of in trouble at some level too, because it is about, we have to reorient the local in terms of food, right? We're not going to sit here in 20 years and import tomatoes from California if we're successful, I think. The climate's not going to let us do that, I believe.
Yeah.
And so I wonder if you can, it's sort of at odds, or how does it complement the statement that I totally agree with, where you've said, we have to be about quality because we're not going to compete on price, and how do we fit that with the fact that a third of Vermonters are struggling in poverty? And so I would love your help in thinking that through. Maybe it's not just today, but I'm sure you've thought of some of these dynamics. And
So you're talking about like the cost of like the products that we're producing, like kind of being like high value, high cost.
Yeah,
and not necessarily accessible.
And it has to fit
Yeah.
in a strong ag economy, but it also can't be what we're all shooting for, I don't think.
So my response to that, because we've been criticized really openly by some.
Don't hear me say that.
No, because you know that we couldn't survive making cheap food, right? Cheap food is part of the problem.
Absolutely.
You know, with agriculture.
Yeah.
Our goal is to pay people enough within our community so they can afford to consume the products that we produce, and we do that. We, you know, when we started our business, the median income in Greensboro was just over $18,000 a year. This is like household income.
Yeah.
All right, and we just went through a housing survey. As part of that, we got some demographic information, and in the last 10 years, we've gone from about 20,000 to 36,000, and our median income is around 45,000 inside our business. That's for an employee.
Yep.
So
not household.
that's how we're going about trying to address that particular question, and it's not something one business can solve, but it's part of. I saw some incredible things in Switzerland, and I hope I can come talk to you about.
Tell him what the farmers drive for vehicles.
So the average farm size, 24 cows. Okay. BMWs in the driveway, and the value that society there places on being able to walk in the Alps, okay, and the identity that's inherent and originates with the working landscape there is something that Swiss people are willing to pay for.
Yeah.
Okay, and how do you make sure? What we live in is a trickle-up economy, where resources are trickling up to 1,000 people, and they're trickling out of our communities, right? We're trying to reverse that by trickling it back in to our community and spreading it around, and that works. But you're right. It doesn't work for everybody, and I think that the challenge is going to be to change the fundamentals of farm income in Vermont if you want to conserve the working landscape and make sure that people in rural communities are getting paid.
Just so we're clear, I don't think it's on your business. No. I think as policymakers, we have to figure out how we're able to balance the high-end, high performers that are having clearly an awesome impact on our economy, and the need to frankly produce more of our own food and make sure people in Vermont can buy it.
Do you attract many visitors to the Hardwick area?
We have no place within our company where a consumer, a civilian, can interface with our brand. It's we consider ourselves to be exporters, and we see a need to build some kind of place where people can come and have an experience. But I think that's going to be in the 5 to 10 year plan for us.
Terry had his hand up. Terry.
I remember at the Dairy Summit, we were talking about the housing shortage. I wondered if you had any solution to that, or because of the conserved property.
So part of the challenge in Greensboro is around wastewater infrastructure and zoning, right? So we've got 10-acre zoning. And then you've got Greensboro Bend, where there's very depreciated housing stock, and I use the word depreciated in the most polite sense of the word. And it's impossible to see how we can get where we're, had to revitalize the housing stock there without wastewater infrastructure because of the Lamoille River and flood zone issues. And so we worked with Paul, who is a personal hero of mine, in the town of Greensboro on a community visioning project. And one of the things that came out of, there were four things that came out of that, but wastewater infrastructure was the number one thing, because it is the linchpin to try and solve some of the housing issues. I think we're going to lose our school. We've had, in the past 4 years, we've had over 20 families with children move to our community, and with children, and 0 of them live in Greensboro because there's nowhere to live, right? And so we're working on it. I hope it's not too late for Lakeview Elementary School.
That's the one in the Bend?
No, it's the elementary school is in the village of Greensboro, but it draws Stannard, and most of the kids are
That's a
coming from.
pretty nice school.
It is, but our numbers dropped under 50 this year, so it's a problem, and it's not because there aren't young people with children around. There's just nowhere for them to live in our town. They live in Craftsbury, Glover, and
Vicki?
I was just going to ask exactly what Terry asked, so thank you, Mateo.
Has the federal milk inspector been to see you lately?
Yeah. Yeah, they're on their list.
Yeah.
They show up right on time.
One problem that we have, that we as state policymakers, you talked about walking through the Alps, and one issue we've run into this winter is Kingdom Trails, which is a little bit east of Viewpoint. They're in danger of losing some of their trails because they may have to put some of their private landowners, the trails through Act 250.
Yeah.
And, it makes no sense. We should be adding to these trails and welcoming the people with the money, bring it up, and we can keep a little of it.
I absolutely agree. In Greensboro and Craftsbury Outdoor Center, Highland Marsh Trail Systems, I believe that's the future of, that's going to be an important component of the future of the economy of where we are.
In your section. So we're working away at that and trying to fix it.
Thank you.
Mateo, thanks so much.
Yeah,
Say
thank
hi to
you.
your mom for me.
Can we just jump right in?
Tell your story, sir.
All right. Good morning. Thanks so much. Glad to move beyond the field into the forest, and I have slightly a trick question for you. This is a table, it's chairs, it's game pieces, it's wainscoting, it's windows, it's many, many products. It's also a nice piece of maple, and it also doesn't know state boundaries. This grows in upstate New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, and beyond that. And so when we think about the forest and we think about the working landscape, from my organization's perspective, it is beyond this state. But I thought I'd have to compete with food samples, so I brought some. I'll try to pass this around. It's a nice piece of wood.
Take a bite of it.
Exactly. Not too many teeth marks. So, Northern Forest Center is a 22-year-old organization working across 4 states in the Northern Forest. From, as I said, from upstate New York across the Adirondacks into Vermont, New Hampshire, and 2/3 of northern Maine. Our focus is really on the forest economy. How do we create viable jobs within wood products manufacturing, wood heat, and outdoor recreation? All those are incredible values that produce jobs and create vibrant communities if we do it right. Over the last 3 years, we've been benefit or beneficiary of the Working Lands Service Provider Grant, and we've provided, in turn, a number of services to wood products companies across the state. Over just the last 2 years, our partnership with the Woodworks Council and a direct grant to ourselves has resulted in our delivery of services to 14 companies that employ over 550 people, have $128 million in gross sales, and utilize 21.5 million board feet. So when you want to talk about scale and impact, these are a collection of 14 companies that in aggregate are using quite a bit of labor, producing a lot of value, and using a lot of wood from the region. 3 different quick stories I want to share with you on how we provide our services. Number one, some of you may know Ken Gagne from Gagne Lumber down in downstate near about Pittsford, outside of Rutland.
Yeah.
Pittsford, thank you. We helped him secure, we love funding from you all for his power transition this past year from diesel fuel to 3-phase power on the grid. That was huge in his transformation in greening his company, but also setting up a more sustainable path from a financial perspective so he could look long-term at succession planning and maintaining that mill in its production in the state. Second is us providing direct technical assistance to companies like Vermont down in Wilder, Britton Lumber in Fairleigh, and Built by Newport up in Newport. We've helped with lean manufacturing principles, business planning, financing, management coaching, and these are all of larger employers. We on the service provider side, with some of your direction by staff, are well coordinated as to the viability program on the smaller micro enterprise side. As we move up, we've been really filling the niche with some of the larger businesses. One of the things we've done this last year was actually to convene CEOs together, and we're calling the Northern Forest Board Forum. Some of you all know that if you're working as an individual business and entrepreneur, it's a lonely endeavor. And when you get together with others, you can trade a lot of trade secrets, if you will, coach each other, mentor each other. But we have 8 different companies that participated. Appalachian Engineered Flooring up in your neighborhood, Timber Homes Vermont and Montpelier, New England Woodcraft down in Brandon, Treehouse Hardwoods and Mill Shop in South Burlington, Andrew Pierce Bowles in Heartland, Linden Furniture in Linden, and Built by Newport up in Newport. We're entering the 2nd year of this program, and what we're finding is that each of these companies are not only getting assistance from our staff and our coaches, but getting a lot of assistance from each other. They're building business connections peer-to-peer, and they're looking at things like ERP systems. That's an enterprise resource planning system. A peer-to-peer advice basically saved one company $150,000 on not buying the wrong product. Seems like a pretty good savings to me. We're also in a couple other areas that I think are really critical when we think about the overall health and vitality of the wood products sector in the forest economy. As some of you know, that piece of board comes out of not a square log, but a round piece of wood, right, a log. On the edges are pallet wood. On the other edges are bark. In the middle are chips. All those go on to other value-added products. So we see wood heat as a way to support the state to achieve its climate goals, but also to help support low-grade wood markets that are vastly critical to local silvicultural practices. You all know that, but it's like weeding carrots out of the garden. You can't just take the best ones. The other ones do not produce long-term in sequestering carbon, keeping water clean, and so on. Other piece I want to mention is mass timber construction, wood insulation, new advances of wood. We and our partners in Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, with the Vermont Sustainable Jobs Fund and others, and in New York, are really looking at this regional wood basket of 26 million acres. How can we really provide value-added jobs and products out at to serve the nearly 100 million people within a day's drive? So the benefits of forest stewardship obviously go well beyond just wood products manufacturing and the companies that I've shared with you. It does go into the recreation economy. And I also want to say that because of our ability to look across 4 states, I would compliment you all on just saying that the Working Lands Enterprise Board is unique in its northern New England neighbors, particularly of New Hampshire and Maine. There is nothing like this that exists. And I'd say that state policy showing that and providing funding is a clear commitment to the working lands. You all know this. Other states look enviable at you all to be able to get that legislative done. Thanks to Paul, thanks to many others. So I congratulate you on that and appreciate the partnership. Happy to take questions.
Thanks, Rob.
No, appreciate you working with Built and Newport and Appalachian flooring. Yeah.
Great outfits.
Yeah. What about Columbia? Do you do anything with them?
We have not. The scale they work at is kind of beyond us a bit, you know, and they're working more in that larger commodity space. I mean, as agriculture, you know, same as in wood products, you work on commodity side stuff and you're in a whole different, you know, ball game, if you will.
Do you ever co-partner with generating facilities where the mill could use a dry kiln and where you get heat, say from a wood-fired generator, they could build kilns there to dry wood, or is that?
Absolutely. The co-location of facilities like that to use efficient use of waste heat, electric generation on site is absolutely where we need to go to in the future to stabilize those energy costs. Most of the examples that I can cite off the top of my head are in Maine right now, but I'd say that as we work and get closer into some of these different companies, particularly some of the sawmills in the state here, there is ample opportunity for increasing efficiencies and looking at that cost control that is really that very little margins that these companies have.
So, we're in the process, Chris's other committees, of relicensing like Rygate. And they have a tremendous amount of heat that could be utilized for kilns or some other process, greenhouses.
Absolutely.
And it would be great to co-locate.
Well, I couldn't agree more. Let's take a moment here because I think one of the challenges that we face when we talk about wood heat compared to biomass electric generation is those are very distinctive energy efficiencies, as you know, and very different carbon calculations. An independent study we commissioned talked about 50% better on greenhouse gas emissions from wood heat compared to fossil fuels. We don't have that same benefit on the electric generation side. So the more we can capture that waste heat and create those efficiencies is both a business benefit but also a climate benefit. So we have talked to some of the folks at Rygate and are trying to figure out where we can be helpful.
Oh, Vicki had a question.
I'm sorry, I just didn't hear where you live, Rob. You're helping the Northeast Kingdom. It sounds like you're networking in a large radius of places, but where are you based?
Well, it's kind of a secret. I sneaked over the Connecticut River on my way here. I'm actually living in exile. I grew up down in Andover on Marsh Hill Road, and so I'm actually, our headquarters is in Concord. We have staff people scattered across our broad region, and our wood products provider actually lives up in St. Johnsbury. But this is almost as good as looking at a PowerPoint. But this is our map of a region, 26 million acres. So people say, where do I work? And I say it's in the car. But we've got a great staff and a great sense of group of partners. So we extend as well as we can across the region. And I find that my 2-hour drive here is probably similar to some folks coming from Brattleboro or down south.
That's right.
So yeah, we travel a lot, but it's that regional perspective we find is really helpful to connect the states beyond their borders.
That's great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Secretary Tobitz, if you don't mind, I just wanted to make a quick note of time. You're respectful. I know someone's coming in at 11. We have Sam Smith here from the Integral Center. Gwen Piccolo from Center for an Enterprise did not come, but one of her clients might be here. Yes. Please speak for a few minutes, that'd be great. And then if I don't have time to read the note from Parker Nichols from Vermont Wildwoods, I will send it electronically. But we certainly would like to hear from Deputy Commissioner Sam Lincoln additionally.
So, come on.
Okay.
Great.
Morning. Morning. It's nice to be back here again, speaking with you folks. So I'm Sam Smith. I work for the Intervale Center, and I'm the Director of Agricultural Services there. I also do a lot of, my office is also my car because we work statewide. And so we provide business planning services through funding from the Working Lands Enterprise Board and then also through the Vermont Farm and Forest Viability Program to about 100 farms a year, farm businesses. We provide those services from concept to exit. So I primarily spend a lot of time doing transfer succession planning right now. And I'd like to thank all of you sort of for your vision and for Paul, well, Paul's gone, but for the vision around this program and the support that it provides, not only for organizations like ours to do this type of work, but also to the numerous farms that have been the recipients of these grant funds. This is sort of, it was just said that we're looked at as a model, and when I go out, I just got back from the National Farm Viability Conference in Minnesota, which was partially put on by our farm viability team, and we're looked at as a model nationally for the type of initiatives that we have going on in the state, and this is one of those initiatives. People are really envious of us, and so I just want to acknowledge that. I could talk about, we have had a huge number of contacts with the WeLab funding in terms of our organization, but also the farms that I work with. When I talked about that spectrum of farms that we work with, when I first started the Intervale, which was probably 7 or 8 years ago, we had a farm viability contract that allowed us to work with 20 farms a year. And that contract was limited to working with those farms. They had to be in a certain stage of business, and the planning process takes 2 years in that program, so it's relatively intensive. And we received some working lands funds back in a partner grant with a couple other organizations, I think in 2015 or 2016, that allowed us to start to leverage funds to provide services to the sort of concept or newer beginning farmers that we actually do a lot of work with now. So if we look at our current sort of 100 farms a year, I would say probably 60 of those are in the concept and startup phase. And those are not farms that we work through farm viability funding with. So we've received several working land service provider grants over the last 3 or 4 years. And they've been for a relatively small percentage of our budget, but they allow us to work with these farms in really distinct, short engagements that allow us to do, we call it coaching, but basically get them started off on the right foot. So we help vet their concepts before they get into business or in that early stage of business, yeah. And then instill some values in terms of business management. We have a portion of the funds is set aside for technical assistance, so we can hire consultants to come in. Probably the biggest one with this group is we try to get them into QuickBooks so that they have good financial data moving forward, because I think all of you know that our agricultural sector is changing, and a lot of the entrepreneurs you heard from today, they are business people first, farmers second. And that's what we're really trying to instill. As we move away from the commodity markets, our farm business owners have to have a whole new set of skills. So I just wanted to share a couple stories. One in particular, I've 2 farms that came up as I was sort of looking through the list of the farms we've worked through in terms of the Working Lands Funds. And one of them was a Working Lands Grant recipient, and that's the Bear Roots Farm. And they're currently in Williamstown, but they just opened up the Roots Market, which is in Middlesex. If you haven't been there, I think this is the future. Senator Pearson, you asked that question about how do we get food into the hands of people with lower incomes, or how do we make food accessible for our local populations. And I've been working with a number of farms in the past year or so that have really decided that they're going to commit to the direct local market. And that is a good example of a farm that really they bought a retail space and they outfitted it, and it's a year-round operation, and they're providing vegetables year-round, and they're at a relatively accessible price point. So I think that that's sort of the future of where we're headed. They've received a Working Lands Grant. We provided them with business planning support, and I think they're really poised to be successful in that. They've bought 2 farms in the state so far, and that's all been in the span. I worked with them right when they moved here in 2013, right? So, and then the other farm is Old Road Farm, and they're in Granville, and I look back and they were one of our original Working Lands coaching clients back in 2017. And we sat down with them and did a little bit of business planning, taught them how to do a cash flow, and they're now poised to purchase a property that really, and when we talk about our rural community and our rural economy, the small farms that will be the hub of employment and the sort of community culture that we need in our rural towns, those farms have to be anchored by these really strong business people who have a vision to provide a product that can be sold direct or to regional markets that can provide a living wage for them and their employees. So once again, I'd like to say thank you for doing this and providing the guidance, and thank you, Lynn Ellens, for letting me speak today. And I'm happy to answer any questions. I always love to come back and talk to you about farm viability and business planning.
Sure. Yeah. Any questions? Well, thank you for your time.
My name is Jetta Mandel Abramson. I was a beneficiary, I guess, of the Working Lands Enterprise Grant for the Center for Women and Entrepreneurship. It was a wonderful business class I got to take, thanks to you all. Really benefited me, as I had no business experience before taking this class, and writing the business plan had been excruciatingly difficult for me. I got to take this class and it was great. So my husband and I are a startup saffron farm in Newbury, Vermont, and we focus on regenerative agricultural practices in order to, preserve our planet. Sequester carbon, build soil for our saffron, and we're small at the moment. This will be our first, this is our expansion year, I guess. We'll be planting our first acre this summer, which is very exciting. We have a 10-year plan to expand into 9 acres total on our farm in Newbury. We will be introducing a small ruminator herd, probably of sheep and goats, in order to build soil and sequester carbon on our property. And we'd like to eventually sort of move into the agrotourism industry a little bit, building cabins to host cooking classes as well as regenerative agriculture classes on our property. And eventually we'll have, if everything goes according to plan, which it will, we'll have about 30 to 40 employees on our property. Seasonally, of course, as saffron is harvested and processed once a year. So we'll have about 2 months out of the year where we will be hosting about 30 to 40 seasonal employees. So we are in the stage currently of finding funding for our project. And as I mentioned, that business class that you folks afforded us was integral in the ability for us to build our business plan and be able to find funding for our project. So that's sort of where we're at.
So you live in Barry?
Newbury.
Oh, in Newbury.
Yep.
Yeah. They're good farming country over there.
Indeed, yes, especially for saffron.
Takes a lot of little crocuses to make.
Yeah, it's between 150 and 200 flowers per gram.
Yes. Wow.
So
they're 28.3 grams per ounce.
That's correct. That is correct.
I'm a dyer. That's why I look at it. Yeah.
And UVM is doing a lot of research with saffron, so, and especially crop block grant has been supportive of that. I think you have a conference coming up in
That's
March.
right.
March,
Yes. Yeah, we've been in close contact with the folks at UVM for several years, and we've been experimenting on our property for the last 2. So we're quite confident in the next step forward.
Cool.
So.
Well, thanks.
Oh, John, did you have a
No,
quick question?
Going further, since we've been talking about this, what are the processing, because hemp's running into a lot of processing problems, and marketing challenges ahead for saffron, even if you can grow great saffron?
Yeah, so our marketing techniques are, we're going to be selling our product primarily in bulk. So wholesale. We will reserve a few ounces to sell retail to local clientele, farmers markets, and we've been quite successful actually selling by the quarter gram thus far.
with the product that we've grown so far. But we plan on we're going to be actually this coming month, we'll be bringing samples down to a variety of farm-to-table restaurants in Vermont, but also out of state, Boston, New York City, to clients who have expressed interest already in purchasing bulk saffron from us. So our marketing strategy is more or less going door to door, face-to-face, samples, and then non-binding contracts so for purchase for next year. And then hopefully these clients will also be able to grow with us as we will be scaling up. We should have about 5 pounds this coming year. And then, of course, by the time we have 9 acres, we'll have considerably more than that. So we are hoping to have clients that are able to scale up with us. Luckily, there are a lot of farm-to-table restaurants in Vermont, which is wonderful. So we have quite a few clients already who are hoping to purchase saffron from us, which is wonderful. And I'm sorry, what was the second part of your question?
Processing.
Oh, yeah, processing. So in our 4th year, we plan on expanding into 2 more acres. So we'll have 3 acres, harvesting 3 acres in our 4th year growing season. And then 2 acres per year after that. So in our 5th year, we will actually be building a processing plant and drying facility on our property, which will take significant resources, but I'm sure that when the time comes, we will have that all worked out. Maybe with a grant for you. So.
Or at least by the front door to the place.
Yeah.
You know.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for spending time this time here today with this group. The working lands in Vermont are going through a period of extreme transition with our global economy changing, rewarding the lowest cost producer, and as it was put earlier, that Vermont's not a low cost producer of anything. Historically, for generations, centuries, Vermont's working lands businesses, our farms and forest businesses, have produced commodities that they plugged into a pipeline where they had value added and were turned into consumer goods elsewhere. And there's this great transition as we see that model is not always going to work for various sectors of Vermont's rural economy. And the Working Lands Initiative, supported by you, created by you, and the other branch of the government, is the hub. I can't state anywhere near as well as the many people you've heard sit here today the hurdles they've overcome, the challenges they face, the expectations for how they manage their businesses, how they engage with the environment, how they manage employees, all these great transitions that these businesses are facing as they maintain the vistas, the working lands, the environment that we have, and your support for that is greatly important, and as well as the funding that you put into these businesses, as well as the policy considerations that all of you have in front of you in your committees that affect these business owners across the state. So we're very proud of the work that's gone on here collaboratively, and the many things with the targeted focus with the private sector business owners that are on this board. We are, as Commissioner Snyder said earlier, adapting and being as nimble as possible to change and address this. We've made a lot of changes in the last few years to the ways that the money is spent and where it's focused to help create opportunities for people to successfully navigate this transition in the economy, the rural economy. In just a few days, the Working Lands Enterprise Board is going to announce funding for 26 businesses for grants, putting out some of the $1.6 million that you all provided in funding. And I know that, again, in the last few years, some of these businesses, there's hope on the horizon for the way that this money is being spent, that some of these businesses that were traditional commodity producers, that they're stopping those commodities before they leave the state and adding value to them. And through the grants that will be funded by this board, or the business planning processes that are funded by this board. This sector employs nearly 80,000 people, and it's growing. And it's just such an important part of our culture. These are salt-of-the-earth people that work the land, and they're our neighbors and our select board members, our business owners in our towns, and it's a way of life that we want to sustain very much so. Again, thank you very much for all your work. This between the board and the legislature and the private sector members here. This is really the hub of that transition, and I'm pleased to work with you all on that, and thank you for your attention to it.
Thank you, Sam. And Sam, I'd like to thank you and the other commissioners and secretaries for all the work on trying and achieving getting the workers' compensation rates down so our small farmers and small producers can afford to have employees and pay at a somewhat reasonable rate. It's really 30 to 40%, I believe, the reduction has been, and that's very good.
Well, I'm pleased. Thank you for that, and I'm pleased to always say that there was a great team that worked on it, and others that deserve a lot of credit.
Yeah.
And I'm pleased to say that after all of the work on it, not only that we're now competitive with New York and New Hampshire, a place we weren't 4 years ago when this started, and that is due to just the natural reduction in the injuries and claims that have happened on businesses, but also the work of the Department of Financial Regulation. But I consider it foundational when I talk about this, that the workers' comp issue in the forest economy is foundational. How do we go to parents and say, how would we have your daughter or son work in the most dangerous occupation in the country if we're not going to train them properly and cover them with the insurance that's required by law? It's foundational to growing that sector of the economy, and I'm hopeful that all of our work together on that will be, again, transformative as we look at employing more people in that sector.
Yep. Thank you.
Thanks, Sam. Thanks, everybody.
Is there anything else?
Just one final thought. I know we have some board members here, and I think it's important we recognize they spend countless hours evaluating the applications, making really difficult decisions. And I think a few of them here, some of the board members could stand and just say hi. Yeah, they spend so much time on it. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Anne. Thank you, everybody. This has been wonderful.
So this is the Brattleboro Planning Commission called to order at 6:06 p.m. on March 2nd. And are there any announcements?
I'll just make a couple of announcements. First of all, I want to let you all know, and the viewing public, that the U.S. Census is right around the corner. They're going to begin mailing census information March 16th, I think. And you'll be able to take the census online by phone or paper copy. Please take it in some format when it comes out. And then, because otherwise they have to send enumerators out to get in touch with you. I think there's 7 questions. Your answers are confidential. You are taking the census as of April 1st, so on that date, it's asking how many people reside in your house. So if you've got roommates, if you've got children, if you've got parents, any kind of arrangement, whoever is in your house, even if, if you're renting your house, and I think you can include people like that. So please respond, it's important. A lot of federal funding gets directed to the state and then the county and the towns that way, so we really want an accurate count. So you'll be seeing and hearing more information about it, but just a heads up, it's right around the corner.
Thank you. Cool. Anybody else got any announcements?
Is that it? Do you have any other?
Oh, I had one more, yeah. Save the date, April 25th. The Conservation Commission is planning kind of an Earth Day festival. There'll be more information coming out about that, but kind of ways that you can connect to different advocacy organizations or changes, little things that you can do in your backyard to improve better. And there will be some outreach. We're planning on holding it at 250 Birch Street, and so there's going to be some outreach about that project. That event.
And then on March 24th, me and Sue are traveling to Montpelier to present in front of the downtown board for the neighborhood development area designation. We're hoping to find out that day or soon after if we will get that designation to continue our housing efforts. So we'll keep you updated on that.
Super. Anything else? Alrighty, public comments.
Too bad.
No public. And did everybody get a chance to review the minutes?
Just to note, Andrew sent out a revised copy that had more information about the public comment that was received at that meeting. So if you didn't see that at the end of the day, that's what you would be voting on.
Do you need a copy, Tom? Or okay, great.
Got it first.
Okay.
I had one question.
Sure.
That there is a comment where you say, or the recorder says, one commissioner, a commissioner said something. And everybody else has their names attached?
Oh, I see. I know what you mean. So you want the name of the commissioner?
Well, no. I was just curious. I actually am curious about whether or not it.
Is it something embarrassing?
No. It was just the sort of notion that some people are attributed to their comments and some people aren't, and I.
Yes. You want to be more consistent?
Well, no.
Okay.
I just as a matter of principle. The last time I was in charge of taking minutes, it became clear that it was good to not say who said what.
Okay.
So that the information would then just be information as opposed to sort of attributed to some individual versus another. And I figured that maybe you two had to be cited because that was some kind of something having to do with the fact that you're officials of the municipality. But anyway, I mean, it was more just a sort of question about whether or not it was useful for us to have our minutes attributed or unattributed.
We had had that discussion probably a year or more ago, and I didn't relay that information, so you can fix that.
Yep.
Okay.
Do you want to fix it in these minutes and we can bring them back in April?
No, I mean, unless
We're just
anybody
moving
feels
forward.
strong, just, yeah.
Or I could go through and I can also edit just to say commissioner and then we could publish them. Okay, all right. For next time.
There was one other thing. I feel like when we were talking about the Congress of New Urbanism, what the Planning Commission had requested was recommendations for updating the zone. Did I remember that wrong?
Yes, I thought that was, when we got that letter back from them?
Yeah. That we had that really great discussion, and the next step was that you guys are going to bring proposals and changes.
Yes.
So I just wanted to make sure that.
What does it say in there?
I don't think it
Oh,
it's
okay.
not
Very
next,
clear, yeah,
All right,
next,
well,
yeah.
But
Okay.
just so that it's recorded and we're accountable to it.
I'll just add a sentence at the end. I'm guessing it's this paragraph before the
Yeah,
last one.
the second to the
Yep,
last
yep.
paragraph.
Anything else? Do I have a motion to accept the minutes as amended?
I'll make that motion to accept them as amended.
Second.
All those in favor? Okay, the minutes are passed as amended. And we are on to you, I believe. All of a sudden, my agenda went nowhere, but I'm pretty sure that that's the next thing, yes.
Handout for tonight, just to help us stay a little more organized.
Nice paper.
Yeah, I'm just too lazy to go down and put good paper in, take good paper out, I just leave it in there. So, you are benefiting from my recent printing of proposals. So, I am here tonight to update you on the progress of the downtown design plan, present to you in a little more detail some of the pieces that were not put together yet the last time I was here, and get a bit of feedback and discussion around a few of the issues as we're moving into the recommendations phase. And Sue let me know that you guys are working with the Just City index and criteria, and would be interested in seeing how that fits with this plan. So I did take a look at that. You'll remember, I don't know, have you guys had a chance to wander through this at all? I think you sent the link, right?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, so in the introduction, we do have a piece about what is good public space here. And there is this piece, the 12 criteria for public space. And these are based on criteria that the Gell Institute has put together. And so some of the survey work we did and stuff around the charrette, I used, looked at their framework for doing that kind of assessment of public space. But there are actually quite a few variations on this theme out there. So there are lots of different lists, you know, the 10, elements of good public space, top 3, qualities of good public space. It goes on like that. So, and it all kind of feeds back to the same sort of original research that was done in New York City in the 70s around what is good public space that William Holly White did, and then eventually led to Bratt Park. So that's actually, if you were to go back and look at the history of studying this
It all
field.
goes back to that one article.
It really is essentially, it's a field that he created. It didn't really exist before. So he went out and basically filmed and monitored how people acted and behaved and used public space, and then did a lot of publishing and talking about it, and influenced a whole generation designers after that. And so when you're looking at some of the Just City pieces, I think there's quite a bit of overlap, because it's really looking at a lot of the same issues, maybe through a different lens. And that's what you see when you look at the different types of, the different lists of criteria. It's really what lens are people coming at it from. You know, are you looking at it from an economic development perspective? Are you looking at it from an arts and culture perspective? The Just City stuff is really more of a, a social psychology, sociology perspective, and probably these GEL criteria are a bit more on the actual physical design end of that perspective, and because they come from a more of an urban design, urban planning group. So, I just looked through to sort of see what was there as an overlap, but you can certainly look at this and then look at the things that you're going to be looking at in the Just City and see, I think, more than just these overlaps. But I was committed to making this fit on my plate, so I didn't continue the laundry list. But the criteria around welfare and Just City line up with the criteria around protection in the GEL set of criteria. Mobility lines up with opportunities to walk, cycle, etc. And there's even some of those pieces around identity, like authenticity, beauty, character, come through in the set of criteria too. And there were others, but it really is, I think you'll see quite a bit of overlap. And I'm trying to, as I put together the recommendations, refer back to this idea of what is good public space, and so that there is a linkage between what's being recommended and this set of criteria up here at the front too. I'm going to, what I wanted to focus on was the actual strategies tonight. There's, obviously, if you've looked through this, you've seen that the front matter of this document you can call it a document, have been filled in largely. And so there's a lot of existing condition and background and information consolidated in here, sort of a repository. There will be, in the not too distant future, but it's still not available yet, a way to sort of put in a navigation bar that's not there yet. Right now you sort of got to look at it from top to bottom, which is a bit annoying. But what is happening is that Esri, the ArcGIS software people, are transitioning from one set of templates for this type of story map to another. And we're making this in the new one because they're going to not support the old one anymore. And they're sort of moving the tools over a few pieces at a time. So they very excitedly added my ability to turn text different colors a month ago. I got really excited about that. And they added a few features a month ago that we were able to take advantage of. And they're doing updates every 2 to 3 months. So the next one is supposed to include the navigation. So I suspect that before the project needs to be technically done, you're going to get the navigation piece, which will make this a lot more user-friendly. There also, just by Susan, there's going to be a way to transfer it. That is not, I don't know when, but there will be. So even if it's 6 months down the road or whatever, we can, when it's available, we can move it from my ArcGIS account to yours. Cool. Yeah. So
that was really lovely with this diagram.
Yes, it's fun to zoom into that map, isn't it? And look and see what's there. So I'm gonna, yes, I have to move all the way through to get to where I need to be here. If you zoom too fast, it really gets upset, and then it starts to misbehave, and that's not something we want tonight. So here we are at the strategies piece. So at this point, the strategies are organized both geographically, and then there's some that are kind of theme-based. So the first set is the way around, which is the multimodal path going from the bridge to Brattleboro Common, and that's broken down into 15 segments along the way. So we're hitting a lot of the public spaces that way by going through. So we're hitting the parking lots and the transportation center as we go along. And then it's almost like the idea of you're on tour and you come back down Main Street, and it runs down along Main Street and talks about the municipal lands and buildings along there. We looked at some of those pieces the last time I was here. There's been a little bit more filling in around that, but the bones of that you saw before. And then there's discussion of the bike lanes and the sidewalks on Main Street. And then there's going to be shorter pieces for Elliott Street and Flat Street. And then the intersection has a section in here, and that's going to talk about potential physical changes to the intersection and the optimization of the traffic lights. Those pieces are not sitting in there yet, but they were in the presentation, the final wrap-up presentation for the charrette. So it's essentially those set of recommendations around the intersection. And I think the drawing that you saw in here for Bridge Street includes the curb radius change at the Main Street, Bridge Street intersection, which is sort of one of the major physical changes that's being recommended. Then there's going to be a piece talking about the West River Trail, and this is one that I've got down here on my discussion questions to talk a little bit about. There's sort of two options that I think could be presented in here. One is the rail trail idea of trying to get from where the West River Trail ends at the marina and connect that down through downtown. There's interest in extending the trail along the railroad. And then the other option is to look at using your existing streets to get bicycle traffic from the marina into downtown and connect to the common, so that you can then use the way around piece to ferry the bicycle traffic through and down to the Hinsdale Bridge and continue that loop. So,
sorry, is there an option on the table for the use of the trail that goes around the retreat meadows?
I don't think so. I mean, my sense of those trails, and maybe I'm wrong about that, is that they are not probably particularly bike friendly in terms of terrain.
Unless you have a mountain bike.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I would also say those are outside of the scope. I mean, I know she's talking right now about the marina, but that's because that was the idea of the West River Trail, is how do you get up there?
It's an important connection to think about. So I think what we heard from the public comments is that technically the common itself is not within our downtown study area, but it clearly needs to be sort of the terminal point of the path network, and it is feasible that could then provide that connection to make a further trail link to an existing planned trail. So we've got some looking at the railroad and the feasibility of that, which is in our study area, but I think presenting another way to get there as well and to make that connect in makes sense. And, so we can talk about that. I don't have those drawings in here yet, but those are coming. And then that sort of ends the geographic clusters of things that we're looking at. And then there's going to be a little bit on parking. There's obviously a lot about parking in here. In some ways, the downtown design plan ends up being a lot about parking because of the existing dominance of parking downtown, and and the need to figure out, it's a sort of a trade-off question. So there have been sort of there's individual one-off ideas, right? Like convert Preston to a park, or convert Harmony or a portion of it to a park, or get rid of parking on Main Street, the on-street parking. But that also needs to be looked at holistically. There's a certain amount of parking that needs to be provided downtown. And so while you could eliminate one public parking lot, in terms of the number of spaces and the demand numbers, you can't do every single one of the full-fledged recommendations all the way along the way through the plan and still have enough parking. So it's a question of making some choices, and that needs to get discussed in terms of figuring out what the priorities are and sort of the next steps for making decisions about how to balance the parking, public space, green space needs.
Right here, are you suggesting that's for discussion with the planning commission?
I think it should be something that could be on the planning commission's discussion list, and I think it's a necessary component to kind of wrap up and tie up the plan. I've tried, as I've been writing along, to at least introduce the idea that, you know, there are a lot of ideas being presented here. You can't, and there's a need there is going to have to be decisions about which ones to do 100% of. So I think I talked about that around the Preston Park idea. And the same is sort of true of the ideas around Harmony, because there are, you know, have been ideas floated to, you know, make the entire thing green space and eliminate all the parking spaces down to eliminate some portion of them, you know. So, and the way around piece, if you follow that through, you'll see that it requires fairly small reductions of parking all the way along, right, to make it happen. So, you know, taking 5 on-street spaces here to make room for a bike area, some reconfiguration in the parking lot to make room. It's not a wholesale elimination of parking, but it's a series of reductions. And so there needs to be, as you think about what the community's priorities are going to be for implementation, a recognition that you probably can't do every single idea until the, you know, demand for public parking changes substantially. There's some other parking option.
So can I, when would we have that discussion, and how would we get the public engaged in that conversation? Because we obviously, given people's anxiety around not enough parking, even though we know we have more than enough parking, how do we make sure that if we started taking parking spaces away, people wouldn't go nuts?
I mean, it's definitely a next step after the plan, after this plan is done.
Yeah.
But I think it needs to be part of your envisioning how you might move pieces of it forward.
I think it can come in kind of pieces, and
so not to be discussed within the next 2 months.
No.
I don't think
Necessarily.
no. I don't think we're going to be able to kind of rally consent around.
Yeah, and it could, you know, it's also probably true that each of the ideas could end up with sort of a group of core supporters. You know, there's people with different interests and level of support in different approaches. So
I feel like we'd have to look at, you know, the benefits, like, so if we're talking Preston Lot versus Harmony versus, I don't know, something else, and kind of figure out what are the pros and cons of each, and kind of work through it that way, and then bring it out to the public.
Okay.
As we try to move a project forward or something.
And then also sort of in the wrap-up end of the strategies would be recommendations related to programming, and then a set of recommendations related to public art. Really more focused on funding and managing those rather than necessarily specific, you know, recommendations for, you know, put some murals here or sculpture there, or, you know, have live music here on, you know, there's been some of that. There's been a lot of discussion in the recommendations around doing those type of activities in various places downtown, but you know, it's not going to be that kind of a strategy where it's detailed to that level. It's really more about how the town can fund and manage that going ahead. So I threw out 5 questions, and I don't necessarily mean that we have to discuss and resolve them all tonight, and I only gave them to you here now. I actually just wanted to think that these are important ones to have on your radar and to be thinking about. I'm assuming I'm here tonight presenting this we have a May type deadline.
Yeah, we have a May.
So one of the questions I had is an administrative one, is whether you want to see me again next month, with hopefully the rest of the material filled in at that point. And then there was the idea of scheduling a public presentation. So just in terms of the pieces that are left to accomplish, it probably isn't absolutely necessary that the public presentation happen before the, whatever the May cutoff grant date is. But you know, we need to have the product essentially ready by then. So these are things that I think are kind of the more critical policy points that the design plan is encountering. In some ways, we can present more than one option for a couple of these things, but should we be making a recommendation? So the bike lane question on Main Street, as it's written now, the plan makes a recommendation against doing the bike lanes on Main Street and for doing the other option, the way around option, based on that, the fact that it would be probably not possible to get bike lanes the full length of Main Street, and if you did put them in, you wouldn't be able to widen the sidewalks. Where they are pressable, you couldn't widen the sidewalks. So it's sort of a question of, it's a trade-off question again, so it's the bike lane or the sidewalk question. The same one comes up with the rail trail pathway connection and whether you want to go into that with this. The question is also, I think, ties to where do you want to put time and energy on the municipality's part, and try to also maybe guide community activity towards the projects that you think are going to move the overall vision forward more effectively or are more productive uses. The rail trail concept has some significant challenges and costs. There may be a way to get to a lot of the benefits of the rail trail without that, at least the connection, without having to encounter those challenges at first. And there could be, energy and resources put to other components of the project instead of to a bigger, more difficult piece. So I think that's some of the choices you have to make. It's like what the plan, by setting forth implementation and trying to help structure priorities, you're kind of hoping to direct community energy and resources. Municipal, yes, but also community, the public community as well. So in some ways, I was trying to give some sense of the feasibility. Here, I have both the feasibility and the challenges. So for some of these things, to lay those out in so that people have some better information about, or some more complete information for making these kind of decisions.
I remember that we talked about the Main Street bike lanes when you were here before, but I don't remember us talking about the rail trail.
No, we didn't, because that's sort of come up since I was here last.
Yeah, actually, Stephen Dotson, who is our sustainability coordinator, just walked in. He's been doing research on the rail trail. Stephen, this is Brandy Saxton.
Hi, Brandy, nice to meet you.
So it's actually great that he walked into the room and the rail trail discussion is. I've shared your information with Stephen. Stephen's also had some conversations with the Friends of the West River Trail. I don't know if you want to back up and take these one by one. I'm kind of anxious to jump in on a couple of them, but also want to hear from you.
Yeah, I like the idea one by one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Should we start with number one?
Yeah.
Sure. That's always a good place to start.
I think just for me going through this, the piece of information that was the most telling for deciding one way or the other on that is just the you said there isn't room at all the intersections to accommodate this infrastructure all the way up and down Main Street.
Right, so let me get to that.
Yeah. And the pictures of the sidewalks were really like, oh, they hit me really hard. I'm like, oh boy, those sidewalks are so narrow.
They are narrow.
And having had to navigate them with a stroller. Yeah, I like the idea of focusing on pedestrian and expanding public space on the sidewalks on Main Street and moving this transportation line for multimodal stuff back.
I agree with you, Jess. I know when we were doing the charrette, I think trying to play around and figure out how to fit them on Main Street was really, really challenging, and I would rather see wider sidewalks so that you can walk more than two people, you know, side by side and somebody coming the other way, or so that if a restaurant wanted to have outside seating or, you know, some sort of parklet or something, I think the social interaction would be better. I think that certainly, you know, there are some bicyclists that would use bike lanes maybe, but I think the greater benefit would be towards pedestrians.
It'd be easier to walk a bike on a wider sidewalk.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think, you know, I would like to make sure that we have a path into downtown on bicycles. We have the pop-up on Flat Street. I think that there is room on Flat Street to kind of get into downtown. We're going to be looking at it on High Street.
Yeah, that was one of the things in looking at doing the way around route, that you're obviously crossing the side street, so you're crossing over Flat, you're crossing over Elliott, and there are opportunities to improve the access down if you were on bicycle there. So the High Street intersection, if you think of coming out of the tunnel there, if you turn right and you're on your bicycle, there's actually quite a bit of room between there and the Main Street intersection. So while we were focused in that on providing the cycle track from the tunnel up to High Grove parking lot, there's actually no reason it couldn't go to Main Street too, to plenty, right? It's not, there's space, and there's not a physical obstruction there. So that's some of the things to look at as well. And the ideas around Flat Street were around exploring the idea of making it one way and really then being able to provide that widened sidewalk. I mean, that's already got fairly low traffic numbers, so that makes it a reasonable place to be with a bicycle as well, possibly. So I think the idea of being able to bike around the back and then pop down essentially where you need to be onto Main Street instead of having to traverse Main Street to get to where you want to be would work.
Yeah, I think, Sue, you said a key term that I agree with. The wider benefit or the greater benefit here is to if it's one or the other, you know, bike lanes on Main Street or enhancing the sidewalks. I think my vote is for the sidewalks too. Whether it's because they're more heavily used or it's a more diverse group of people, I think there's more benefit to be had by enhancing that. But regarding the way around, I feel like when this was first brought up, I liked it because, I mean I still do, but I liked it because I often take that while I'm walking, because I live down south of the food co-op, and if I need to go to the municipal building or the library, I'll take that back road, and it's kind of for novelty and more quiet and for those reasons. But for bicycling, I don't think I'll ever like that, personally, because I'm not so scared or wary of Main Street, and Main Street would probably be 1/3 of the time, because it's just a straight shot, you know. And I bike without a helmet too, you know. So I'm not everyone here, but you know. So the only thing I can think for Main Street that that I would like to is maybe, you know, does this happen every winter where the plows pretty much make the sidewalks and the crosswalks disappear? like you can't see across, and that's a pedestrian thing.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I'm saying like
Down the
marks on the
pavement.
roads.
Yeah. Well,
You know
the way of- yeah.
those little things that are halfway in the road that say pedestrians crossing? You know, those sorts of things will slow traffic down, I think, and make them more conscious of bicyclists and pedestrians.
You're talking about the paint wearing off and
Yeah,
having
some
some other
sidewalks.
sort of signal.
Yeah, I don't know if they redo that every.
It does, it does.
Oh, they do? That's how
Yeah, yeah,
fast
yeah.
it wears away?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, no, they repainted, that's a
Mhm.
sort of spring
Yeah, it's kind of a
thing,
spring.
Mhm.
is they come out and repaint the street.
But as far as enhancing it for bicyclists, I'm just, I don't know, some signs or some sharrows on Main Street, if we can do that, but.
The traffic levels are counted too high to do it as a
Oh, okay.
share on Main Street. There are numbers where
Mhm.
you can do it that way. I mean, I think the
So
bicyclists that are comfortable using Main Street now will continue
Exactly.
to do that.
Mhm.
And, you know, so I think it just opens up the potential to bicycle to people who now
Mhm.
don't have a route.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, the person who's a, you know, serious bicyclist, transportation-oriented bicyclist will probably still choose
Mhm.
to move with traffic.
Yeah, if people aren't in a rush, or they're new to the area, or they're tourists, or if there's easy or fun, novel things to see along the way around, then I think it's an awesome thing
And-
to promote and enhance.
The reduction of on-street parking on Main Street, which is part of the sidewalk recommendations, might reduce some of the conflict for bicyclists too, because it's one less avenue of moving vehicle to encounter, or door opening in front of you or something like that, so. It's still probably not gonna make Main Street a lovely place to bicycle, but.
So is everybody comfortable with that?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with the group for the reasons that were articulated. I think that people who are comfortable using Main Street now for bicycling will probably continue to do so. And having one of the options for a way around that for people who are not comfortable on Main Street and a bicycle would be nice. If I had to prioritize use of Main Street for something, I would say foot traffic, because that's how people get in and out of stores. It's also going to be how people with disabilities access things. So making it so there's a clear path for people to be able to do that would be the priority for me.
Cookie Street weigh in on this. No, but that's, she's on that committee, isn't she?
Well, she's on the Brattleboro Coalition for Active Transportation. No, I mean, they were the ones that did the bike lane pop-up, and I think, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that they would have an issue. But we had spent some time talking about the difficulty of biking on Main Street
Right,
and some
right.
restrictions or constrictions and stuff, so.
It's also not to get sidetracked, but it's also you discuss the number of trucks
Mhm.
on Main Street in here and the
Oh, yeah.
incentivizing of having larger trucks going through town, which I know is one of the things people
Yeah, that was a
have
great catch.
mentioned many
Should
times in
invite
the
the legislators
surveys.
to one of these meetings.
Yeah.
I wouldn't
And
want
just
to
say,
bike
look
on
at
Main
this great
Street with
recommendation
trucks.
to change the rules of the state highways.
That seems like a no-brainer, we
Yeah.
should.
It's just something-
It's federal, it's not state.
No,
Oh.
it is a state.
Oh, no, really?
It's the state limit is higher
That's a law.
than the federal limit on the state highway.
Okay.
So it's,
Yeah, okay.
you could either get the feds to raise theirs on the interstate, which seems unlikely, or get the
Okay.
state to lower theirs on the state highway.
Okay,
Yeah.
so, yeah, I've always
It's-
reviewed, I've always.
Yeah, it's one or the other.
Oh,
Yeah.
so if the state lowers it on state highways,
If
then
they
that
match
would
the
mean like
feds,
certain
there would
heavy
not
trucks
be-
just kind of aren't even allowed then?
Well, no, it would just eliminate the incentive. I mean, there's certain kinds of, I mean, that's why you have certain types of loads, like log trucks, for instance. They're very heavy. And so you can load them more if you're gonna take them on the state highways than
Right.
if you're gonna load them and take them on the interstate.
Which is why 9 out of 10, I haven't done a scientific study, but it seems to me like 9 out of 10 of those trucks that go by are logging trucks when you're
Well, let's not
watching them.
forget that Sir Sosimo's down
Right.
on 142, it's
Yeah.
hard to know what's local and what's not.
Yeah, it is, you'd have some, you obviously would still have some local traffic through as well, but there's, you know, there are certain types of loads that right now are more likely to be found on state highways throughout the state.
Well, maybe it's an interesting implementation step, though, to talk about lobbying the state legislators, because we've always talked about it in terms of the federal rules.
Yeah, and the differences amongst, it's actually interesting to look at across the states. There's, if you really want to geek out on this, you can go look this weight limit, truck weight limits across the states. You can go look at this on state highways, and you can see that they are all over the place. Some, you know, align with the federal ones. Some are significantly more. It depends. I mean, if you're in Texas, I guess it's a very different, you know, economic and infrastructure model
It
too.
would be interesting to know what other towns who share Route 5 as their main street, which is a fair number of towns in Vermont, thought about that. I'm sorry, I know I just took us way off topic.
No.
But I'd be interested
It's
to.
something we hear all the time.
To hear if this comes up in other towns that also use Route 5 as their main
And
street.
Route 7 and Route 2.
Yeah, that's a good example.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, it is definitely something that you see, and so you might notice, you can start noticing now that when you see a log truck on the state highway, it's usually filled up more than a log truck that you see on the interstate.
Okay.
Well, it's interesting, I mean, the total, you know, not to mention the kind of noise that it makes, but the wear and tear on the state highways and the funding that we're getting. I mean, look at Route 9. I mean, it's a mess. It's way overdue to be rebuilt, and yet we're allowing these heavier loads. There's a lot to balance that.
Yeah, it is an interesting one to think about. But
So
there's that
we did one.
We
What
did
about
one.
two?
So number 2. So I haven't obviously written this one yet, and there's no need to make any sort of recommendation on this if you don't want to. But then again, I thought if you did want to think about this and offer some perspective, what you might think would be.
So I'm wondering if, Stephen, would you be willing to talk a little bit about the research you've done and conversations you've had?
Sure. So where this segment stands between the bridge and the museum is that Friends of the West River Trail has presented the problem to safety officers, both for the federal level. The Northeast Federal Safety Officers come and walk the trails or the track and identified that there's a safety issue here. And now we've moved through the railroad safety person into their real estate branch, and they have drawing that lays out on the map where the proposed trail would go, and we're trying to push them to grant an easement or some sort of right-of-way or some lease agreement that could enable that trail to go in. I and others in the planning department have skepticism about where this trail is running exactly and how Friends of the West River Trail plans on.
Can I ask, are they putting it on the water side? Is their vision is it's on the water side?
Indeed.
Do they think that are they ignoring the second track and hoping that they will not have to measure off the second track for their setback, but off the primary?
No, the second track, center of that track, 11-foot offset is what
They came back with 11.
Yeah, or
From the railroad?
That's what the ask is, 11.
the ask was 11, but the trail itself is farther away from that on 90%.
Taking that West River and attaching it here and going.
And I can share drawings too if people are curious of seeing. Are they looking at it right now?
No, she's looking at it.
Yeah, I'm looking at the map that's here.
Oh, sure.
Not this
Yeah,
map.
not
So it would come here,
Yeah.
across Putney Road.
I can pull it
No,
up.
it would come
Let's
up
get to
here,
us,
kinda go
us to a map
under-
situation.
Yeah,
So
I
I'm gonna pull up
can
Google
point and
Maps.
grab.
I just need to
Under the
get to a
railroad bridge?
page
Up
here.
onto the sidewalk
And then
down.
hit the West River.
So,
I was on the workaround now, walk around, make around, whatever that thing was.
yeah.
Sounds like a song.
Way around.
The way around, yes. That's a simple name for it. No, I can't get it back to where it was. Go back.
So then would it,
There is no, I'm
would it continue down along the Connecticut?
Until the Whetstone Station, and that would be a place for parking and
Oh, nice.
yeah.
And how would it how would it interact with the summer residents that are in that area?
Down by the river?
Mhm.
I think they would have a much more direct route to downtown, and that they'd be able to get back and forth from where they live to downtown that much quicker, like any resident.
Hopefully more
And safer.
safely, yeah.
And there will be more people along that area, which means it's more better kept, and people, fewer nefarious things could happen there. I'll say this, that I think it's less of a challenge at this point to get the easement. I think the bigger challenge is going to be them designing where the trail runs and figuring out how to manage all the different pieces of the floodplain and the different.
Permitting.
Yeah, and the actually engineering of the trail to make it work for that location.
I was looking for the files I sent you.
Would it be a
Steven
dirt
has
track?
seen
It's
the
not gonna
files.
be.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be an impermeable surface, right? I think it could be, I don't know, maybe a gravel or some sort of rough, but that part hasn't been crossed yet. There's a need for a bridge to go over a stream at certain points.
There's a lot of grade issues.
Yes.
Because if you haven't walked along the railroad tracks, it falls off again to the water. So the railroad tracks, it sort of like comes down a cliff. There's the tracks that are flat, and then there's another dam along a lot of it.
Yeah.
Walnut Street or whatever.
Yeah.
Roughly how far would it be from the active track? What they've been working from is there's on the west side of there's an active line, then there's a fence, and then there's an inactive line on the riverside, right? And then we've been going 11-foot offset from the center of those two tracks.
Oh, okay.
And then even further is where the trail is based, but that 11-foot mark is the bare minimum that they think they could get away with ever. However, we did see.
Where did they come up with 11 feet?
Jason Cooper?
I think it's kind of federal, like, there's
As far as I
meetings
can
with
find-
rails with trails.
Yeah, as far as I can find, it's 15, but okay. We'll give them their 4 feet.
Okay.
Well, you said it's 11 feet off of the center, so track 1, track 2, they're going 11 feet from the middle, or 11 feet
from
off
the center of the second.
Second.
So
Okay.
that may end up being 15 feet dead center from both, right?
No, they're not. They're 15 feet apart from each other. From center to center, they're
Okay.
15 feet apart.
Okay. So, yeah.
Okay.
Don't know where that number came from, but.
Yeah, the one I gave you the example of in the Massachusetts one, that the fence was at the 15-foot mark. And so that's the other thing, is that it would require a fence as well. So there's a lot of,
I know that there's a
Friends of the
lot
West River
of.
Trail?
They have money.
I don't know these things, but they continue to be gung-ho for this. I think they could raise money rather convincingly for this project, though.
I know that there's a lot of challenges to this. I am not in favor of taking it out, recommending against the trail, because I think that having a trail along the river is an entirely different experience of, rather than using the way around in One-Tasket. I mean, I love to walk on One-Tasket, but they're really kind of two different
it's
things.
achieving the connection. It's not giving you the waterfront amenity.
Yeah, no, and all the benefits
We're
that
never
come
gonna
with
get
trails.
the waterfront amenity, right? I mean, because the railroad's gonna always keep that property.
Right, but you might get a right of way or some sort of easement or something to have a trail there. I mean, I think that that's.
Right, but the trail,
we should
I'm saying
acknowledge
the
that.
trail is the best we can do.
Right, right.
In order to get to.
Because
the
it's
river.
active, yeah.
Is this an either-or
It's
conversation?
not,
Oh, okay.
so the question I have, because we did on the question of the Main Street bike lanes make a recommendation, because it is kind of like there isn't room for both. The motor sidewalks and the bike lanes, we make a recommendation in here. Sue had asked that we incorporate, because of the work you guys are doing, the rail trail. My thought was, if we're going to incorporate the rail trail, we should point out that you could actually get the connection that you need over the existing street network without the rail trail still. But there isn't a need necessarily to recommend that the town focus on one over the other.
In any of the public outreach, did you, I mean, I just feel like anytime talked to people, they said, get us close to the river, we wanna have the river, we wanna have access to the river, I mean, it just seems like
Comes
that's
up a lot.
Yeah,
Mm.
this would answer that question.
I think it helps revitalize a part of the town that's kind of forgotten, and
Yeah.
people are pushed to the margins there. If you bring more people in, it's gonna revitalize that area, it's gonna make it feel safer, feel more alive.
I think when you think about it in context of the Hinsdale Bridge becoming a pedestrian
Right.
and
Yeah.
kind of creating this
Right.
trails hub down there, I know it's challenging, but I wouldn't want to recommend against it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I like that there's already community energy and leadership around.
Mm.
So it's like, it can actually happen, maybe.
Right.
And why not get behind that?
And it seems like it would also play right into the museum development if that's gonna happen as well.
I do want to say, I don't dislike the way around path. I mean, people are using that on foot anyway. I use it. You mentioned you use
Yeah,
it.
this-
I've
I
seen
use
people
it.
doing it, yeah.
Yeah, this would be an addition.
This is,
Yeah.
yeah.
This is,
Yeah, I think it'd be nice to keep both on the table.
but what was the, well, this is separate from that though. But what's the Wantastiquet Drive proposal, like what would
So
that
you could
entail?
come up from the marina.
Right.
You just have a short distance to make up on the main road.
Well, I know,
And then you get onto one
I know what the route is, but what would it entail the town doing?
You
Putting a
could,
sign up?
basically it's a sign and some, maybe some
Saying, hey,
sheriff.
this road
you could-
already exists, but it's a good one, so take it
So,
around there?
Probably a
Yeah.
crosswalk improvement.
Crosswalk
Okay.
improvements.
Which
and-
is
Yeah.
not so easy because visibility is poor where
It
you
is,
want
it's
it.
not the bestest crossing point, but, I mean, there's all, I don't know how they're thinking they're going to get, across by the substation with the rail trail plan.
Right,
But
I
you,
wonder.
whatever that plan is, you could actually still do that and still come on into Wolfwood.
No, I think that's the idea. You would
Right.
come up and
Under.
then come under.
The
Under the
railroad.
bridges
Under the
from,
bridge.
Both
okay,
bridges.
Come up on the other side.
Oh, both, cool.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so,
Oh,
I mean,
so
there's,
you- So you stay on the west side of the driving bridge, on the shoulder?
that's what Jason Cooper's talking about. Just for the record, that's what Jason Cooper's talking about.
so there could be other ways to get onto the I can never say it, Wantastiquet?
Wantastiquet.
Wantastiquet,
Wantastiquet.
drive. Let's just face it, I'm not,
not accuse you.
I'm not from Brattleboro, I can't say it. There are ways to get, there could potentially be a way to get on there if you can get around the substation, around the backside of the substation or something like that, right? So you could put the crossing further down the hill or something than where it is. So that there is some possibilities there that could be looked at, but basically the traffic levels are so low, it's just a residential street, that it is actually appropriate to be a sharo. So you could sign it to be a sharo, and then it, comes up through, I think then you go on to Harris or North or something like that. You basically come out right at the common.
Yeah. you come in
It's a pretty common neighborhood to walk through.
It is.
I know I enjoy it when I go downtown, so.
Yeah.
So I don't think the neighbors will have much of an issue with all the pedestrian traffic, because there shouldn't be
People
much of a
walking
difference, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So,
So, I mean,
Yep.
even if that's an interim improvement to make the connection, to help get people from one end to the other, it's well, they raise the millions of dollars it's gonna take to build the rail trail. So that's there.
Maybe when we have the Green Mountain Power people back again talking about the redesign of the substation, we can ask them about that.
Oh, well.
Okay.
So do you feel like you have direction on that?
Yes, so we'll lay out the options, but we'll not, we'll avoid making a recommendation.
We don't want to recommend against the rail trail.
Yeah. So, the next one talks about, like, how far, as I'm starting to work with Andrew on the implementation program, how far down the path of talking about the money do you want to go, I guess?
Yes.
As far as you can go.
So, there is obviously the improvement district taxes that, could be used to further the recommendations of the plan. So that's something that the implementation program could look at. is how those monies are allocated and, suggest some, perhaps not, some distribution of them amongst some of these goals.
And do we have some idea of what that distribution looks like now?
They have, I think it increased, I think it's around $80,000 that is collected from the downtown property owners in the district. And they are all DBA, Downtown Brattleboro Alliance is their funding. So, yeah, I mean, I don't have it with me, but they have a distribution of it for programs that they do.
So in some ways, it's this plan making a recommendation about how the DBA allocates its resources, which are technically the municipality's resources.
So, yeah.
Well, but the municipality made the decision that DBA is their downtown.
Right. So it's sort of a weird line, I guess.
It is a weird line.
Trying to point out.
Oh, wait a minute.
Does the DBA ever like justify their spending and stuff and like
every
have
year.
some
Every year. It's approved by representative town meeting.
Right.
It's on the ballot.
as a separate
As a
separate ballot question? It's standalone or just part of the $15
I believe
million?
it's standalone. I think it's.
Yeah, that's been contentious.
So if, well, what if the DBA hasn't been much of a participant in this process? Have they?
We had early discussions with them.
Yeah.
So would you characterize them as enthusiastic participants who would say, oh, great, we have a plan, now we're gonna implement it using our money?
I don't have any evidence to support that.
I don't think that I would want to be an organization that would be told how to spend my money. I mean, I think we'd have to have those conversations with them. I don't think it's fair to say, here's our plan, and you should take 50,000 of your operating funds and do it.
Is there a follow-up plan with them to share?
Not right now, but definitely there's a plan to share the information. I guess for me, I feel like those conversations need to be had, and I think that taking even DBA out of it, I don't know how I don't think the support would be there for the property owners that pay that tax, that they are responsible for infrastructure betterment projects, just them. I think they benefit the entire town. I mean, as it is, the whole flower program, which, is people enjoy the flowers in this, all 4 seasons or 3 seasons, and, visitors come to Brattleboro and recognize it. It's primarily paid by those downtown property owners. So I think there's a bigger discussion of what is the benefit and what does downtown bring to the entire community, and is it fair that there's just those property owners paying?
But they've also had a program the last year that activates public spaces.
They did?
And they've brought in musicians and artists and community game leaders and paid them a small amount of money to perform or do their thing.
So that's the sort of thing that could come out of the recommendations is, to provide support for that type of programming, how to, basically recommendations about how to allocate some of those resources amongst the competing priorities, so.
I should also, I just do want to say I am an ex officio member of the DBA board.
Okay, so I guess I need some clarification on this point 3 then. Is some portion of the improvement district taxes, is that money, basically is that DBA money? Or is there other improvement district taxes that we might be able to play with? In other words, so this recommendation is essentially doing what you said, which is this is gonna say, DBA, you should do X, Y, Z, here's our plan. And so we should tell you not to do that, based on what you just said. We won't tell them what to do.
The DBA gets 100% of the improvement.
That's how it's been allocated up till now, so us putting forward a recommendation would be, we're suggesting you not give DBA
Yeah.
right?
Full funding saying.
You see what I'm saying?
We're suggesting that you use.
Because it wouldn't be
something-
DBA spending the money to implement these things.
Okay,
We're not-
okay.
yeah.
So, all right, so rather us recommending to DBA, we're recommending to the town, give us some of that money and we're gonna
Right.
execute our plan.
I mean,
And I guess, to me, a piece of that would be like mission-based. Do we think that the improvement district taxes, the DDA is really focused on economic development and economic vibrancy and activity, focused on the small businesses downtown. And I think that if we were to think about making a recommendation of a different use of those funds, then it would need to come with a different motivation for activating a space, right?
Right.
Particularly, I think one of the things that you identified in here was this sense of safety and not feeling comfortable, not knowing the weird people that are downtown or the people that are panhandling. And I don't know if that might fall under an inclusivity sort of program or investment that might not directly relate to the economic development piece that the DBA really is focused on.
I wouldn't say the DBA is just focused on the economic development. I mean, it's property owners in the downtown, so there's residential as well. So it is a quality of life in the downtown. There is a large focus on economic development because we want our downtown to be successful and the stores successful, because that's good for everybody. But I would,
okay.
Just be careful. I wouldn't just say that they're
I didn't know that it included
economic development.
residents.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, residents can be members.
Yeah, my understanding is that DBA does allocate some of those resources towards things like programming and supporting community events and programming and arts and things like that. But probably right now there isn't money necessarily being directed to the actual physical improvements, perhaps, that could be used. So like, say, fixing sidewalks.
Right. No,
Right
DBA
now,
doesn't. I mean, that's tax.
none of that business
That's
improvement
that
district
is
tax
the
money goes to, say, fix sidewalks.
Mm-hmm.
But that is under the umbrella of what you can do with business improvement tax or district money. That's one of the things that you could spend that money on legitimately. It's an improvement to the area, right? So it would qualify. So that's the kind of question to look at. So as we're looking at identifying potential funding sources for some of the recommendations in here, do those tax dollars, are they on the table to be something to be talked about as to how they're spent?
That seems like such a bigger conversation. I mean, that
it is a bigger, and I wouldn't want to have it without having DBA.
Right, I mean, the DBA ought to be here and probably other stakeholders as well. I'm curious about, it seems to me, I guess I'm curious why you only pick the improvement district taxes as opposed to all the other potential sources for income.
Well, I feel that those are legitimately on the table to be discussed in the plan. This is the one where it's a question of whether you want to talk about how that money is being used now. I think we can legitimately say, yes, the town should be allocating more just property tax dollars to sidewalk repair. Right, without having a policy discussion around that to the same degree, I guess.
It seems to make sense to have these in there because people don't know necessarily that money, where that money is coming from and where that money is going. And as long as the DBA isn't going to get shirty about us talking about their money.
No, that's not happening sometimes. Yeah. Feels like that.
I don't disagree, I just never heard that word.
Oh.
I'll look it up later, so
Yeah,
take up
okay.
any time then.
Okay. No, because it does seem to me, any kind of public conversation is an opportunity for people to be informed about various different sorts of things. And $80,000 is not a small amount of money. It's nice to know that money is there. And in the off chance that the DBA would like to collaborate with us on taking forward some of these recommendations, then that's worth having a conversation.
It's worth having a conversation. I mean, we can definitely invite the executive director here. I will tell you that 80,000 is not their entire budget. They fundraise, they seek grants to do their work as well. So as a downtown, having a designated downtown, you are required to have some sort of organization that's, providing these certain types of programs. That is a requirement of the designated downtown. I think that maybe some things that are on the table would be, what if the downtown district was expanded? There's been some discussion about that, we looked at it the last time we were, no, actually it was a while ago. Should the designated downtown be expanded? Maybe that brings in more tax dollars, maybe it gets allocated in a different way. But I just think
So do you think
it's a big discussion that would be.
I'm getting a distinctive message.
I would rather have DBA here to kind of
Okay.
make the argument as to why I don't want to speak on their behalf, but I just think it's a tricky one.
And I don't necessarily think this is something you have to answer tonight. I think as we come around to look at the recommendations in the next round of looking at this, that I'm just highlighting this as a potential policy area where there could be some issues to be resolved.
Great, super. Shall we go on?
And I think I would just add, it's, if the planning commission wanted to take that discussion up with the select board when DBA is submitting their, they submit the budget, it gets approved by the select board, there's a whole process for it.
Okay.
Just need to think about
Is
that.
there any wording anywhere that says what improvement district taxes have to be used for?
Not what, no.
I'll look that up.
Well, there is some statutory requirements around what they can be used for. Or regular, probably isn't statute.
It's the state, right?
It's the
Yeah.
state,
It's
yeah.
the state has the rule about you have to have a designated downtown improvement group. I don't know what the term is, and there's some rules about that.
Yeah, if you look at the authorizing language for the taxes, I think there is some.
We might
list-
have it, we might have an ordinance as well that.
List of what
Layered on top
you
of
can
that.
use the money
I know
for.
we definitely have a downtown improvement district ordinance.
Yeah.
And there's
Okay,
information.
that'd be good to see.
Wow.
Yeah.
In statute.
But what's nice about you identifying like this particular money source is that it makes it really tangible. Instead of saying, the town should invest in doing better sidewalks. And then throw that on the town to figure out. I like the tangibility of some sort of sourcing money plan.
Yeah, we need more than just this one.
Yeah, it's clearly not to fund the.
No, no fun very much.
Yeah, so
That's municipal government, that's finding grants, that's using the downtown transportation program to, get funding for new sidewalks
So
and
I
stuff
think
like that.
is where we're landing on, it seems like where we're landing on
Agreed.
is not necessarily to make a recommendation, but that we do want to keep it open for discussion and to include DBA in that discussion. I think it's a good idea.
Great. So, are we ready to go on to 4?
Yeah, so I bring up 4 because one of the things that Andrew and I talked about when we talked about how the implementation strategy piece, the next steps in here is going to get put together. Is one way to think about it would be to run through sort of and organize it by who's responsible, basically, to carry out some of these elements. So, what are you looking for from, in terms of how Public Works is, what they might prioritize downtown, recreation, might do with some of the public spaces downtown, how the policing strategy is set up for downtown. There's a lot of places where you could make more specific recommendations on municipal either work, investment,
approach.
Given the nature of the conversations that have gone on in this town for the last year and a half, it seems to me it would be extraordinarily presumptuous of the planning commission, or maybe I'll just say personalizing this presumption from me, to start telling the police or the maintenance departments sort of how to carry out their work. I mean, it seems like this is sort of similar to the last question, and if we wanted to move forward, it might be worthwhile for us to say, well, we kind of like some of these ideas. Let's talk to the people responsible in those areas about how feasible these things are, what their thoughts are on them. Yeah. As opposed to telling, I mean, I wouldn't want to, you know.
I think I would push back a little bit on that, because with the full town plan that we have, there are definitely jobs assigned to committees, assigned to departments. And that was part of the whole planning and implementation. Like, it's not just a plan to get people interested and excited about the vision of our town. It's actually to accomplish these things. And I think that, I mean, as the structure exists with the town plan, it's not like we're treading into new territory necessarily by including some recommendations there.
So I think there's probably a fine line. So if we're talking about vegetation management, you know, I'm much more comfortable saying, okay, we have departments in town, or, you know, we've got a tree warden, or whatever, we've got this process that we can work through. I do not think we should be here telling the police department how they should be staffing and where they should be sending police officers. I think that is out of our purview and is not any, you know, I don't want to tell them how to police downtown.
Yeah.
I think there's been enough discussion about how they police in downtown that I just don't think that.
But just like you wouldn't tell somebody how or when to water plants and what sort of fertilizer to give.
Exactly.
You would say, we want some plants, can you take care of that? The best way that you know how. I think there are some safety and feelings that were identified in here that we can say, hey, community members feel like this is a problem.
But
here.
Those recommendations, I mean, we've heard those both in the plan and also in the daily newspapers about, you know, some people feel anxious about the underhoused population wandering the streets. Other people feel like it's not an issue. And I mean, I gather that, I mean, the police and the select board have been going around and around in circles in the respectful way to make sure that as many people can be made happy by what they're doing. And I guess that's what I'm concerned about, is this sort of notion that we get the feeling there are a lot of people had strong opinions and they responded to our survey about it's icky, it's grungy, I hate it, I'm not going there anymore. Why would I sit in those spaces? They're unpleasant. And how do we make a recommendation to sort of, I mean, we should make a recommendation to say that we should have more pleasant spaces, but how to accomplish that pleasantness, I think it would be nice to have a conversation.
Yeah, I just think, I agree with you. And I think there's ways we can address those things other than policing, like crime prevention through environmental design, more lighting on some of the side streets, brightening up the transportation center that Brandy has pointed out in this plan. And I think if we highlight those, we need to highlight the programmatic ways of making downtown safer than having to police it when obviously there, like Sue said, there has been those discussions. There is a police officer, I believe, or one or two that are downtown a lot of the hours, and there's Project Care. And I think if we can highlight what this plan is trying to get at, really in this plan, and then the priority, if that's a high priority, maybe that's a way we could do it.
I mean, I agree, this is a public design plan, like it's a design for the public spaces.
Yeah, no, I'm responding to the language here that says town departments and or policing.
It's maintenance and/or, so I wanted to get the policing one in there because there is some language around the, patrol, approaches to patrol, basically.
Right.
So it is kind of the question of how far beyond physical design do you want to go with the recommendations?
And I guess that's where I think that there's so much work that's been going on. I mean, it's sort of similar to the parking study. There's plenty of parking, but there are still people who say that we don't have enough parking in this town. We have to decide that those people just are always going to feel like there's not enough parking, because we know there's enough parking and we're sort of moving ahead. There's people who think that the town is unsafe. Everybody's trying to work to make it safer. We're just going to have to move ahead without telling the police what to do, assuming that some people who are always going to feel unsafe, because we're always going to feel unsafe. Rather than, I agree with more lighting, all those sorts of things, like classical music and the album. But I wouldn't put recommendations for maintenance activities by town departments and or policing.
I wonder if there is a set of positive recommendations we could make on policing. For example, when there are rallies or parades or walks, or encouraging more support, or other, I'm not sure.
I think that they are professionals, and I don't feel like I'm in a position to tell them how to police. They're very prepared, they're very professional. They've got their protocol. I'm not sure the planning commission is the right place to be putting that out there. Well, actually, I'm sure that the planning commission is not.
So I think that, if I'm understanding right, the question is really how to focus this effort, right? This report that we're coming up with, and I think, I'm not sure I'm totally closed. I'm still open to a persuasive argument, but I think where I'm landing is I think I would focus on programmatic things like you were describing earlier in this report, and not focus the energy as much on I don't know what did you call it? The recommendations for activities by town departments. I would maybe not focus as much on that stuff, so not as much on maintenance or policing activities, and focus more on the programmatic things like the lighting or the increased visibility in areas for as ways of improving safety in terms of things that feel to me more closely aligned to what the Planning Commission's mission is.
In that, I hear work for Public Works, I hear work for the rec department, I hear work for the Town Arts Council. So we'd be making recommendations for those groups.
Yeah, I was thinking more about the safety, and maybe I misunderstood the question, but I was focusing my head on the safety question.
Oh, you said programmatic, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, the plan obviously requires people to do work. There's no question about that.
And maintain.
And, yeah, I mean, but it's more, I think, sort of telling them where to go and how to do their jobs that we want to shy away from. There's also, I think, the plan as written can go towards making sure those people who say the place is unsafe we've heard that, and we can talk about, eyes on the street and this sort of Jane Jacobs sort of thing. We make these public spaces, we have more people out here, they're going to feel safer. It's not necessarily about having a cop there. It can also be, we do these programmatic things, and that way I think if people feel, they do need to know that we've heard that, so the plan has to reflect it in some way, but I guess it should reflect it not in a way that sort of says we need more.
I think The point I was trying to make before with the public gatherings and protests and things like that is that sometimes it can be a burden on activating space to have the police say, yes, but you need an officer there and you need to pay this fee to have that happen.
That's true.
So that can be a burden on activating space, and that would be something that a policy that they could change, or a value system that they could amend to support more public activity.
That's interesting.
Well, I need to check that, because I'm not sure, not every use of public space in that manner requires a police officer, so I think it's, and the town has certainly waived fees. The climate change march last year, there was no fees on that. You know, there's a rally coming up, I don't know, in Plenty Park that, you know, was small, doesn't need, you know, so I guess I'd need to understand when it is that some safety protection is required.
Maybe I can just offer a question. From what I hear here, I think what you guys are really wrestling with is, does this plan change anything in public space and in this design that should be made aware to these departments and would change the way it's maintained or policed currently? Is there anything that should be brought out as, this is different, it may need new consideration from such and such and such and such to handle it differently? I don't know that there is that in this plan, but I think that's the question that this is trying to get at. Like, is there something new here that's being presented that changes the physical space enough that we need to say, we need to point at it and say, hey, think about this, because this just changed in how we maintain our physical space and police it. I don't know that there is. That would be where I plan. But I also think your question's valid, but I don't I don't know that, I don't see the design process so much playing into that question. Like, I think barriers to using public spaces is a really important concern to take forward, but maybe it belongs in different communication or a different effort. I don't know. I'm new to this as well, so I get to play the new guy.
But it's I mean, the point is well taken. I mean, because I think, I don't know that we can anticipate that these spaces are gonna be dramatically transformed in such a way that it's gonna change the way the police and the maintenance department needs to do their work. I mean,
I think there's basic maintenance that maybe, you know, there's been some discussion of pruning back.
Yes, say like the riverfront area, so the community effort to clear the riverfront here. I think I have photos of it.
Yeah, I got the
See?
poison ivy
People
cigars
clearing,
to
prove it. Right, people clearing out the bank.
awful.
That hasn't been kept up. So that's, you know, has grown back in substantially over to
So
growing
this is an
season.
example of you wondering, should we state that in the plan, or
Yeah,
not-
it's sort of,
not
I'm
push
trying to
buttons?
figure out the tone and
Well, I think
structure
when
and
it
how we're
comes
gonna
to
move forward.
vegetation and maintenance and public space, I think that is okay to mention that nobody is currently doing that right now.
Mhm.
Is it Public Works? Is it Rec and Parks? Is it some other group? I think that's perfectly, I think that is perfectly legitimate.
Because I just remembered that when we did that, there was a big question about whether or not we were supposed to be doing that, and if we were hurting, you know, the
cap.
Yeah, something.
Mhm.
So I think that there's a chance that in fact we were, and that's why the maintenance department said, well, we're not gonna keep that up, because in fact we need all that growth in order to, well, anyway.
We don't need all those
Okay,
invasives.
all right.
No one needs the grapevine.
Yeah.
Okay,
No one
Maybe
needs
it's
knotweed.
grapevine. There's no knotweed there yet.
Okay.
Yeah, just
Plenty of poison ivy.
Yeah, so I think that's good, and I do hear, you know, if it is the barriers to public space, I think then maybe that works its way into a recommendation. I mean, you've talked about your experience putting on arts events and, you know, that the cost can be a barrier. And so if we are trying to program these public spaces, then maybe there's a recommendation that the town should look at its policies or ordinances and Like, I think that is
Not take
reasonable.
away the benches.
I'm okay with that being in a recommendation. There should be benches, you know, I think those are all the public space programmatic things that
Who's gonna take
I'm
away the
just-
benches?
People say that's happening.
They
Oh,
have
yeah,
it has
Places
that.
downtown over the years.
We need more benches.
It's a solution to loitering. You take away the benches.
I mean, I see this plan as like not directing one body, but directing the town as a whole, like the departments, elected officials, town officials. You know, that's how committees, that's how I see these plans and just the plan process and plan creation in the first place. It's, you know, it's not, some plans, maybe they tell direct groups what to do, but in this plan, it's more about downtown. How can we make these changes without directly saying that Public Works has to maintain them, or, you know, I feel like there's ways we can use that kind of language to say, look at what we did in the past, you know, we would love to, you know, how can we recreate these efforts to maintain invasives?
Or it's, you know, it's either recreating or it's saying, this is really important to us and we think that we should prioritize this kind of stuff in the downtown or elsewhere.
Sure, yeah.
So that gets
Government
us
needs
to
to
number
look at
5.
Yeah, so I thought just getting a sense, if you have walked through what's written so far, just what folks in the room see as priorities. I'm willing to share what I think are priorities, and then
Oh, gosh, why don't you kick us off? That would be good.
see where we go. You know, so if you're thinking about, as we're thinking about the implementation matrix, one of the things we're going to do is sort of sort them in terms of importance or priority or time frame. And
So we're doing matrix.
yeah, huh?
Okay, we are doing
I don't know if it's going to be a matrix. I just call it a matrix. We have a bit of a challenge, which we have to get through here in the design plan, is that the design plan, the story map thing doesn't accept a table very well. And so we normally do implementations in this table format. So we're hitting our heads here to
The
figure
town
out.
plan definitely has one.
Yes, this is a real planner problem. But anyway.
Well, another thing that I like kind of spinning off this question is, what do you guys think of like short-term and long-term priorities?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
In
In terms of like things that might take a little longer in terms of getting funding, like redesigning Harmony Lot, or something quicker like adding better lighting to downtown, for example.
So basically synonymous with easy and easily achievable and more complex.
Exactly,
fruit,
kind of. What do you think of that idea? I'm curious, because I've been thinking about it lately, so.
Yeah, so I mean, having worked through.
Four sector grid of
I think it's helpful to
what's
see that.
easy and fast and what's
It could be
slow and
helpful
hard.
for prioritization, just, obviously some things are gonna take longer to implement.
Yeah, is any of the commissioners prepared to articulate a priorities? Yeah.
I don't know if something jumped out at you as you looked through that you were like, we should get on that right away, or that's like, I think that's sort of a critical first step, or anything of that nature.
I don't feel ready to.
Well, you can think about that until we meet again.
Can you throw some options out there?
So-
I mean, I have some floating around in my head, but maybe it's just because they're the ones that I remember.
Yeah, so it seems to me that, the impetus for doing the plan was the change to the bridge. So the work around the intersection in Bridge Street, that seems to be, those are big projects and expensive projects and complex projects, but those seem to be kind of priority pieces, I would think, there. And then I come back to the transportation center. It seems to me that the transportation center and getting people to park there is critical to doing anything else that follows.
That's a good point.
So some of that is, some physical changes. It's trying to shift public opinion, and it's not going to be easy to do. If you look at the parking numbers in that facility, it's horrible. And the only way you're going to get the cars off the surface parking and off the on-street parking and into the garage is if there is a very significant public perception shift in the use of the garage. So it seems to me like that. It probably actually, I think they're gonna fix the elevator, right?
Yes, the parks have been on order,
Yes, so that is like, there are some things there, and I think, the conversation around lighting of the interior lighting has been bounced around.
DBA has had lots of discussions about placemaking, not only the Ask the River art, but, some art on the different levels of the floor, like that was seen at the pop-up, active community alley and activating the transportation centers and more.
Yeah. So that seems to me to be a pretty critical step. And then, unfortunately, to circle back to just the basic maintenance, just cleaning and trimming and tidying and maintaining what's there now. Because there's actually a lot of really good stuff there now that could be better utilized. And, start to create a more it's as much a public perception problem at this point as anything. And so those aspects to me seem like they're pretty important piece of the puzzle. And they're not hard to do either. I mean, in terms of the short-term easy question, you've got the resources, the town has the resources to do it. It's a commitment of the resource question, I guess.
Yeah, tacked on to that, I'd love Harmony parking lot to be a park and the rail trail to go in.
I would love bigger sidewalks on Main Street.
Oh yeah, that too.
Are we putting a hyperloop in there too? Like we just.
Oh come on, now you're being.
I'm sorry.
What's a century plan?
It's supposed to be long-term strategic.
I think the whetstone pathway too is, some sort of redesign of the space that is there that doesn't function very well.
Yeah, maybe that's something that we should actually talk about a little bit, because that's one that's got sort of two very different options ahead, and sort of two very different ways to think about the space. And I'd be curious to see what your response was to that. They both came out of the charrette, but we had feedback from people. In terms of what it would take to do this, to make this into a good public space. So there were really these two competing ideas. One is it's a path, and it should just be people moving on it, and it shouldn't be a gathering space so much. And so there is the this design idea, which really takes a bunch of that plaza space away and puts green space there. There was also a lot of sentiment, if you remember, in the public survey responses and people who came through, that people would like to see more green. The hard surfaced places in downtown are not particularly popular. We can say whether we think this works or doesn't work, given how those spaces are supposed to function, but a lot of people expressed an interest in seeing more green. So this really just makes it more of, this is a pathway approach. Yes, there might be some seating to overlook the river and that type of thing, but it's not sort of envisioned as that public gathering space. And then, let's see here.
That serves as such a great public gathering space right now.
Yeah, I don't actually have the drawing in apparently for the other one. I did start on. So the other one.
Is that sarcastic?
No, it was
yeah.
totally
Yeah, there are some good.
boom boxes and people making music and
Yeah.
people selling stuff.
I'm gonna just check and see if it's actually down here, and I didn't drop it in yet,
But you
or
think this
if
will
it ate it
enhance
again.
it, or
Every now and then
muddy
this
it?
thing eats a drawing. You put something in and it goes away. So let's see.
Is this section, this is owned
thought
by
maybe
the
that's why
town,
you
not by
bring
the
that up.
village?
Yes, it is owned by the town.
Because you had thoughts about that.
I should probably go within 15 minutes and looking at the times.
Okay.
Well, I don't see it sitting right here easily, so why don't I'll just, so anyway, the other plan takes a different approach where it takes, the parking that's here in front of the entrance to the store and shoves it down there. So taking out this walkway, so you push the parking that way. You still end up with fewer parking spaces, but you could sort of figure out how many you could manage to do away with. I think I said 7 or so might go away, and that would allow this whole space in front of the store to not have any parking. So, and then really extend the whetstone pathway that way, so it interfaces with the front of the store a lot more. I mean, if you notice that part is paved, as if it's meant to be a pedestrian zone, right? But it really, given the, parking and the, let's see, where's the, do I not have the area? Okay, I don't know how to do that. But anyway, to really sort of make that more of a pedestrian plaza space with the cars, yes, would still be coming by, but it wouldn't be the parking.
It wouldn't be the parking and all the movement.
All the movement going back and forth there. So, if you could think about the co-op could extend their outdoor seating for their cafe across. There could be, you could still leave it hard surfaced. You could have food truck or food cart type activity. That kind of thing could fill into that space instead of using it for parking. And in that way, really open up the whetstone to the pathway to the front of the store. There's something, the difference in the elevation and the cars is just enough to really make it kind of hidden. By the time you're in this corner, yes, you are visible from the parking lot, but you're not really highly visible, I guess I would say, if you're in that area because of the slight difference in the elevations and then the parked cars. So in some ways, that goes back to that whole surveillance and public visibility, and so all those kinds of changes and the opening up of the vegetation in there as well, that's also interesting, this vegetation along the back rows. If you go back and look at some of the earlier air photos, it's pretty obvious that this stuff in earlier actual photos, even when the store was just built, it's obvious that this stuff has grown up an awful lot in less than 10 years. Basically, probably since Irene, there was probably a change to the how much sediment there is down there and stuff pulled in and stuff. There's a lot of that. Basically, everything that's on the riverside is young for the most part, and is bushing quite a bit at this point in terms of blocking it around.
That area, that parking area strikes me as accident prone too, but maybe it hasn't been. But I wonder if anyone's heard of car accidents being frequent there.
In the parking lot?
The first
row.
The first row.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's times when I walk cars coming in, I'm like, should I go or not? Yeah.
But I think I'm cognizant of the time. So I want to know how we want to go forward. Do you have some?
Yeah, I did. I had this really novel thought that I wanted to share, but related to this. Was there ever the thought of us, maybe it's kind of a sacred cow, but a taboo thing to bring up, but that we have public spaces that are so underutilized and that relinquishing them, selling them, would free up resources to apply to a better spot? In the same way that we are entertaining the idea of relinquishing some parking spaces because they're excessive or unused.
That is not something that's necessarily, it didn't really come up in the discussions we've had, I guess, from the community, but it's certainly a valid idea. I think there was some thoughts around Harris, wasn't there, of trying to get some buildings back?
Nothing serious. I think it's planner fantasy that Harris would be a great place to put some housing.
Oh, good.
Okay.
no
It has a nice
seats.
view.
It has a nice view, nice flat parking lot. Like, we always thought that would be a great place for, when Melrose was being closed, like, oh, that'd be a great place, you know, who wouldn't wanna live downtown?
The other question, I mean, the question is, what would you be able to relinquish? You wouldn't be able to relinquish the riverfront area because of the pollution issues with that.
Maybe some really strange building could go in at Plaza Park.
That's got, I think, I haven't tracked it down or looked it up, but there is some historical.
It's on the National Register now.
Because of the fountain?
What? Wow, really?
Or more
Yeah,
than that, the wall that
it
goes
is.
around and everything.
Yep, it's part of the
downtown district.
The downtown district, and yeah, so
That's amazing.
Let's see with a
I
whole
would
new
give
eye
some
now.
thought to your, you know, any
Yeah.
consideration
Yeah.
of selling public spaces.
Because if it's so hard to find funding and stuff for additions, and there's
There's always
things,
precedent. We
and
can have
there's
that as
things,
an option.
things we have that don't satisfy, then we're saying
There
cycle
could be
things in
an
and out.
adopt a park.
Right.
Museum, take that malfunction junction park again. Do something cool with it.
So, outside of selling off some of our real estate, what's the, do you need anything else from us this evening? or-
I need a decision about whether you want to see me next time in April, or if I don't know what else you've got from an agenda perspective and things like that. So.
Well, we have the pressing issue of we need to work on our zoning, and before we work on our zoning, we were gonna have our values conversation and get that out of the way so that we could make more rapid decisions on our zoning, because we've had our values all set.
We are, I mean, the only thing I would say is that we are on a deadline. The municipal planning grant is up in May. I'm not exact, I think it's the end of May, and then I've got a month to close it out. I don't have the exact deadline, but.
I don't know the exact.
So
thing
your
either, but I think it's
recommendation
in
is
April.
we do this again in April?
Well, my yeah, I mean, no,
Just
I mean,
tell
I think if you want more time with Brandy and we wanna be checking in on our work, then
Yes.
maybe we can do more than one thing at a meeting, I don't know.
I mean, there's also the question, you know, if you wanted to do another time slot too, if you had other agenda items.
Or if we wanted to do a special meeting to do values or something like that. That's an option too.
Would,
Now that
would another meeting with Brandy, we would still be looking at the draft.
Within another month, I should have the strategy stuff done.
So it'd be like a final draft.
It'd be a final draft
In
version.
meeting in April would be a final draft-ish version.
Yeah.
Would that be a chance to maybe gently invite some other people in to take a look?
Sure, absolutely.
So maybe not that we are having those conversations that we talked about potentially having, but at least including.
Yeah, the DBA and
The
some
DBA,
other, maybe.
rec department, I don't know.
Right,
They would
the
come.
maintenance, people who are in charge of maintenance, it seems like.
Rec department.
Rec department. yeah.
Not as a presentation of a final anything,
But just as a discussion as we
yeah,
try to
this is
finalize
where we're
things.
at. What do you
I would
feel?
say if we take that approach, we should not have anything else on the agenda.
And the one issue might be to think about, if we invite people who haven't looked at it at all before, they're going to need some time in advance, probably, to have the option of familiarizing themselves. So that affects sort of how quickly I gotta turn this around.
Well, is there a chance that we can, we meaning the two of you, introduce those people to this?
Yes.
Before that?
Not just what's on Brandy, like when is
To
the
get this
deadline?
done
Should we
quickly.
do this in April, should we do it in May?
Well, I don't know that we should push all the way into May, but if you thought you had too full of an agenda to take it on, you wanted to push this into a little later into April, that could assist with the,
Well, it all
Having-
depends on
having
the
it more
commission-
complete so
commissioners,
before we look
whether or
at
not you guys can do it 2 meetings in April.
So the only thing I will say is that I am on vacation the week of April 20th, and I would want to be here for the discussion.
And then I'm on vacation the week before that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But
I think we
as
can
long as
still
one
have
of
a
us is
meeting the
here.
week before.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't have to be
But
here.
we could, I mean, the DBA and the rec department could see this.
Yes.
And.
Yeah, this is
and
live,
go
so-
a long way
yeah.
towards.
And
Yeah.
it would also
Briefing.
give them a feeling of, okay, this is still in
It's still in-
progress.
yeah, and then-
I don't have to
And
have
then
a
if they
full-
see the finalized, whatever you've got in April at the same time we do, then we're actually really collaborating with them instead of saying we're sort of just bringing you in when we've already chewed it. So I can check
Sixth.
with those that we want to bring into the discussion.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
is that okay?
Yeah,
I feel
no.
like you were trying to push for a later April.
Well,
meeting,
I was just
so
worried that if you want them to look, but if you're happy with just having them walk through what's here now, you know, I'm like.
Well, because I think it's gonna be a discussion, I'm gonna show it to them and
Mhm.
explain where the conversation went and, you know.
Yeah, so I do keep adding things, so.
Yeah.
I know, every time you look at it, there might be some new stuff.
And I think that it was really helpful for us to react to it with having some guiding questions to
Okay.
react to, so.
So you can keep those in the back of your mind, because as I've gone through it, those seem to be the more pressing policy questions.
Indeed.
So as we go forward.
Great.
Okay.
All right, so are there any other issues? Anything else? Nothing else for tonight? Is there a motion to adjourn?
Sure.
You can make this.
I'll make it. Move the way adjourn.
I will second the motion.
Are all those in favor?
Aye.
The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
morning. Nice to see you. I'd like to call to order the special meeting of the Guilford Select Board of March 16th. And I'd like to recognize our public. Hello, you courageous folks. Nice to see you. The rules of procedure are on the table of this, where the Select Board is sitting. Those rules govern how the public interacts with our Select Board. Basically, they are rules of courtesy. If you have a question or a comment, you address it to the chair, and I will recognize you. And your questions and comments should be brief and to the point. Are there any additions to the agenda?
I don't have any.
All right, I don't have any. Are there any changes to the agenda order?
None either.
Okay, then we will launch right into what the essence of our agenda is this morning, a very important one. Guilford's response to COVID-19 and its presence in our state and potential to be in our community. And I'd like to hand over those responses to Peter Root, who is our Emergency Management Director. Thank you, Peter.
Thanks, Richard. So yeah, as Richard said, I'm at this meeting today as the EMD, not as the town administrator. I have been in quite a number of meetings and conference calls over the past week. One of the first ones was last week, and with that I've also been coordinating with the Guilford Volunteer Fire Department, with Jared. I've also been in contact with Richard Davis, our health officer, who unfortunately couldn't be here today because of other obligations. One of the first main regional meetings occurred last week at the Brattleboro Fire Department, and those who were jointly putting the meeting on were Brattleboro Memorial Hospital, the town of Brattleboro, and the state health department. And first and foremost, they wanted to encourage everyone to not panic. Obviously, we want to have a good measure of concern, but also to know that everyone possible is doing their best to address this situation within Vermont and within Windham County and here in Guilford. Local responders have been coordinating with the state, first responders, Rescue Inc., the various fire departments and the hospital, and are ensuring us that definitely the hospital is prepared for this. They have rooms set aside, they have supplies. The various first responders are also working on preparations and locating supplies, which I'm sure everyone knows are in short supply. Coordinating with the state to secure those supplies, and the state is working with the federal government and manufacturers to get those supplies to us. One of the big points of caution is there's a lot of incorrect information spreading around on the internet, and in a situation like this, we need to be really cautious. And with that, some of this information will be posted on the town website later today. But to make sure we are reading up-to-date and correct information, we're encouraging folks to only look at a few specific websites. Brattleboro Memorial Hospital has a really great section on their website addressing this topic and their preparations, as well as what residents should do. I'm not going to read out their website, it's a little bit complex, but I'll have a link on the town website. The state of Vermont also has many pages dedicated to this. Their website is healthvermont.gov/COVID-19. They are updating the site a minimum of daily, oftentimes multiple times a day. It's a very great resource just to have an understanding of what's going on. The other website that is being updated multiple times a day is for the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. And there's unfortunately another long link, but I will share that later on. For anyone who's interested as far as
tracking this and see what's going on with COVID-19 worldwide, Johns Hopkins University has a really amazing tracking device that they have created. One point to note, though, is that there are several fake websites that have come up mimicking the Johns Hopkins website. So make sure that when you look at the link, that it states jhu.edu. If there's a different domain name, such as .org or .net, that is likely not the Johns Hopkins website. And the reason this is of concern is these websites are injecting viruses into your computer via your web browser. So the state just announced this morning, for residents to be concerned. Many of these websites also don't have security certificates, so they're saying when you look at the web address, it says HTTP, whereas you want it to say HTTPS. So just a couple of things to be on the lookout for relating to the Johns Hopkins website.
Excuse me, Peter.
Yep.
Will you be posting that fake news alert on the town website?
I will indeed.
Okay.
Indeed. And hopefully most people should have heard by now that a majority of Vermonters, a majority of Guilfordites are at very low risk of getting this disease at this time. Those who may potentially get it are also will have very mild symptoms. But we do need to be cautious of the elderly and those who are currently ill. And Governor Scott had a press conference discussing this on Friday, and there's another press conference later today that I would encourage you to watch. If you don't have television, you can also watch it online. Vermont Public Television offers a live streaming service in emergency situations, and it works very well. In the part of not panicking is one of the key points that health professionals are noting is that this is a fragile virus, and you don't need to stock up on hand sanitizer and things like that. All you need to do is use warm soapy water and wash your hands for at least 20 seconds, which is roughly the equivalent of singing happy birthday to yourself 2 times in a row. And 20 seconds washing your hands is a lot longer than you think. In this work, the town I'm encouraging the select board to work on what's called a continuity of operations plan, which is a plan to ensure that whatever the minimum services that are needed to keep the town running are in place should something happen to any elected official or any town staff member, anyone from the town clerk to myself, to the assistant town clerk, the assessor, one of our highway crew members, or even a select board member. And so we're going to be working on that hopefully later today, just to make sure that we know what is essential as far as serving the residents of the town and what can be put on a temporary wait.
Peter, can I just add that Peter will be using a form that is from the state about the continuity of operations. So it's a standard form that we have to fill out, naming the things and the people that will come into play to keep operations continuing.
Yes. At this time, if you are feeling ill, or if you have been caring for someone who is feeling ill, we kindly ask you to avoid coming to the town office out of respect for enabling us to continue our jobs, but also just for your own health and safety. Let's see, if you have questions as well, please call your doctor, or you can call Vermont 211 to get answers. You don't, before you go, if you are feeling ill, before you go to the doctor, please call your doctor and speak with them over the phone. There is, contrary to a lot of what we've been hearing on the internet, there is no drive-through testing at this time. Some other countries have drive-through testing, but we in Vermont do not at this time. And you cannot just request a test. You have to be displaying the signs and symptoms of COVID-19 in order to get testing. And as with any medical issue, that must come through your primary care provider. They must order the test. So we would encourage folks to be in communication with your primary care provider if you are feeling unwell. So later this week, we are on Wednesday evening, we're having a meeting for all of the individuals who are volunteers for the town's Emergency Operations Center. At this time, we are not opening the EOC, but it is a consideration should the situation get worse in either Windham County or in Guilford. And we are monitoring that every day. And I am in communication with Jared and others as is needed. That's roughly the situation for the time being. And one thing I think I would encourage the select board to consider is to whether or not we should cancel any public meetings being held at the town office aside from select board meetings. And relating to that, the Vermont League of Cities and Towns is currently working with this Secretary of State's office because of open meeting law. Open meeting law is a state statute that requires all meetings of a public body to be held in the public, even though we can have individual members of that board be remote, like Richard is at the moment. A minimum of one person has to be in a public location in order to allow the public to be present. And as of Friday afternoon, evening, there has been no clear solution to this problem as of yet. And because of how state law is written in Vermont, we must continue to abide by it until we have been notified that there have been any changes. Because of that, I would encourage the select board to consider whether or not we should cancel commission meetings of whatever form it is, as well as we have several community groups that use the town office for public meetings on a monthly basis, and consider whether or not it's prudent to cancel those. At the moment, the most recent information from the CDC is to limit meetings to a maximum of 50 people. That has changed since Friday. Friday was 250 people, and that's what Governor Scott announced in his meeting, and it may well change further later this week, and we will find out as time passes.
Sure, would that take a motion of the select board if we wanted to cancel public programming, if the select board wanted to cancel public programming in our town? That would also include the programming of the library.
Yes.
The library puts on a number of programs. So do we need a motion for that?
I would say yes, to be certain. I would strongly encourage you to have a motion. And considering that the library is a public library, I would encourage you to include the library.
Can I raise a couple questions before we advance this, I guess?
Yeah, no, I think it should be open for discussion first.
Okay, a couple of things. I mean, first of all, is the library currently open or closed, just out of curiosity?
The library is open.
Okay. All right. As far as commissions go, I mean, I think generally I'm in favor of just delaying them or, whatever we need to do. But I do have a specific request from Michelle Frizzy from, I think you're aware of it.
Yes, I was going to bring it up too.
It's in relation to the town plan.
Yep.
There's a forthcoming public hearing for feedback, and she feels like the town plan should not be sort of put into play until the planning commission has that opportunity to have public feedback. So I'm not sure what, she called me, I think she might have said the same thing to several of us.
I've spoken with her as well.
She spoke to me too.
Okay, and I mean, her thought was to just accept the current town plan until we have, the chance to do the new one.
I have a question
correctly.
about that.
But there may be, I mean, there's some sort of deadline we're working against, and I'm not sure what the fallout sort of repercussion is of not moving our new town plan forward.
So the overall repercussion could potentially be that we wouldn't have a town plan in place, which could then affect a number of things, particularly related to funding, grant funding. So we would be in a much better position to re-adopt the existing town plan and then to make amendments to that at a later date so that all of this work that the Planning Commission is doing won't be for naught. When I spoke with Michelle on Thursday morning, things were looking like, we could still have public meetings. Obviously, a lot has changed since Thursday morning, and we don't know what's going to continue to change. I think that her initial thoughts are good, that we should move in that direction for the time being, just so we can have it in place.
Yeah, I like that idea, Peter. Another option that we can consider is, which other towns are doing, is to have a conference call, which basically becomes a town meeting, where folks can have a number to call in and they can make their comments about the town plan and have questions about it. I'm not advocating that. I'm just putting that on the table as what other towns are doing in regard to commission meetings in Vermont.
Tom, did you have something you wanted to say?
Steve, maybe you've spoken with folks at the Wyndham Regional Commission there, but with the planning process, there are these deadlines that are, at this moment, there's no flexibility in them simply because it's there's many things to think about, and this is not high on the priority list. So the option of going ahead and re-upping the previous plan, potentially with some amendments, is a way to get around that. There's the expectation that there might come some changes down the road, but since we don't know, we should move ahead, I think.
And obviously, we're hoping that we will get support from Wyndham Regional, presuming we will, as well as VLCT, to work with the state on situations like this relating to the town plan, which we have very specific deadlines and steps that must be taken in order for the process to happen, and how we can work around that. We don't have any answers yet, but we're not alone in this position at this time.
Right, so let me just clarify for myself and maybe other people who will be watching this. We're all dealing with this certain new reality that's an interruption in deliberations, or at least face-to-face deliberations. So we might advocate for a change in the timetable. Maybe that we'll get a positive response about it, maybe we won't. But it seems reasonable not for everybody to be sort of fudging the situation, like using an old town plan just to have something in place, rather than acknowledging that we need more time for deliberation. That's the end of what I have to say.
Go ahead, Don.
It strikes me that at least the only tool we have right now is it's not necessarily a fudge, but the only tool we have right now would be to adopt, re-up the town plan, which would then give us more of the space that we need, while at the same time advocating at the state level for some softness in some of the deadlines or readjustments.
So we would have a two-pronged approach.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Sarah has her hand up, Richard.
Okay, Sarah.
Hi, everyone. I came in my role as your state rep, so I just want you to know we're taking it really seriously at the state level. And while we just made a decision we stayed late on Friday, but made to pass through a number of provisions that would help our communities. And I won't go into that. I sent you all an email over the weekend. But with things like this, while we're not up at the State House, I'm in regular communication with leaders. So if there are questions like this that I can help, I'm getting, we have a point of contact with the governor. We have a point person with the Vermont Department of Health and with the Agency of Commerce and Community Development. So I can get pretty quick answers with my new email address. And so I'd be happy I'm taking notes today, but if there are other things that you need from me, I can be that conduit. And also, as I'm getting things, Peter, I'm sure you're on the email list for everything. But if there are things where I can be helpful, I don't want to inundate you more.
No.
But if there are things, I've been trying to put things out on Front Porch Forum and things like that. But I'm just really, I'm here to listen and to support you. I really, this is a great community. We know how to take care of each other. I wanted to reassure folks that from the state's perspective, the state treasurer has said we're in a really strong financial position. We have the resources in our reserves to help our communities get through this. So I'm really here to listen and to also be a reassurance, but also to let you know that I'm here to help in ways that help. So
I'll definitely be speaking with you regarding this topic.
So this topic, because we did pass a series of legislation on Friday with provisions for our communities with special circumstances around the COVID-19 virus, and this was not one of them, but I think I can do some asking.
Great, thank you very much.
And we're expected to go back on the 24th, so which, like everything, things are changing quickly, so that might change.
Actually, Jamie also has.
Yes, Jamie, I see you.
Hi, I just had a clarification question about the potential delay of the town plan. So is it because they can't hold a public hearing?
That's correct.
And so if the law is shifted so that the definition of what's public, for example, if there's an open public forum online or an open conference call, if that changes, does that then take away that stumbling block?
That's an excellent question that I don't honestly have an answer to as of yet, because we don't have a response from VLCT yet. It's a great question, though. I do think that, from my understanding at this point in time, we'd be safer to re-adopt the existing plan just to prevent a situation like that from happening.
I guess, so then I have a follow-up question. So I've just been glancing at the draft town plan, and I've noticed there are updates that are, immediately relevant. And I'm curious if it's an option instead of adopting the previous town plan, adopting the draft of the new town plan?
Not without public input.
Okay.
Unfortunately, that's a key step in the process of the town plan, because the town plan, one of the key parts of it is that it represents the goals and interests of the residents of this town.
Zorn?
Oh, no, I would say exactly what Peter's saying. Yeah.
Are there any other comments? My question is just, is the select board ready to make a motion to re-adopt the current?
Before we do that, we have to be in touch with Michelle. There's a specific series of steps that need to be taken in order for that to happen. So we'll have to wait on that. I'll be in touch with Michelle later this morning.
Okay.
But I can, if that is your decision, informally, I can let her know that that is your opinion, that you wish to do that to prevent us being in a sticky situation.
Okay, can I take a straw poll then of the select board members who think that we should re-adopt the current town plan in light of the situation that we're in with COVID-19? Can I ask Michael what your opinion is?
So I'm kind of wondering if we can, who is setting this deadline? Which agency in the state is it, or?
I don't remember.
I wonder if we can go to the state just before we decide to re-adopt, just ask if the
Michelle is working on the deadline can't be, for the time being, it can't be shifted.
And what is the deadline?
There's an adoption process for the town to do its planning process.
And each step has a deadline.
They have legal ramifications all the way down the road. So they're all.
Okay, and so what is the first deadline we're talking about?
The first one is going to be the first public meeting, which is going to
May 4th.
May 4th, yes. So that's one of the first deadlines. I'll be, because I'm not personally deeply involved with the process, let me be in touch with Michelle and Thayer and Jethro regarding the specific dates and timelines and what specifically state statute is around this. But it is covered by.
If the state is open to changing the deadline,
they're not at this moment.
At this moment, they're not.
They're not. Okay,
No.
in that event, then I'm all for readopting the current town plan.
Excuse me, is this something that Sarah could help with in regard to?
Yeah, I'll be in touch with Sarah after this meeting and get Michelle in touch because Michelle has more information.
It's not.
Just going on with the straw polls on.
Rich, I'll just say, add in here, I'm in favor of adopting the old plan if we need to, but I think it's important to say that it's not fair to say that the state's opposed to switching the deadlines.
Correct.
It's just not something that can be done at this moment.
That's correct.
So until more looking, perhaps from Sarah's point of view, or whoever would be doing that kind of looking, then perhaps we can see some openings begin to come. So it becomes
Miranda,
Yeah, I'm interested in gathering the pertinent information, and then we can move forward quickly once we know what our options are.
Okay, so, well, the question was that Peter presented was that he wanted to be able to tell Michelle what the general sense of the select board was in regard to readopting the current plan. That was what you put before us, Peter, is it not?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we need to come to in a straw poll. We're not voting. We're just giving.
Well, she can abstain if she wishes to.
Well, let me just put it this way. If if the people who are drafting the town plan feel that this is the best way forward for now, I'm all for it.
I think they do.
Okay, and let me put my straw in. I would say that I would be for it, for readopting the current town plan in light of the current situations. But I would like to remind folks that we are working on a dual track where we've got Sarah working for us with Montpelier agencies, and we're also trying to figure out whether a public meeting would be in order and whether the deadlines can be changed. So we're working on two tracks here. And we're not taking any action at the present time. Steve?
Steve has something to say.
Yeah, he was recognized.
I'm Steve Lemke from the Wyndham Regional Commission rep for the town of Guilford, but I've talked with John Bennett, who is the main man on town plans and things, and John offered to personally take our old plan and take the new plan and see what in order to readopt the old plan, there will still have to be some revisions made in order to be correct, in order to even begin to readopt it. So John is going to do that. He started it on a Friday. I would expect that Michelle or I or you guys or somebody will have that information. So a good thing, it's a moving target, but if John can identify those 3 or 4 paragraphs that need to be put in, then at least we would have a document that could be readopted. And as far as deadlines are concerned, the ultimate deadline for the town plan as it stands now is June 22nd, but there's so many public hearings and things and that the select board has to do that I think the first deadline is as early as April 1. So it would be very well advised to get a readoption of the old plan once it's in the format that it can be readopted.
So Peter, could you, so it seems that the select board is in favor of thinking about readopting the current plan with the additions of John and WRC. So that should be carried forth to Michelle.
Yep, so I'll continue, I'll add in John and Steve into the conversation with Sarah and Michelle to make sure that we're attacking this from as many sides as we can to make sure that Guilford's in the best position we can be.
Thank you.
Good. Do you have next on your agenda, Peter?
Well, I would recommend you making a decision as to whether or not we should cancel public meetings in town offices and the library. And if you do decide to, I would strongly encourage you to set a time, say 2 weeks or 3 weeks or whatever you feel is best until we have a better idea.
For reevaluation?
For reevaluation, correct.
Do I have a motion either way to keep public programming open in the town of Guilford, or to put it in abeyance for a specific amount of time. And it seems to me in my research that towns are doing a month or 2 months, as well as the state has done that too, in terms of stopping public programming for an interim.
I would so move. I would suggest that we cancel town meeting, all commission meetings and public gatherings in town buildings.
For a period of how long?
Well, that's what I'm thinking of. Perhaps we could say for 1 month to be reevaluated at that point. Mm-hmm. The wording of that we could simplify, but that's the point.
Zahn, did you have a comment?
I think I'll second it so we can talk. I would just suggest that we might want to just, does it make sense to go to April 6th, which is what the public schools are doing, that it helps people just have everything in one space, in one mental space.
So would you like to amend that motion, Zahn?
Yeah, I guess, just if it's open for
Whatever. That's a good idea.
I guess I'll just raise one more point. I know at least one commission, the Conservation Commission, is considering like conference calls, which is, I feel like a live meeting in one room is a better way to get business done.
As discussed previously, because of the way state law is, somebody still needs to be physically present in a room where the public can meet. And so it's until we get a response from the Secretary of State's office regarding that, we cannot do it.
Okay, I'm in favor of until April 4th.
Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, I suppose, I guess I'm curious, and I guess this is another Sarah question, is whether whether there could be some kind of modification to the open meeting laws to enable essential commission projects to go forward. I guess it's just, if we're talking about April 6th, that's not a very long time,
Well, as I stated previously, VLCT is currently working with the Secretary of State's office on this very specific topic because it's affecting every single community across the state.
Well,
obviously, we can ask Sarah to assist, but I think we don't want to overburden her, and I think getting her assistance on the town plan, in my opinion, is more valuable at this point in time.
So, one more question. So, just so I understand open meeting laws, excuse my ignorance, but
it's okay.
So it would be illegal for the Conservation Commission to all take place in a conference call from the comfort of their homes?
That is correct. Without someone publicly present at a location.
So if we shut the town offices, then no one could come in here to have a public meeting, and you can't just name someone's house as a public place. I'm just asking. I don't know.
No, because it's a town commission, it's supposed to be a business enacted by the town.
All right.
Now, if that was to use some other public, because your home is not a public space.
I see.
But for example, BBCC
or
the library, those are public spaces. So they can and have occurred in those spaces before, but not someone's personal home. So yes, the way that Vermont state law is interpreted and written at the moment, that would be illegal. That's why VLCT is working on it.
So could we have this provision that until April 6th, everything's canceled unless we learn something more, or unless things change and we could open it back up?
Yeah, so we could add that to the amendment that puts April 6th as the date certain.
Yeah, sure, unless things have changed. So, Richard, then you need to inquire if Veranda will accept the amendment to her motion.
Veranda, will you accept the amendment?
I would welcome it.
Okay. So, Peter, would you read the amended motion, please?
Sure. The Veranda moved to cancel all town commission meetings and public meetings at the town office with the amendment, is until April 6th to be reevaluated at that point unless we receive additional information sooner than that.
And that's been seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Please say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Select Board.
I will put that information on the town website, signs on the front door, and we'll communicate it with all of the commissions and other groups that regularly meet at the town office.
Speaking of the town website, Peter, I'd like us to discuss having a space that's dedicated to COVID-19 news on our town website.
Yep.
And is that something that you're doing presently?
Yep, I was going to tackle that today.
Okay, very good.
I believe that.
I'd like to add that it should be prominent.
Yep, I'm going to put it at the very top of the front page and then have a dedicated page people can click to. Steve and Jamie both have their hands up.
Jamie?
I'm speaking as the administrator for the Bratt Community Center, and I'm wondering if the select board advises the community center to follow the town's schedule with closing public events.
Well, the BBCC is a private nonprofit, and I think that the trustees would have to make that decision of the BBCC. It's not under the auspices of the select board.
But we're asking for an opinion.
Yeah, I think it's more of a, are you going to advise the town to abstain from public gatherings?
It seems like we could say that in accordance with the CDC and all the recommendations that they're making, that every nonprofit in town would do what it can for the safety of all Guilford citizens, that use the accommodations that are being made in our town as a justification.
This applies to the state's instructions as well as the CDC instructions that public meetings are, and it's 50, but public meetings should not go forward. And so perhaps the select board could make an advisory. Sarah?
So I'm now wearing my hat as the president of the Bratt Community Center. One of the things that happens at the Bratt Community Center, we have lots of different groups who are our partner, community partners, and one is Guilford Cares. And one of the things that Guilford Cares does, as everybody knows, is runs the Guilford Food Pantry. And I think we were talking, we're leaving some of the discretion up to our partners, but we want to give guidance. We think that the food pantry is an essential service in our community. So I just wanted to say that here that even though we've been encouraging groups to rethink whether they're going to be there, I think that we're going to encourage the food pantry to stay open, and we'll put up. I've picked up some signage for the building so that we can put up some signage for people to wash their hands and things like that. But I think Pat Hain said, made an announcement that she's going to continue to do it, and folks should be able to depend on that, I think.
And I've read that there are models on the website of how food pantries are operating under the current conditions. And so perhaps Pat can take a look at that to see how she might want to operate. Steve?
At WRC, we have a lot of committee meetings, and our suggestion was that they don't meet unless there's critical business. And sometimes, did the prohibition that you just put through actually apply to the select board as well?
Excuse me? I didn't hear.
Was what you just voted on apply to the select board meeting as well?
Technically, yes, but they would need to actually make an amendment to that since we have an upcoming select board meeting on Monday.
And you have critical business, sometimes like paying warrants and things like that. So,
that is correct.
So when you make it so broad, it starts to fall apart. When it's one thing if you say we're going to plan a picnic for the summer, but it's another thing if you have to pay town people or there's critical business to a contract needs to be signed. So I would only say consider that in your broad-based statement.
Richard?
Since the food pantry came up, one of the reasons that I'm here today is just to make the point that the Broadbrook Community Center is planning a remodeling, phase 2 remodeling, which would put the food pantry essentially out of business come May. And Guilford Cares has been trying to find an alternative location without success.
Really?
So at the time that we are talking about, excuse me?
I think the school is because we've done that in the past, we
Yes,
have less time.
that's correct, and the school is now under regional control and we cannot get permission to use the school. So we have an additional crisis. And I'm wondering if the Broadbrook might consider postponing their remodeling. Obviously, we're not going to have meetings there for quite a while. We're saying 2 months and so forth, but pandemics last for years and have recurring waves in the aftermath. So I'm just raising that issue for your awareness, and I hope we can work something out, because I think there's serious risk at this moment that we won't have a food pantry when we need it most.
That's an issue that I'm not sure the select board, given that we're dealing with a private nonprofit organization and one of its partners. I think that the select board perhaps could discuss this. Peter, you'll have to let me know with the legality of that. But certainly it's not up to us. I think it's a very profound concern in our town about where the food pantry can be and store its food. So we've got to pull a group together to tackle that issue, because it's critical.
Yeah, the select board can express your concern and empathy towards the situation, but as Richard noted, this is a discussion between two private organizations, and if we can provide any support in a way, we will do our best, but this is not a specific select board matter, unfortunately.
Well, certainly the welfare of the community is a
sure.
Yes.
So that's the only reason I thought we were obligated to make you aware of this situation, which involves vulnerable members of the community. So,
And we appreciate your bringing that to our attention for sure.
And I certainly will be happy to join any effort to find an additional, another place for it if the BBCC is not available. I mean, I'm one of the pantry volunteers and will certainly keep that together.
Sarah?
I don't want to take up much time with this, but I just want to say we're working closely with the food pantry. The Broadbrook Community Center board helped the food pantry find an alternative location last time. We know the value of this. This is going to be a big question coming up, how we move forward with the construction. A lot of our funding is timeline dependent, so we have to use the funding in certain ways. We have local contractors who are depending on this work, and if we don't do the work, they could be in a situation. And at the same time, I think we're finding that there are some pretty creative solutions in how food pantries are operating in situations like this that are mobile and flexible. So we're looking forward to working with Guilford Cares and the food pantry and figuring it out.
Thank you, Sarah. I think we should move on now. Peter, can you continue with your agenda?
That was pretty much it for as far as what I have. I will be presenting more information to the select board. 2 points I did want to address back to my role as EMD. One is, while the select board did officially change the location of the Emergency Operations Center from Guilford Volunteer Fire Department to the town office, due to a number of factors, including preparations for town meeting and other things that have been happening, the physical resources have not been moved away from the fire department as of yet, and also due to the fact that we had been waiting to install a radio tower here until the summertime when we have our new fiscal year budget. Through discussions with Jared, for the time being, should we need to open the Emergency Operations Center, We will open it at its original location at the fire department, should we need to do so. The second point is that we have, or I have a meeting scheduled for Wednesday evening for all volunteers with the Emergency Operations Center. Due to space constraints, we are going to move that meeting to the fire department. And I received permission from Jared to do that.
Oh,
So.
Peter? Richard, I have a question about that meeting. And so when you say volunteers for the EOC, are you talking about already existing volunteers, or are other people who want to volunteer in the effort welcome at that meeting?
At the moment, I have reached out to the 26 volunteers who have previously volunteered. If any new resident is interested in participating and volunteering, you are welcome to show up. I just need you to reach out to me in writing to communicate that you are interested in volunteering and you would like to come to that meeting. And really, preferably by noon tomorrow, so we can get full planning for those purposes.
Jared, did you have a comment or a question?
Nope, Peter covered it. I just wanted to make sure. The biggest thing is that we get the contact info and names of people. So if they can't make the meeting, or if we choose to keep the meeting small because of the situation, then we at least have their contact info.
Thank you, Jerry.
I have another matter that we didn't discuss, which is the town office. There are towns in Vermont, in the research I did over the weekend, that have closed the town office. Are we in favor of keeping our town office open but discouraging face-to-face business and encouraging people to call the office if they have a matter, or to is there a mailbox on the outside of the?
Yes, we have a large mailbox at the end of the driveway.
Right. So I'm interested in the select board's opinions about that. I'm putting forward whether to keep the town office open or closed.
Richard, Dick Smith has his hand up.
As a lister in town, I have concerns about what our job as listers, we're time sensitive. The 1st of April is a key portion, and I'm not sure that we should be going into people's houses this time and doing this. We haven't gotten any notification from the state that they're going to change timelines. So I'm a little concerned as to both our safety and other people's safety. So,
Sarah, is that something that you can find out for us? Yeah, great. And we'll report back to you, Dick. So we're coming back to the town office. Do I have any opinions?
I just need to ask some questions. If we close the town office, that means we're closing, asking employees to stay home.
Well, I think it could be two ways. It could be closing the town office
to the public.
for the public not to enter, but keeping continuity of staffing.
Okay. And some towns in the state are doing that. So, for example, attorneys or other researchers, real estate agents can call in and request. Now, they have to pay a fee for the town staff to do that, but they can do simple searches. That being said, a discussion with Penny and Lisa this morning, it appears that most real estate transactions have come to a screeching halt within the past couple of weeks. And there has not been a lot of business. But I think that in order to, I appreciate Richard's question, and I think it is a valid question that needs to be answered. That being said, I think we need to establish the continuity of operations plan first before we make a judgment on closing the town office.
I agree with you, Peter. And I also, my feeling currently is that we should remain open but discourage the public from personal, face-to-face interactions.
One thing I would consider or offer for your consideration is to consider closing the town garage to public access. So some people do come in to talk to the road crew just because they're friendly guys. Some people come in to get some road sand for their driveways, and for the safety of these critical staff for the town, I would offer the select board to consider not closing the function of the town garage, but to close it off to the public.
So we're talking about.
We could have, Miranda, yes?
So we're talking about a few different things.
Correct.
I mean, or these are two related issues. I mean, one thing is I'm wondering how the staff at the town office feels about their own health and safety and public access. Do you have a sense of how people feel here?
When I spoke with Penny and Lisa this morning, there are mixed emotions because they want to continue to do their jobs. They have, as Dick pointed out, Lisa and the listers have critical things that they need to get done in a very short time frame. Penny has critical things. She has time limits when she receives a filing that she has to perform her duties within a certain time frame as well. And so my colleagues are concerned for their own well-being and the well-being of anyone who comes into this space. And there was no consensus as far as what the best state of action is at this time.
Could I suggest a motion, which would be that the select board has votes to close to the public the town office and the town garage, but they would continue operations. How does the select board feel about that?
I would second that.
I'd be in favor.
Okay. So then I shall make that motion.
So do you have an effective time or date, and do you have
Until April, what is it, 2nd?
6th.
6th. To be reviewed at that time.
I'll second.
Is there any further discussion?
Effective at what point in time? Effective at noon today? Effective tomorrow?
Isn't today the deadline, time? No, Wednesday is when the schools will
That's
be closed in
correct.
the state.
Yes.
So why don't we do it on the state timeline, Wednesday?
So that's effective as close of business tomorrow is the way the state worded that.
Yeah.
So are you amending your own motion then?
Yes, I am. Is there any further discussion? Peter, would you read the motion, please?
So Richard moved to close the town offices and town garage to the public while maintaining daily operations, effective close of business on Tuesday until April 6th.
Oh, I have a question, which is, I don't know that we've resolved the issue of select board meetings. I mean, so if we're closing, let's say, the town office to public access, does that mean that the select board is not going to be meeting here?
Well, so the only thing, I mean, the select board, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I would say the select board can meet, because just as the town employee is going to be doing the work, the select board can do their work, but we would not have the public in attendance.
We can't do that because of open meeting law. If the select board is having a meeting, as of right now, unless things have changed while we've been sitting here, because of open meeting law, it has to be open to the public for the select board meeting. That being said, if the select board meets, you folks need to determine what is essential business. The minimum essential business that I would suggest is the approval of warrants, would be our general invoices and payroll. And the meetings can be limited to only the warrants. It's still.
Does the select board want to meet by conference call?
We can't meet by conference.
As we discussed with the commissions and other bodies of the town, that can't happen.
No,
I mean, I could be present.
But if you were present, that's what I'm thinking, in the town office, couldn't we have a conference call?
I also feel as if it's essential for us to communicate among ourselves and with the public about our responses to the health of our community. I mean, I feel as if, you know, we're here for the public. And
I'd like to find a way for the select board to still meet in our regularly scheduled
Okay, Jamie, do you have a
calendar
comment?
here.
I was just wondering if you could keep it open to the public, but discourage the public from coming.
Yeah, yeah. I think
That
that's
is
a good
illegal.
suggestion.
Oh.
That is, open meeting law makes that patently illegal.
So you either are open or you're closed.
You're having a public meeting or you're not having a public meeting.
Dave?
I think it's important that the select board has enough essential business that it has to keep operating. But you could have Peter in the office and everybody else could call in. You know, I mean, you can still do the business and you can still vote as long as one person is in the office that could.
Right.
But the question is, are you taking, if somebody walks in, are you going to allow the public to walk in? The reason to have one person in the room is that in case there's a person from the public who wants to express a comment, that would mean the person would have to be let in and participate in the meeting on their own. And that's, that you can run the meeting, but the whole point of it is not just to have one person in some mystery room someplace, it's to have a place where the community can actually come in, sit down, listen, and participate. So
We could also have a conference call where the public was invited to call in and listen and make comments.
At the moment, state law does not allow for that, and so that is not an option at this point in time until we are notified that that has changed.
No. Well, I can tell you that other towns are doing that because I've been checking what other towns have done in Vermont.
Sure, I can.
They are having public conference calls, but if you say it's illegal, then.
I can appreciate that they may well be doing that, but at the moment, I would caution thinking twice about that, as state law does not permit that at this time. If the select board wishes to make that decision, that's up to you. I would caution against it, but that's my personal opinion.
So then I just have a question, because I don't understand essential business. I understand that idea, but for instance, if we were to meet only to take care of warrants, is that public?
Yes.
That has to be warned
Absolutely.
publicly? Okay.
Richard, I would caution that we've gotten away from your original motion, and we should address that before you continue with this.
Yes, so would you read the motion again, please, Peter?
So Richard moved to close the town offices and town garage to the public effective at close of business on Tuesday until April 6th, until further information is received.
Okay. Now, is that in conflict with what we've been talking about, where we can't close the select board meeting that meets in the town office to the public?
Yes, technically.
So that's not a valid motion then.
Well, it could be, but you could also amend it with the exception of select board meetings.
Oh, there you go. I'll take. Can I make that amendment?
You can amend your own, yes.
Okay. So I'd like that to be in the motion.
Okay.
So could we hear the motion with that exception?
Yep.
I just clearly understand the
Yep.
ramifications.
So Richard moved to close the town office and town garage to public access effective close of business on Tuesday until April 6th, or more information is received, with the exception of regularly scheduled select board meetings.
Okay.
Is that acceptable?
Or maybe even do we have to say regularly?
You can just say select board meetings.
Why don't you just say select board
Okay.
meetings, because, I mean,
We're liable to
at
have
worst,
people.
we might have another emergency meeting.
That's correct.
Did I have a second on that motion?
I'll second it.
Oh, thank you, Veranda. Any further discussion? All those in
Any
favor?
thoughts on how you're actually going to close the building to the public? I mean, aside from an announcement on the town website.
Town website, front porch forum, put signs on the door and lock the doors.
And lock the door.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just curious
Well,
what the
so-
steps would be.
Yeah, and there will no doubt come some reason why that can't be, why this can't hold forth.
Possibly, we don't know.
Yeah. So,
For the time being, I think.
So it's a guideline we're passing at this
Yes,
point.
okay. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Select Board.
Steve's got his finger up.
Steve?
One quick comment, if your agenda is really Spartan, like if the select board's gonna meet to do warrants, and it doesn't have a whole long thing about dogs and cats and everything else, you won't get many people. So the whole point is to hold the meeting, keep only critical essential business on the agenda that is boring to everybody else. And you won't have to argue through this.
My voice might still come.
Is there any further business to conduct at this time?
Not at this time. We'll update. I mean, I'll update the select board as I get information, and if necessary, I would recommend to the select board. If we need to, we'll have another special meeting. At the moment, we will have the regularly scheduled select board meeting next Monday.
Next Monday, a week from today. Tom?
Richard, I do want to ask that I know we're closing for public meetings and so forth, but as of April 6th, we will be looking and evaluating whether to open again. In the case that we remain closed in some way, but we allow meetings to move forward, could we have some research done about conference calling options for folks in case the laws change, and so we can be ready for that?
Peter, can you keep track of that then?
By all means.
Thank you.
Because I know when I went to look at what towns are doing in Vermont about COVID, I saw numerous town conference calls.
Yep.
So we need to find out about that, and you
I'll look
can
into
report
that.
back to us.
Yep, I
Thank
will.
you. Steve?
Not to add too many hypotheticals, but should somebody in the town road crew contract the virus and then everybody has to quarantine, is there anything like mutual aid for roads and snow removal and things like that? Because we could end up quickly with the entire road crew at home.
The short answer is yes. The long answer is that's part of the continuity of operations plan that's going to be worked on later today. I've already addressed it with Danny earlier today, and so he and I are going to be meeting later this morning to discuss that.
Brenda?
I'm wondering if perhaps by Front Porch Forum or the town website, if we could and just this meeting, we could invite people to submit their questions to us so that they can feel heard. If we're going to be trying to close the wagons for safety around the select board, I would welcome people to share their concerns with me, either to my email address or call me at home. I just feel as if part of our responsibility is to hear people and to speak to their concerns directly.
Richard, may I make one last point?
Yes, please.
I would strongly encourage all Guilford residents to sign up for Vermont Alerts. There's a link on the town website. You can also just do an internet search of Vermont Alerts. The state has been actively using that. Should the situation worsen here in Windham County or in Guilford, the town may resort to communicating, and those are automatic messages that are sent out. They can, depending on what way you sign up, you can receive the message via email, via text message, or via direct phone call.
Right, and that should go on in the website?
It is already on the website, it has been from day one.
Okay, but it should be in the content about COVID-19.
Sure, I'll happily add that there too.
Yeah. Miranda?
While it's not the select board's primary concern, I'm thinking about the well-being of our town and the number of children who are going to be out of school and who have working families. And, I just want to express my concern to all of those people, and that, we can't solve that problem, but it is something that we care about, and individual members and the select board maybe could see whether there's some kind of role that we could play in helping to care for our children during the time that the schools are closed.
Do I have any other comments? Yes, Jared?
I just have one quick comment. As a select board, if you guys could also I know you are, but make it a focus too that Peter's got a huge role here, and make sure that he's got backup and people are in the loop on what he's got going on, how to get into programs, how to assist him. I mean, comments are good coming in for questions, but we got to have like you guys answer those, not put everything. I'm not saying that it would be, I'm just saying that
That's
he
a very
reads.
good point.
And because as the EM director, with all this coming down in the emails that you see, I see them too, and geez, it takes to consume all that info and to actually make it worthwhile to use in your day-to-day stuff and to update. It's huge. So if Peter goes down, gets sick, you're gonna have a lot of catch up to do. So if somebody is in that loop, and a couple people even, is not a bad
And
thing.
that will be in the continuing
Exactly.
operations forum where actually there will be designated people to succeed Peter in the event that he goes down.
Yeah, Richard, I think perhaps the select board ought to, the members who are around could confer with Peter about some either delegation or backup that, just meet about logistics and maybe having an area of concern. Each of us could take a piece, just going forward, not waiting until it's overwhelming.
Well, that would, once again, that's what the continuity of operations plan directly addresses. Who would be responsible for what?
Yep.
Well, maybe it's, we need to do it straight away.
Yeah, but Peter's working on it this afternoon.
Okay. Thanks, Jerry.
Any other comments? Okay, I have one final comment before I ask for an adjournment. Wash your hands, please, before you leave or after you leave this public meeting. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Is there any discussion?
Well, just tell people something inspiring and reassuring, Richard.
I would like to, the folks of Guilford to know, our residents to know that the select board has met in this emergency meeting to discuss how Guilford will respond to the COVID-19 pandemic, and that we are being, at this point, we are being told that Guilford is at the low risk of this. There are 8 identified cases in Vermont at the present time. I mean, that might have changed since I looked last night, and that I hope that Guilford, I know that Guilford will pull together to protect ourselves and our community.
Richard, may I make one quick comment?
Yes.
I just want to express my appreciation to BCTV for their willingness to come last minute at this, as well as for those who are public, because you won't know until you see the video, but they have graciously said that they will get this video published on the web by the end of business today.
Terrific.
So you who are public and select board members, if you get questions from your fellow friends and neighbors about this video and what was discussed, that it will be on the town website, it will be on the BCTV website at the end of the day today. So thank you to you guys.
Thank you, Peter. All those in favor of adjournment, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you, members of the public. Thank you, Sarah, for your representation, and Jared as well. Steve, Richard, Dick, Jamie, thank you for coming and having your input, and we will get through this.
Thank you, Richard.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye.
everybody. Welcome to Tuesday, March 17th, 2020, Select Board meeting, which is in turbulent times, I have to tell you. It's an interesting situation. A lot is going on. I'm Tim. I'm your captain tonight. And I just wanted to let you know that we know the meeting has been properly warned because we assembled it at 5:15 to go do interviews, but actually the interviews didn't happen. A little bit more on that later. And then we went into executive session to address some issues. So at this point, I just want to see if anyone can make a motion to approve the minutes of February 18th.
So moved.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve the minutes from February 18th. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, and that's 3-0. Well, I just found out recently I was becoming chairing today, so I don't have really fully formed remarks, but I do want to say a couple words that we're all going through a lot of emotional distress right now, I think. Speaking for my family and a lot of the people I know, there is a lot to think about and a lot coming at us as far as information. The way I kind of see this, and I'm sure everybody's heard this phrase, is that this is sort of a long rolling snowstorm that we can't see. It's like an invisible storm that we are all weathering. I think it's a great time to live that edict that we are Vermont strong. We want to check in on our neighbors. We want to take care of each other in a lot of the same ways we would take care of each other for a natural disaster. But we also want to stay calm because we need to really be there for people and to be there for our families and each other and our neighbors. We need to be informed, but we don't need to panic. I have learned a lot, as I'm sure a lot of us have learned a lot about COVID-19, which we're all dealing with. And I want to remind people that it's not an airborne pathogen like measles is. For all we know about it, which is still, there's a lot to be discovered, it's not like measles, where you could be in the same room with someone and contract the virus just by being near them. The distancing is because there can be surfaces that get droplets, and you touch surfaces and you share and you touch your face. And I think that's something really important to remember, because I see a lot on social media and just being out in the public a little bit, talking to people, of people kind of being afraid of each other and afraid of the normal interactions. And I really think we should resist that. There's other ways to safely interact. You see that we're spaced a little bit further apart here, and everybody's doing, different kinds of elbow bumps or live long and prospers and things like that. But there's a lot of vulnerable people in our community that still need our help, and we're figuring out ways to do that. And we're here tonight, and you're here, thank you, the public who is here tonight, because we are weighing risks, and risks, you can't eliminate risk anywhere in your life. That's just a misnomer that some people have. So what we're trying to do is reduce risk and still get the essential functions of the town going. And let's keep our first responders in our thoughts and our medical professionals, because their risk is way up here. And we're all here moving the town forward and taking a little bit of a risk to be together. And that's a good thing, I think. So let's just keep our heads together, and I think we're going to come out stronger on the other end. And that's all I have to say. I'm kind of rambling now, but that's the chair's remarks today. And I was also buying time because Peter had to grab
Thank you very much for buying time and for inspirational remarks. Yeah, I apologize. I had an important couple of papers that were back in the office, so I needed to run and grab them. I have done that. And I don't have town manager's comments about general topics this evening. I'll have plenty to say about COVID-19 under the agenda item.
Great. Do we have any other fellow select board members' comments or committee reports? Nope. Only three of us. That's weird to get used to once in a while. How about in our public here at our meeting room. Anyone would like to say anything that doesn't have to do with an agenda item that's already coming later in the meeting? Anybody at all? No? Oh, right to the mic. Yes, if you don't mind. Again, it won't amplify your voice, but it will allow everyone viewing remotely, which may be a few people tonight. Just remind us your name and where you live.
Good evening. I'm Elizabeth Howes. I'm a resident of Brattleboro. I reside in the South Main Street neighborhood. And I've been thinking that it would be good to liberate the neighborhood of the drop-in center activities and to relocate those needs to another address in town, perhaps the CF Church building for offices and case management, or to project further south, further north, to an area opposite the Hannafords, or to allow for an expanded housing unit, which I think is what is declared for the 54 address in South Main Street, that it would be large enough and would not be a large enough area, land area, would not be imposing upon the neighborhood. I've been on South Main Street for 23, 24 years, and I think it's time to liberate the neighborhood to believe in it as a residential area. I really, just the other day, I was walking down towards the co-op, and I must have picked up 85 cigarette butts littered both sides of the street like, like breadcrumbs all the way down. It just seems sort of, it's just tedious, a little thing, but it's so constant, and it's been constant for over these decades. I feel that the neighborhood needs to be able to think of it, the neighborhood, as residential. While the town still applies to the needs of persons who feel a need to be collective winter housing, as in the Austin campus, which I think it's good. They're a sector of population, of people, a time in your life when you just don't want to do anything. You just want to be able to lay down at night and just be able to be undisturbed during the day. It's I think we need to keep the Austin campus in mind. I think it's been good, and it's not that much of a burden to the community, to the grants for support for the drop-in center provisions. And then to move on, well, the second or the future address for drop-in center may be Home Depot. That's a very big building. And maybe across the street, a brand new spot right next to China Garden. There hasn't been anything there for decades, and it hasn't even been a parking lot. And it's just flat and wide open, and it could take a housing square very nicely. My second issue is during these rinsing of the public virus, that we consider the needs of the pets, perhaps through like a town ordinance, that our pets are treated for any wandering viruses that they may be carrying, that we consider cortisone treatments or antiviral treatments in the form of food drops that you could put on like a little biscuit or a little administer at meal times. That the pets, that we raise our awareness about pet health and consider that our pets need as much attention as are total strangers who are not really sure where to begin with treatment. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Elizabeth. Anyone else like to say anything about anything else that's not on the agenda? No? I think we're hoping to do a slight change in the agenda if no one has any objections. I think everyone wants to hear our COVID-19 update, if that's all right with my fellow members. And then we'll move into the liquor commissioner, I'm sorry, water and sewer commissioners.
Great.
So, Peter?
Thank you. So first and foremost, what I want to strongly encourage everyone to do in terms of access to accurate, reliable, current information about this, and particularly about how it is affecting us in town, because there's so much information in so many different places about literally worldwide impacts and certainly national impacts. I want to urge everyone to rely on the town's website, and I want to acknowledge that that we have a website that is in many ways out of date and kind of clunky, and we've talked about it here, and it's a priority for us in town government moving forward that we need to do a total overhaul of the website to make it more user-friendly. There's a lot of really valuable information there. But it can be sometimes hard to find that information. And so what I want to do is make sure that the community is aware that we have fixed that as it relates to COVID-19. It's going to be a longer haul to fix it in total. But for this moment, when it's so important, there's so much flying around and so much of that information is not current or accurate or reliable. We feel like it's really critically important that people know that there's a source here locally where you can go and check in daily and learn about what is happening, what is changing, what's moving on. And so we've built it in a way where on the town's homepage, smack in the center of it, there's a set of boxes related to COVID-19 and some summary information there, but mostly what it is access. Down 3 boxes on the right-hand side, you can get to the Vermont Department of Health, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention on the national level, and the World Health Organization for the worldwide perspective. So those sites are being updated all the time by teams of experts. So on the health side of this, what we know, what we don't know, how it's spreading, what people can do about it to protect themselves. There's 3 direct links there, depending on whether you want to go into the state level, the national level, or the world level. On the left-hand side, there's a town updates box. And there is information, 2 other boxes where there's information specific to businesses and resources that businesses can access because of the significant concerns we'll speak about in more detail in a few moments about the impact that this will have on our economy. And also for individuals and families, a separate box to resources that people in the community can draw upon for human needs that are not organizational needs, but are at the family and individual level. Those 2 areas are going to be built up as time goes on. There's already some information there, and as time goes on, we're going to be making sure that well-vetted, valuable, accurate information gets added for the resources available to businesses and the resources available to individuals. The town's update portion, we are producing now a daily update of what's happening in town government, both over these last few days. The major emphasis has been on how we have been gearing down normal functions of town government and gearing up emergency functions of town government. And as we go forward, it'll be relatively more stable information from day to day, but you can go there every single afternoon and see an update. Anything that is new today is highlighted in yellow, so it jumps right off the page. And then there'll continue to be the summaries of what's happening. And we've divided it into emergency services and non-emergency and administrative support services. So welcome to any input that we might receive from the community about ways in which this could be enhanced, things that might make it even better. But our purpose in establishing it over the last couple of days has been to make sure that there is one site here in town provided by town government that's available for people to go to and know they can rely on that as being accurate information. From today's update, posted a couple of hours ago, back at 2:45 today, the main information I want to share, there's a couple of new developments today. We made a decision earlier today to suspend parking enforcement for the foreseeable future. So until further notice is a term we're going to be really familiar with here, because there's just no way of knowing, whether this is a weeks-long or months-long situation we're going to be dealing with. We know it's going to be a marathon and not a sprint. And so, so we're using just, the things that we're suspending from normal operations, we're just saying until further notice. We'll be really transparent and use our community megaphone to make sure that we push out loudly into the community when things are gearing back up to something more normal. But parking enforcement is something we decided today to discontinue until further notice. By tomorrow, the equipment out there will actually be showing people that parking is free. But in the meantime, earlier today, we stopped patrolling for parking and issuing tickets. And there's a separate news release that's out that I won't go further into the details of that right now, but that describes how we will still continue to enforce for things that aren't about timed parking, but are about things like not parking by hydrants and safety issues like that. So anyway, there's details about that that'll be coming out to the community, hopefully in the media tomorrow. And then we also have effective tomorrow morning, so basically effective immediately since the offices are closed for today, we won't be selling pay-as-you-throw bags individually anymore at the Gibson-Aiken Center and here at the Treasurer's Office in the Municipal Center. And the reason we won't be doing that is because all of our town facilities will be closed to the public beginning tomorrow morning. Many places actually closed yesterday based on the additional reduced numbers, the advice that's coming from the health experts about how many people should gather in a particular place. We didn't do that because we had this meeting tonight and we didn't want there to be confusion about whether or not the building would be open for people to come. So we made Wednesday morning the effective time of our closing of all of our public facilities. But they will be closed until further notice. Town government will go on. We're inviting people, please, to remain in touch with us for the things you need from us. By mail, by phone, by email. There are ways in which we will still be providing services from town facilities, but the public won't be able to come into town facilities in order to, again, just reduce the risk and hopefully help to flatten the curve of the spread of the virus. Because of that, the town has always maintained these two locations where we sell individual bags so people don't have to go to a retail establishment and buy them 5 at a time. For the time being, we just won't be able to offer that service. That's going to be something where people will need to go to the retail establishments. The retail establishments will still be selling the bags, and they can be purchased in packets of 5. Beyond that, reminders from today. So those are the two things that were new today. Tomorrow, as I said, is when the closures go into full effect. Just a couple of reminders that have been in this report for the last couple of days, but for people who may not have been reading it, we want you to know that dispatch is now screening every call that comes in for potential COVID-19 implications so that word can be transferred out to the first responders about how to put the special procedures into place when necessary to protect themselves and the broader public when dealing with a case that might be COVID-19. And as the first responders arrive at any of these calls where there is potential hazard, they're going to go into a home and they don't know for sure exactly what they're encountering. They're doing what they call doorway assessments. Upon arrival, they're making sure that they have a better understanding of who needs what kind of help and what the experience of that household has been related to this virus. On non-emergency and administrative support functions, a couple of highlights. There's quite a lot more information in this daily update that we're putting out, so I'd urge people to go and take a look at that. But a couple of highlights that we thought people should be aware of are that the water treatment plant and the wastewater treatment facilities are both operating under special procedures that have been established in close communication with health authorities and the regulatory authorities at the state. It takes very specialized skills and training to operate these facilities, and obviously they are critically important to community health, to have the water plant continue to function effectively, providing the clean and potable water for us, and then wastewater treatment on the outflow side. And so we're making sure that the relatively small teams in a small community like ours are healthy, but based on how we're rotating shifts and how we're also communicating with other providers and with the state to make sure that backup resources are available should that become necessary. There'll be ways in which communities are collaborating throughout this, actually, in all different kinds of functions, in ways that we see often in mutual aid for public safety, less often in municipal collaboration around non-emergency services. We'll see more of it as we deal with COVID-19. So we wanted to reassure everybody that special actions have been taken to protect the functioning of the water treatment operation and the wastewater treatment operation. And then on the enrichment side, as opposed to the basic services side, both the library and the recreation and parks programming are closed, unfortunately. It's just not safe for us to be inviting people to come together for the purposes that those important institutions provide. The Recreation and Parks Department is still taking registration online and by mail. And the library is providing services, takeout services. So if you communicate with the library and you reserve a book or some other resource they have available, someone will come out and meet you at the door to hand it to you so that people can still at least borrow from the library. Everything's being really thoroughly cleaned, obviously, in between uses. But the institutions themselves, the buildings and the activities that go on that are so vital to our community life are closed until further notice. We are communicating, town officials are, in a variety of ways, select board members, staff members, with various people and organizations in the community around how they're coping with this, and different levels of support that are being provided in all different kinds of ways in our community. Some people have just organically created new networks of folks that are helping to support one another through this. And then there's also sort of reliable institutions in our community that have been set up to provide a safety net and support for various types of individuals and organizations, and those are obviously in place in a very active way, and the town government is interacting and supporting those efforts and trying to make sure that needs that go far beyond our normal sort of community needs are being met. We also have canceled until further notice any meeting of a town board, committee, or commission other than this select board and the action that this select board will be taking later this evening regarding representative town meeting. So representative town meeting hasn't been officially canceled, but it will need to be because of the prohibition of having a gathering of anything more than 50 people. The board will be taking that official action this evening. And then for the time being, until further notice, the select board meetings will be the only meetings of public meetings of town boards that will be ongoing. These are necessary, obviously, in order to keep the business of government operational through these extraordinary times. As we come up with ways to provide electronic access to the public and potentially for electronic functioning of the members of boards and commissions, then there will be a ramping back up of the operations of those groups as well. But at this time, for the foreseeable future, for this moment, it's just the select board. I'd like to ask Mike Bacassi to come up and speak to the emergency service delivery and to the supplemental community services that are being activated through the fire department and other town services. And before Mike speaks, I just want to make something really clear to the community that is clear and very appreciated to all of us on the town team. While you know him as the fire chief, we know him that way too, but also as the town's emergency management director, and that's usually a really quiet role that has to do with a lot of planning and sometimes some training. At this moment in time and extraordinary moments like this, we look to Mike for the leadership that he provides and is providing related to COVID-19 to make sure that in a broader than normal way, our emergency services are delivered to the community to meet the high demands of such extraordinary circumstances. So thank you, Mike, for the incredible job you're doing, and please inform us about what that entails on the emergency side.
Thank you. So I've got to say this hasn't come without a lot of help from outside agencies and within my own department. Assistant Chief Howard's been a huge help. BMH and Rescue Inc. both have had a lot of input into what's happening in the town. I hope to give you that that broad perspective of what is going on in town. I really don't want to get down into the weeds. Things are changing very, very rapidly. I sent the town manager our town situational report at about 2 o'clock, and at 3 o'clock the first update came out from the state, and things are different already. From 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock, things have changed a lot. On the local side, for the local update, I'm glad to say, and I think this is very important, that we have no known cases of COVID-19 in Brattleboro. Though we may not know about them if it happens, usually we pick up on it, but right now there's absolutely no sign that it's in town as far as patients. Local EMS we've responded to several cases that sounded good, if you will, sounded very close to the symptoms. They've all proved negative. A plan's being developed to get out to the elderly and to the medically compromised. These are the high-risk groups for this virus. Assistant Chief Howard is leading that program. He's developing a plan and an outreach to see what we can do to help them. A lot of them I'm sure we're gonna see down the road, they're afraid to go out, and we want to be there to help that group to get the needs that that they need, such as medicines, even groceries. If we need to figure out a way to get them food, we'll make it happen. There's a group that's being pulled together, led by Rihanna from Groundworks. It's being called the Homeless Response Team. Our first meeting was Monday. What's today? Yeah. Was yesterday, and
it was like a week ago.
Yeah. That's going to be it's going to be a grassroots group, I think, led by Rihanna and Groundworks. So far, I think that's been our speed bump in all of this, is that we're having some issues pulling the plans together for that. But we're starting to get some leads on how we can work through that, and I think that hopefully by this time tomorrow we'll have a better direction on where that's all going. Some of the municipal actions that I've kind of highlighted, being very cautious not to speak for all the other emergency departments, but yet to give a broad statement that there has been no interruption in emergency response in this town. We have taken steps to minimize exposure of our staffs to, if you will, to the public. We're trying to minimize the social gatherings, the social contact. Some of the things that we're doing to help as a reach out, as of this morning, it's all been confirmed. We're using both fire stations starting tomorrow as distribution points for the school lunch program. They're going to be set up. Lunches will be brought in and handed out from both fire stations by the school district with the help of staff. Captain Emery is doing the organizing with the school district on that program, and all three captains on the days they're on duty will oversee it. BCTV has graciously given us remote access to their software, and we are now putting informational messages and a scrolling banner on both of their channels to keep the public informed of information they may need to reach out to different agencies where they can get help, and obviously emergency messages. They may come up. So like I said, the emergency services, there's no interruptions. We're operating normally. There's been some adjustments. Some of the support service functions, if you will, inspections on the police side, car unlocks, VIN checks, all of that stuff has been suspended for now. And dispatch, as the town manager said, they're screening every single call now that comes into dispatch. They're screening for COVID. And the reason for that is because a couple of times now we've kind of had a scare where a call's come in a different way. EMS has got there, and in talking to the patient, they actually screened very close to COVID symptoms. So we've decided every single call will get screened, and that's why we're doing the doorway assessments when it's not life-threatening. All of the essential services, if you will, either have or they're presently working on staffing plans for continuity of operations. So if a majority of our staff goes down, we have backup plans to keep all of those services not only staffed safely but operational. Brattleboro Memorial Hospital has taken several steps during this. They have now activated their ELC and put their incident command system in place. They are doing drive-up testing, and that's being done as an outpatient service, and only when it's ordered by a patient's primary care physician. So you can't drive up and just request a test. It needs to be ordered by the doctor. And as of about 3 o'clock this afternoon, they've administered approximately 75 tests. Access to the hospital has been limited to the main entrance of the hospital and the ER. Everything else has been locked up. At the front ER entry, all people going into the ER are being screened. And if they screen positive for possible COVID, then they're sent back around to the outside of the building, to the emergency ambulance docks, where they've got the testing set up there before they're allowed into the hospital. And then there's a lot of other safety steps. One of the big things that I learned today, BMH now has an agreement with Grace Cottage to handle overflow. So if this really blows up in our faces, and I hope I can explain this right so it's not confusing. The simplest way to explain this is that BMH is going to keep all of the COVID patients here in Brattleboro. All of the inpatients, for whatever reason, are going to go to Grace Cottage. And the reason for that is because BMH has the abilities to draw negative pressure on 2 of their ER rooms, and then a good portion of the second floor can be pulled into negative pressure, which will contain the virus there. Rescue Inc. has taken a lot of the same steps we have. Their quarters is closed to the public. All of their on-site classes have been canceled. Obviously, they've implemented a lot of infection control measures, and like us, they're limiting the number of providers that are coming in contact with a patient that screens positive. Some of the numbers, I'm sure, do you have this update in front of you? I don't know if you had a chance to look at it. No, Peter says. As of 1 o'clock this afternoon, the count in Vermont has gone up to 10 cases that have tested positive. And at 1 o'clock, they had 4 non-residents that had tested positive. We're now up to 7 as of just before I came here. Some of those non-residents are being isolated in Vermont homes, and others have gone back to their main home. In the United States, very quickly, total death count, if you will, is now 75 people, which is up from 68 from the last. One of the things I would say we keep hitting a speed bump on, and we're working very hard on this one because it's going to take a little bit of planning, is the isolation, monitoring, and quarantine of the homeless if they get sick or are exposed to the virus. We're working on sites and how to staff those sites. We've been in contact with the state. Rihanna's reached out to a lot of private entities, and we still have a couple to contact, and hopefully we'll get some of that solved tomorrow. I don't know if you want to say any more on that, Rihanna, or?
Happy to, and I know we're speaking a little later, so.
I think it would be fine. Yeah. If you'd like to say a couple words on that subject. I have a feeling maybe there might be a couple other questions, and it's all related to.
Okay.
Yeah.
So speak now versus later.
Sure, if you don't mind. Thank you.
I'm Rihanna from Groundworks. So to kind of sum up all of our programs as a whole, we moved last week to start restricting external visitors into our programs and started making lots of changes rapidly. Over the weekend, we were one of the homeless shelters identified. There's 4 areas across the state based on the capacity and the number of folks that we serve that were identified as high risk. And so we started moving folks from our spaces who are identified as hyper vulnerable, so over the age of 60 or experiencing underlying medical conditions, to motel rooms where they could isolate if need be. I do want to emphasize that no one in our programs are sick or showing any signs of symptoms at the moment. So we moved folks out of our programs to reduce the number of people so we could align with state guidance that we're receiving about how many folks we should be serving in our programs and precautions that we can take. Things like making sure in our year-round shelter that folks can have individual bedrooms as much as possible should people get sick, and that we're protecting those who are most at risk. Changes as of today, we closed the drop-in center and moved to the seasonal overflow shelter, where we're now running that shelter 24/7 in order to reduce the number of sites that we have, to make sure that we are staying fully staffed as things continue to change, and to cut down on the transportation back and forth. So our shelters, folks are moving in and out of, but in kind of greatly reduced amounts, so that we're trying to have folks have less contact with the community at large and lower the risk that way. One of the pieces to Chief Bukassi's point is that we convened a homeless response team. There is also a statewide homeless response task force that we are connected to, and I am the liaison to that group and then to the community at large. Out of that group, we have a number of committees, so working on general communications to try to streamline information and the delivery of that information to the community at large. A food committee working on food across the continuum from seniors down to kiddos. Our food shelf moved to a delivery-only model for its beginning this week, and so we have volunteers that we screen who are now delivering food to folks to cut down on the travel of folks and make sure everyone has food. Other committees include working on a congregate site should people get sick, what that would look like, and we're working with state partners who've given guidance around that, and working to identify a site and to ensure that we have backup staffing for all of our shelters should things start to look more dire. So lots of precautionary measures to be as safe as possible while also still operating programs and caring for folks at the same time. I think those are all the main pieces I have.
Thank you both. I actually had a question for, well, actually it could be either of you, because I think Liz and I were both lucky enough to be able to attend your first meeting, and thank you for facilitating that. I meant to bring a note, and in the rush to come here, I forgot to bring it, but there was some information passed along that I think is really important for anybody who doesn't have a primary care provider, which is a shockingly large number. I don't know the number, but a lot of people out there fall through the cracks of having a PCP, and without the PCP, it's sometimes questionable whether you can get the test approved. Do you happen to have that? There's a number that people can call?
Yes, so there's a couple of pieces, which reminds me of the other piece. In terms of volunteer management, we're really working to streamline volunteers, not just related to folks who are struggling with homelessness, for the community at large. And so Jen Jacobs has a great survey with a team of folks that she's put together. We have a volunteer management committee, and we're really trying to direct people to that survey, both to express if they can volunteer and also for community members in need of support, regardless of what that support need is, to that one central place, and then working on how information is shared from there.
Excuse me for interrupting you, but right there, while folks are paying attention to that point, I want to say that a link to that survey is in the information for individuals and families on the town's website. So if folks want to participate in that, either offering services or if folks need services, they can access that survey by going to the town site.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Another thing I wanted to add was that so many of the volunteers for Meals on Wheels and so forth are over 60 now. And so you're looking for people who are under 60.
Yep, so we're screening volunteers out, much as we love and appreciate them. Our volunteer population at large in our community is largely in the at-risk population, so over 60 are struggling with underlying medical needs. And so we're asking those folks to please stay at home and let us help care for them, and asking younger folks who may have more time and capacity to step into those roles. And so that's part of the screening process that we're using, and additional processes to make sure we're not kind of furthering potential spread of how volunteers are dropping off and those sorts of things. To Tim's point, the piece around medical care is that BMH offers access to their team of providers, so through all of their practices, through the centralized scheduling department. I could look up the direct number for that. But
I have the number.
Thank you.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
It's 251-8777.
Yes. So folks can call to access getting a primary care provider set up. Typically that comes with a pretty lengthy application. In the meantime, folks without a primary care provider can call, get connected to an acute care visit if needed, or get advice about what next steps they should take if they are exhibiting symptoms, rather than showing up at the emergency department. And if folks are struggling with needing health insurance or getting connected to a PCP, connecting with us at Groundworks, we can help get them out to the right person or provide that support directly to folks.
Thank you. And thank you for all your work on your end around this. It's been great. And also I wanted to say happy birthday, because I happen to know it's your birthday.
Thank you. Strangest birthday of all time.
Yeah.
I'll look forward to celebrating next year.
Well, try to all celebrate with you when we're through this next year. Mike, do you have more to add? Thank you for that.
That's the short story of a whole lot of information that is constantly changing. I'll go out on a limb here, and I'll say that I feel good about where we are right now as far as our planning in the town government and for the town itself. Department-wise, the only fear I have is protective equipment. Though we haven't used a whole lot yet, I think we're going to, and there's truly a shortage out there. The state has requested surplus from the national stockpile, but I think that their priority is going to be for the hospitals, understandably. So we're just going to do our best, and we'll figure it out going along.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, it's always tough. We've been getting, the select board has been getting all of these pieces of information, and just to bring it all together and decide what's important, what's not important can be difficult. So thank you, Mike.
A couple of things to finish up.
I'll pass it back to you.
Thank you. Yeah. So I just wanted to mention one quick thing that segues from the description about the supplemental community services that we've just been discussing, and then hit a couple of other very specific pieces of this that are of great concern to a lot of folks in the community, and I've had a lot of inquiries about. The one additional tidbit is one of the services that has changed but is still being provided is the senior meals. And so while the senior center has to be closed for obvious reasons, for the protection of the clients there, and because it's part of the town facilities that are closed overall, still the service is being provided both through takeout and some delivery of the meals. And today they had a total of over 125 meals. So the folks who are making that program happen are still making it happen in a way that's having a significant positive impact for some of the most highly at-risk people in our community. And then two additional things I wanted to address are the concerns about the devastating impact that this can have for businesses in our community and every community, and the question about electronic communication, specifically as it relates to the holding of public meetings. So I want to just let folks know where we are related to those two items. The business piece is daunting. There are businesses in this community whose very existence is threatened by the magnitude of this crisis. And that's going to be true in every community across the country, which means then, the federal resources that are brought to bear and the state resources that are brought to bear around Vermont, all are going to have to factor in the fact that there is some degree to which the magnitude of the threat that this poses to our economy, and, saying it's the economy is a really sort of big amorphous thing, but when we drill down to street level in small communities and small businesses operating on a particularly small margin, the threat to real people and the fabric of our community is there. So that's a real threat, and it's not a threat that we can just mitigate in the way that we can some other aspects of this by just being smart and taking some unusual actions. But there are efforts that are underway already, recognizing that situation and knowing that there's going to be great need. Under the federal and state emergency declarations and emergency legislation that is being developed, some of it has already been acted upon. A good bit more is just in the works. At both the federal and state level, it appears that there is some help on the way, but it will at least initially be loans, not grants. And so businesses that apply for and receive that help will be taking on some additional burden as they operate into the future. But it's early in this crisis, and there's a lot of uncertainty about exactly what the details of that help from higher levels of government is going to be. In order to make sure that we at least have local businesses well informed and able to plug into the resources that will become available, the Brattleboro Development Credit Corporation, BDCC, which is the economic development agency for our region, is leading a regional effort to plug into those services. It involves the town, it involves the Chamber of Commerce, the DBA, and a variety of other organizations and local, state, and federal officials who together are trying to make sure that we have up-to-date, accurate information and are pushing that out in an effective manner to the businesses so that folks can connect to the local and state, or rather the state and federal resources that are becoming available. The big question that we're being asked is, what about local resources? Can't the town jump in to provide direct assistance to businesses here in town? And the challenge there for us is that we're so very early in a very long process, most of which we can't predict how it's going to unfold, either for individual businesses, the business community collectively, or the community more broadly. And so with the town's limited resources, making decisions literally in the first week of the full-on emergency that we're experiencing in Brattleboro. Some other places are farther along, but it's really, when you think about a week ago, Wednesday night, 6 nights ago, we were at Academy School holding the information meeting for town meeting. We knew that it was only a matter of time. We knew this thing was coming, but it's really in those last 6 days and more in the last 4 days or so that it is just suddenly, the world upside down for us. And so being this early in this process makes it difficult for the town to make concrete decisions of applying the limited resources that we have to do this or to do that. And so we have taken some limited action. There's another proposal that we have before the select board this evening related to some direct things that we can do because of ongoing relationships we have with certain businesses where the town has provided funding to assist those businesses in either starting up or expanding. But in the broader perspective, what we're trying to do is be a constructive part of the communication right now to help businesses access the help that is going to become available through the federal government and the state government, and then over time see, in the broader context of everything that's going to need to be done for the health, safety, and welfare of the whole community, what resources the town may be able to provide in specific ways further down the road in this emergency to local businesses. So those will be things that will definitely be still interacting with the business community around, and the select board certainly will be considering as we go forward. On the electronic communications piece, we've had a lot of communication from folks. I know there's a level of frustration for some people in the community tonight, so if you're one of those people and you're listening on BCTV right now, I say to you, I understand that there are tools available where people can plug into a meeting like this remotely, and I want to make really clear why the town has moved cautiously in implementing those tools. So while there's a variety of different ways, some of them really powerful to connect people individually and in private meetings and organizations, those don't involve, those connections don't involve the open meetings law. We've got an obligation to make sure that we hold public meetings where we're doing the public's business in a manner that complies with Vermont's open meetings law, not just because that's the right thing to do, and government should set the right example by following all of the rules that are applicable to us, just as we expect people in the community to follow the rules that we make, but also specifically because the intent of that rule is to make sure that our public decision-making processes are open and fair, and that people in the community have an opportunity, an equal opportunity to participate. And our great concern is that for meetings of the magnitude that we hold with that special public obligation, we need to be sure that we can honor the letter of the law as it relates to the open meetings law. But we also need to be sure that the tool we use actually can allow for a manageable meeting, that the person who's in charge of calling on people can be calling on people in an orderly manner so that everyone has a fair opportunity to participate. And so that the decision makers actually all are equally participating, hearing everything that's being said, and in a position where their votes can be counted. So there may come a time as this evolves where even the decision-making participants of the meeting are remote. But as of right now, Vermont law requires that public meetings be held in a physical location. It does allow that those meetings in a physical location can allow people to connect in remotely. And we are actively researching the tools that are available to allow people to connect in remotely, so that by the time we actually commit to one, we have a very high level of confidence it won't lead to chaos, but rather will lead to orderly, constructive community participation in the meetings. So for tonight, we did this the old-fashioned way, and thank you to those of you who have come. To those of you who felt you had to stay home, we totally understand that. We hope that as soon as 3 weeks from tonight, when the next regularly scheduled select board meeting is on the calendar for April 7th, that by that time and maybe sooner, we'll be in a position where we know what tool we will use to allow for remote communication into these meetings, so that we can make sure that it is easier and safer for people to participate.
Thank you.
Having said all of that, we have 3 actions that we are asking the select board to take tonight, and then a 4th that we want to make sure is understood to be available to the board. One of these will require action as water and sewer commissioners, so I'm going to speak to the first 2 and the catch-all item. And then when your water and sewer commissioners here in a few minutes, we can address the other recommendation. Staff is recommending the cancellation of the representative town meeting scheduled for Saturday, March 21st, because of the fact that it would violate, and aside from the fact that it's just, I think, common sense at this point, given the necessity of social distancing, it actually would violate the governor's order at this point that no public gatherings exceed a maximum of 50 people. So we'd ask that you take that official action. Our plan will be, if you do agree with this way of moving forward, we can't be sure that we would be able to hold a representative town meeting by May 9th, but obviously we will need to hold one as soon as we are able to hold one safely and in accordance with the emergency regulations. And so if the situation improves quickly enough that we're able to hold a representative town meeting on May 9th, we think you should. And the reason for that is beyond May 9th, there are technical details I don't think we need to go into tonight, but related to the town's own obligation under our charter and our statutory obligation, where there's timeframes after town meeting acts when certain things are appealable. And in order to now allow enough time for those other processes to play out if necessary, May 9th would be the last time we could hold a representative town meeting this year and still have those other processes be completed by the beginning of the new fiscal year on July 1st. So we can go deeper into those weeds when you're actually having to make a decision about warning the town meeting. What we want to do is just make sure that the community is aware. We're keenly looking at those deadlines and at holding the representative town meeting at the first opportunity. But for now, because we don't really know when that opportunity will be, we think you should just cancel Saturday's meeting. And we are hopeful that the circumstances will be appropriate, that we can bring you a warning for the April 7th meeting, which would give the proper more than 30 and less than 40 days notice for a May 9th representative town meeting.
Did you want to go through these recommendations?
Absolutely.
Totally, because I would love to hit the pause button, just make sure that everybody here has a chance to ask any questions, make sure the fellow board members have
That's
a
a good point.
So
Yeah.
if you want to just outline for us, and then we'll just take it all as just a open question period.
Sure. So the second action we're asking for is that you authorize that recipients of small business assistant program loans from the town's program income be allowed to defer their loan payments until further notice. So this is one of those actions I mentioned in my comments earlier where because we are the maker of the loan, it's a action that is readily available to us, that doesn't involve creating some kind of new program of the town or a commitment to one segment of the community at the expense of another segment of the community. We have these loans out, we're going to be repaid. One of the ways in which we can actually increase the likelihood of being repaid is to help the businesses stay afloat, but more practically, because every business is going to be stressed by this, we think that this is low-hanging fruit and the appropriate thing for the town to do. And we're just asking that it be until further notice for the same reason as everything else is until further notice. We can't reasonably predict a time when it will be appropriate to bring the monthly payments of these loans back into action. We will work through this with those businesses and with you and bring that action back to you at an appropriate time. For tonight, we're asking that you just act to allow the recipients to cease paying on those loans until further notice. When you are water and sewer commissioners in a few minutes, we're going to ask that you suspend until further notice the shutoff of water service as a consequence of non-payment of utility fees. As a matter of fairness, it's one of the harder things we do in town government. It doesn't give anyone any pleasure to ever shut off water to a household or a business. But as a matter of fairness to all the ratepayers, we have to have requirements to pay or else the service ceases. There are ways in which folks can go onto payment plans and extend the time to get back in good standing. But when those fail, we have procedures for warning folks that there's going to be a shut off and then actually shutting off the water. We believe that in these extraordinary times, especially where hygiene is central to the community's well-being, but more generally just when there's going to be folks struggling economically in lots of different ways for lots of different reasons throughout the community, we believe the appropriate thing to do is to suspend any shutting off of water service until further notice. And the last action that we are not proposing, but sort of making sure is known, the select board members certainly know their role within the community. We just wanted to make sure that in these times when things are moving and changing so fast and there's a lot of action, a lot of decisions being made, Under the declaration of emergency by Governor Scott, the town, as a subdivision of the state, is exercising some power to make decisions and take actions that are outside of the normal boundaries of our day-to-day operations. And so it's important in the oversight role that the select board has over town government that we make sure that it's clear that if you choose to provide any other direction as a select board to me and the town staff regarding modifying or adding to any of the emergency actions staff has taken, that we appreciate receiving that from you this evening.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So that was a lot, but this is in the spirit of how everything's moving these days. A lot happens all at once. So I just to first open it up, I guess, to select board comment on any of the points of our COVID-19 update we just heard from Peter and Mike and Rihanna.
You go.
No, I got a list. Yeah, so as has already been said, you know, a lot has happened in the last several days, and it feels like a long time since we sat here, and it's kind of a different world right now. I'm really, really appreciative of all of the town staff for all the work that they're doing right now, in particular to our emergency management team. So I really appreciate the work that's happening. In the community, there are mutual aid efforts going on. Jennifer Jacobs's kind of one was referred to earlier, and just to reiterate what Peter was saying, there's a link on the town website for folks to sign up. So that's like volunteering to provide services to folks in the community. And also, you know, there's a way to communicate needs as well. And I would imagine that the fire department, through the work that they've been doing already, is kind of collecting kind of needs from folks through their non-emergency phone number. Is that right, Lenny? Sure. Yeah. And so, you know, it's uncomfortable maybe to say I have a need. I delivered some food for some people yesterday, and they were really grateful. And it was also, you know, it was a kind of an intense moment. And I think it's important that people feel okay to let folks know what their needs are, and there's many, many people in this community that are ready to step up and help out in whatever way they can. So I just want to kind of shine a light on that. The library, you know, is a really important resource in our community, and closing the library is not just about people losing access to reading material as easily as they would have had before. You know, it's also a place where people gather for meetings, but also gather for shelter. And so I'm pretty concerned about how that will impact folks' ability to stay warm, to stay safe. And I think that Rihanna already kind of spoke a little bit to some of the work that's happening there, so I'm really grateful for that. I guess one thing I wanted to kind of flag about the library is, you know, they're doing this takeout book service, and they also have online resources that you can access from your home if you have the internet using your library card. So if you don't have a New York Times subscription, that's fine. You can access it through the library website. They also have a subscription to the Reformer. There are websites where folks can do, you know, homeschooling and whatnot. So I just wanted to make sure people know about that. And then the other things I wanted to say are kind of questions, and some of them might not be answered in this room. I am really concerned about the economic impact of people being laid off from work or having their hours reduced by their work. Those people who are paid employees have recourse, in the most part, I believe, to unemployment insurance. The state has been making some pretty swift changes about unemployment insurance right now. So you can call and you can get in the process of applying for unemployment insurance if that's something that is available to you. And folks should not feel shy about that. I'm pretty concerned about people who aren't eligible for unemployment insurance, but who are losing access to their livelihood. So people who own their own business. We've already kind of talked a little bit about like what will the town's role be, and I know that we don't want to make any hard decisions right now, but I'm wondering what our community will look like in a few months' time after all this hopefully passes as easily as possible. And I hope that we can stay open to being flexible and nimble about our use of town funds to support people in those situations that don't have access to unemployment insurance. I want the BDCC to step up right now and support our local businesses in ways that go beyond just words. I want our state government to do the same thing. And obviously I want our federal government to do the same thing. I have a couple of concerns about vulnerable populations. So you mentioned already about the senior meals program, and I'm glad that that's continuing. I was concerned about that. I know that the fire department has been collecting information months back about folks that aren't able to leave their home as easily with mobility issues. And I hope that we'll continue to check in on those folks and make sure that they're getting what they need. And immunocompromised people in our community are obviously at great risk right now. I work next door to the AIDS Project, and I know that they're continuing to provide services. They also had a lot of people come into their office yesterday who really shouldn't have been coming there. That it would be safer for them to stay home. So I hope that as a community, we will support organizations that are providing meals to seniors, that are helping those with disabilities and those who are immunocompromised, to continue to deliver those services, and maybe to even increase those services at this time. And then the other population that I'm concerned about, those people that need to be accessing a medically assisted treatment program like those offered by Habit OPCO. Those folks are required to go to that site on a daily basis, and you can correct me if I get this wrong, please. And I hope that Habit OPCO will step up and make services available for people to take home rather than putting themselves in harm's way. And then the FoodWorks delivery service that you all are doing right now, I participated a little bit in that yesterday, and that's another thing that people should plug into if they can. Final thing I want to say that's about our town business. We talked about not proceeding with any water shutoffs for non-payment, and we talked about deferring small business assistance program loans. I wonder if there are other ways in which we can make it as easy for people right now. So if there are fines for like a late payment of a water and sewer bill, or a fine for late payment of taxes, if we could consider waiving those at this time. If there are other fees or anything that we are charging because of some kind of delinquency, that this might be a good moment to waive that. I'm glad that we're doing the shut off moratorium, I guess, and the free parking. And I want to encourage people to be reasonable about the free parking, right? Folks need to have access, and this isn't a time to just stick your car there and forget about it, and so be nice to each other. It's a crazy time right now, and I'm really hopeful that we will get through it unscathed as much as we can. You want to talk about evictions? Yeah, I'll talk about evictions. So I don't think that the town of Brattleboro has a role in pausing evictions. Bob, maybe you can speak to that. My understanding is that the state of New Hampshire passed an executive order yesterday that pauses all evictions in that state. And I would like to think that the state of Vermont can follow New Hampshire's lead in that regard.
that would have to come from the legislature on that, as the town does not control the law with respect to evictions, but certainly the legislature could take such an action when they reconvene.
Okay. All right, I've said my piece.
Okay. Well, I just want to say I'm grateful for all the work that's been done and all the information and everything from going to the website to calling your neighbor are all examples of community, and that's what we're here for, to care for each other. I'm in favor of all these motions, and thank you all very much.
Is anyone out there in our physical audience at the time who would like to speak to any of these discussed motions and ideas and information? Kate? Please let us know who you are.
I know the drill. I'm Kate O'Connor. I'm from Brattleboro, and tonight I'm here on behalf of the Brattleboro Area Chamber of Commerce. And first, I do want to say thanks to the town for giving out concise, real, true information. Your website is great, and if there's anything that the chamber can do to help push out any information, we will do it. We're trying to send out a regular newsletter. We tweet and Facebook and everything. So if there's something that we can do for you, let us know.
Thank you.
And I do appreciate Peter's comments and Daniel's comments about the business community. And that's why I wanted to, come here tonight and just stress and make sure you folks are aware of the anxiety that a lot of the businesses are feeling. As we know, bars and restaurants are closed, and the people that worked at those bars and restaurants are no longer employed. There are also theaters and other performance venues that are closed, and the people that are there aren't taking in a paycheck in most cases. The majority of the businesses in our town are small businesses, which means it's not just sometimes the employee is the owner, which puts an added strain. We've heard from multitude, or whatever the right adjective is, of businesses that they're not closed right now, but if they sell a product that people aren't buying because they either can't come out of their house or they don't have the money to purchase the product anymore, they're about to face laying people off and possible either temporary closure or permanent closure. So what I think we would like, and I was on the call today with the Brattleboro Development Credit Corp, and Peter and Patrick were on it too, and I can tell you, Daniel, I think that BDCC is stepping up. They've not only got Brattleboro involved, because they're a regional economic development organization, and they put all of us, the Downtown Alliance was on the call, the town of Brattleboro was on the call, the Brattleboro Chamber was on the call, as were representatives from Wilmington and Bellows Falls and Wyndham Regional Commission. And the problem that I think we're all having right now is there's so much information that's coming from so many places, and you turn on the TV and now there's going to $1 trillion from Congress. Hopefully that will pass and get somewhere. But I think what would be helpful from the Chamber's perspective, and I suspect from the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance's perspective, is if we could start the conversation with the town now about what the needs of the business community are. Because as I think Peter referenced, this is something, and both of you referenced in different ways, Daniel was saying this is a need that's now, and it's also going to be a need that's 3 months from now, 6 months from now, and how many months down the way. So I'll just tell Peter maybe I could give him a call tomorrow, and possibly we could sit down and really start thinking it through now, because if we don't plan now, it's just going to, this whole thing is going to get worse for everybody. But if we can know what the end game or what our midpoint game is, working with the business community, it may alleviate a lot of the stress that people are feeling at this particular moment. So I appreciate your comments, and we'd love to work together and start working now. And I'll reiterate, if there's anything that the chamber can do to help the town, I tweeted out about free parking, anything like that is just helpful, we will do it. And I say that to Groundworks and anybody that's listening. If there's something that they need people to know and the chamber can help amplify that message, we will be there to do it.
Thank you.
So I'll call you tomorrow.
Good.
Mic drop.
I should have been the one that knows not to do that.
Anyone else would like to say anything about that big package of information and ideas just then? No? I think I just wanted to say that it feels like at the moment nothing that we have control over, which is a lot of people need to understand we have limited control in some areas and limited abilities in some areas. But I don't think anything that we have control over is off the table. We want to be talking about this stuff to the business community and our vulnerable populations and everybody who just is trying to survive this. That's the thing. I mean, I've talked to several business owners of restaurants today, actually, and they let me know that they're all sending out info via social media, whatever, personal appeals to support. If you can still afford to support your local restaurants through takeout, if they're still offering it, please do, because it's going to be a lifeline to get them through this time, hopefully. But even with that support, it's probably, some of them won't be able to hold out too long. So we hear this. That's all I wanted to say. So with this big list that we have, I think one of the easy decisions at the moment is maybe considering RTM. So I would entertain a motion for that portion of our recent discussion. Anybody want to?
Okay, Tim.
Thank you.
I move to cancel the representative town meeting scheduled for March 21st, 2020 at 8:30 a.m.
All right. Liz, this feels like a big thing. You know, it really is.
It is a big thing.
But it's something we have to do. If there's no other commentary on that, we have a motion to cancel representative town meetings, which is scheduled for March 21st. This is this coming Saturday at 8:30 a.m., which now seems completely impossible. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And that's 3-0. Jan? We also, I would entertain a motion concerning our small business assistance loan program.
I guess I'll do that one. I move to allow recipients of Small Business Assistance Program loans to defer loan payments until further notice.
All right, Daniel has made a motion to allow small business assistance loan program participants to defer their loan payments until further notice. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And that's 3-0 as well. Does anyone feel the move that we should go ahead and make any other further motions amongst the board at this time, recognizing that it is very early in the landscape? So I think that's one of the things that I really am feeling right now. Things are moving so fast as far as the federal and the state support. We're not sure what we would be supporting or not supporting, but I think very soon we'll have a clearer picture of that. So, great. So that sort of does it with this COVID-19 section. Thanks for your patience, those of you who are here for other items. And our next item, item B, has to be postponed because we don't have...
We're going to go back to... yeah, we need to go back to water and sewer.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm leaping ahead. We're going back to water and sewer commissioners. So do I have a motion to convene as water and sewer commissioners?
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. We are now water and sewer commissioners, and we have a couple of items that we need to consider.
Yeah, I think if it's okay with the board, I'd like to see you take action on the suspension of the shutoffs, because we've talked a lot about that already, and then we can move into the one item that had been agended for tonight.
Indeed. Indeed. And whose turn is it?
Shall I make a motion?
Certainly. Thank you, Liz.
I move to suspend until further notice the shutoff of water service as a consequence for non-payment of utility fees.
Thank you. Liz has made a motion to suspend until further notice the shutoff of water service as a consequence for non-payment of utility fees. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's
Thank you.
3-0. Thank you.
So the item that had been agenda for tonight is a routine purchase of an important piece of equipment that likely will cause a smile and maybe giggles. It's a sewer rotter. And a sewer rotter, as you might imagine by its name, is used to clear clogged sewer lines. We've all seen plumbers use those in our homes, I expect. I certainly have seen that in my home. But this is a sort of industrial-sized, industrial-strength sewer rotter that the utilities department uses when there are roots growing into sewer lines in town and other kinds of blockages. So the rotter that we had is worn out. We went out to bid to purchase a new one. And actually, I should correct that for the record. Rather than actually bidding it, we used a membership system that does collective bidding on behalf of lots of utilities that we belong to, called Sourcewell. And using that Sourcewell membership for the procurement of this, we have identified the rotter that we need be provided by J.F. McDermott Corporation, and the cost would be $61,824.16. We recommend your approval.
All right. And so we're a little bit over the budgeted purchase.
$60,000 was budgeted, slightly over that. But we would still recommend $1,800 extra to buy the right piece of equipment that's needed. We recommend your approval. Okay. The fund has money to cover it.
Comments, questions, anybody?
Nope. I'll just note that it really isn't over budget because they had anticipated selling back their old equipment and it was apparently worthless.
So that means there's like an old sewer rotter kicking around that you can take home.
Or bring into the parade on July 4th.
July 4th. Sure.
I wonder how many people would be required to carry that.
I think the Strolling the Heifers, that's sooner.
We could gift it. Okay.
Yeah.
Enough. Well, I guess I would take a motion if anyone is
I'd love to make
so
a motion.
moved.
I am moving to approve the purchase of a sewer rotter in the amount of $61,824.16 from J.F. McDermott Corporation.
Thank you, Daniel. You have moved to approve a purchase of a sewer rotter. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's 3-0. Great, thank you. Now I think I can say that item B on the agenda is going to be...
Should we adjourn this?
Oh gosh, Daniel, thank you. Jan was about to yell at me. May we adjourn?
Please.
Okay.
I move that we adjourn as a water and sewer
The three
commissioners.
really throws us off.
And I'm sitting in a whole different wing over here.
I know, she's on the wrong side.
I don't have my buddy.
Okay, all those in favor of adjourning as water and sewer commissioners?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, now we have shed that burden. And now, can I say that item B is going to for the amusement of our audience, due to, just complications. Item C is something that many of us up here and many of us in our community are very excited about. I'm not going to tell you what it is because...
See if you can guess by looking at who's coming to the table.
Yes. All three of you could come up.
So, good evening.
Good evening.
Trying to calibrate my excitement here.
We need something exciting.
Yeah, that's right, in light of all that's going on in the community. But this is a very exciting time for the department and the basic committee because we had a bid opening and we've been raising money for years. And years and years and years. And the time has come where I think we can put the shovel in the ground upon your approval this evening. About 13 days ago, we had bid opening for the skate park project. We received 2 bids. One bid from Parker Construction of Hardwick, Vermont for $280,000 with deducts of $4,000 $250. I'll go into what those deducts are in just a quick moment. And the second one was from Bernie LaRocque and Sons of Guilford for $288,800 with deducts of $4,700. The deducts are something that we can do within the department. It's seeding and loaming and planting some trees around the parking areas and around the walkways, pathways that will be leading to the skate park. When we put this out to bid, as I mentioned there, with the low bid coming in at $280,000 minus those deducts. And then we got to add some few things in because as we sat before you a few months back, we were talking about ways that we can look at the RFP and recalibrate things so that it would fit into the money that we have raised. The basic committee, prior to probably an hour ago, had raised what's in your package this evening of $279,765. Since we were sitting here this evening, we raised another $2,000. So in the last 13 days, the basic committee has raised $9,400, which is about $200 shy of what is needed to meet the contract to Parker Construction. So what I'm asking you this evening is to, there's a lot of different numbers here, numbers of the deduct, but the bottom line, what we're asking you to do is to enter into a contract with Parker Construction, and on top of that, we are asking for the board to consider $10,000 to be used towards contingency up to $10,000 because this has taken all the money that's been raised, and nobody wants to go into a project not knowing what could happen, and we all know anything can happen at any time. So what I'm requesting of you this evening, as I said, is to enter into a contract with Parker Construction for $275,750. And we're also requesting authorization of the $10,000 to be expended from the capital fund balance if necessary.
Thank you. Jeff, do you have anything to add?
No, I'm just happy to be here. It's been a long road.
We're happy you're here too.
I'm very happy, and I know I really appreciate everybody sticking with it as their boys have become young men. They're still in the committee, so that's wonderful, and I'm glad we're all at this point.
I don't know about this skate park. I don't know. It's great. I'm glad that I get to be on the board at this time, and maybe we can all get shovels and do that whole thing.
Sure. Oh yeah.
And Josh Steele, if you're watching, ye of little faith, you said it wasn't going to happen. I said it would happen, Josh. Now look. So let's go ahead and make that motion. You got a question?
I do. I don't have any paperwork about it. We're supposed to sign something?
No, you're authorizing us to proceed. I'll execute the contract and we'll get started as soon as the circumstances allow.
Yeah, well, it's amazing that we're here because a lot of us have had little parts to play along the years, and back when I first joined the board, we brought it up again. John Allen and I were talking about it a lot, and we committed some town money then. And it pushed us along, and then we stepped back, 2 steps forward, 1 step back type thing. But you guys have been with it from the beginning, literally, and we so appreciate that. And my 2-year-old son, who when I started getting involved didn't exist, or I had no idea he'd exist, he's excited about it. He's not able to say skateboard yet. But, so I think I speak for a lot of people in saying that thank you. And it's a nice moment we're having right now to focus on something positive and something we can see, hopefully in the warmer months, start to come to fruition. So thank you.
I'm ready to make a motion.
You should do it.
I move to award the bid for construction of the skate park at Living Memorial Park in the amount of $275,750 to Parker Construction, and to authorize an amount not to exceed $10,000 to be expended from the capital fund balance if necessary.
Thank you, Liz. Liz has made a motion to award the bid for the skate park at Living Memorial Park in the amount of $275,750. I almost want to say, and 15 cents, because that used to drive John Allen crazy, to Parker Construction, and to authorize an amount not to exceed $10,000 to be expended from the capital fund balance, if necessary. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 3-0.
Aye. Thank you very much. This is just when we go, woo-hoo, right? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
But you could keep raising money, right? I mean,
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, no
you never
problem.
know.
Don't let up on that, gas. Let's see. Oh, we have a...
Cemetery bid.
Exactly. I'm sorry, I expected Carol to be with us, but...
Yeah. Carol, we're gonna use
Thank you.
all that excitement.
All of that excitement, I need to stick around.
I'm just happy that wasn't my fault for once.
That's
Thank
not
you,
like you.
Carol.
Sorry about that. I'm off my game tonight. Sorry about that.
Not at all.
Okay, so we'll go to a different type of subject. And that's cemeteries. You go from a high...
Great circle of
A
life.
big circle of life is right.
We're dying for both of them.
Right. Again, I apologize for my early exit. With that, we had a bid opening on March 5th for cemetery maintenance. That is for both Morningside Cemetery and Prospect Hill Cemetery. This year we received 3 bids ranging from $17,000 up to $19,985. As I've mentioned in years past, the cemetery bids are kind of unique because they fall in two different fiscal years. So there is enough money in the current year to get us through April, May, June, and then going forward to the second part of the contract. I'd recommend this evening that we move forward with awarding the contract to Independent Landscape and Property Management of Newfane, Vermont. They are a new company. I checked their references and had a lot of conversation with them about the type of work, what the expectation is, and I do feel comfortable this evening recommending to you that we go forward.
Great. Any questions?
I actually do have questions.
Excellent.
Yeah, I didn't think I was going to, but it turns out that I do. So you said, the type of work and the expectations. Can you say a little bit more about the type of work and expectations?
Yeah, what we do, we put this out to bid for, I believe there's 19 mowings over the course of the year. Includes spring cleanup, includes fall cleanup, it includes trimming of hedges at the cemeteries. And so we wanted to, we probably have over close to 40 acres of cemeteries that you're maintaining. So when a lot of these people, some of their big projects are 6 and 7 acre projects. So going from a 6 or 7, your biggest projects are 6 or 7 acres to 40 acres. Part of doing my due diligence was, do you have the equipment that you can go forward and maintain that type of work? But this is mostly just mowing and trimming.
Okay.
And Prospect Hill is probably our most challenging cemetery because the equipment is getting bigger and bigger. And there's still just so much room to get between those headstones, which takes a lot of man hours to get that work done. So by the time you get to one end of the cemetery, it's time to start back over at the other side. I hope that answers your questions. If
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I have an additional one. It's kind of a sensitive question, and I'll just ask it. A community member said to me that they felt that they found a large number of needles in Morningside Cemetery. I wanted to know whether that was accurate And if so, like what the trends are about that and what some possible solutions are.
That's true. We do have, we have some encampments that take place throughout our cemeteries. We work with Groundworks from time to time to help us out managing that. And so we do that. We pick them, we do see them, we pick them up and try to make the area, because a lot of people use mostly Morningside, more so Morningside than Prospect Hill for a lot of exercise, you know, walking the roadways and stuff. And we try to get down there as much as we can as Rec and Parks, but also that part of the contract when they are down there. And I was pretty upfront with them. I'm like, you are going to see this and you will need to make sure that, you know, you're cleaning it up and training your staff and to do so safely under the guidelines of the Vermont Health Department.
Okay, thanks. And I'm not saying that to necessarily point blame at any place. Like, I think that people in our communities use drugs, and some of those drugs require needles. And if we had safe places for people to do that and a plan for like where to put that refuse, then maybe we'd handle it better. So, you know, I'm not saying that's an action the board needs to take, but like, I've been spending a lot of time these last few days reading Johann Hari's book, Chasing the Scream, which is about the history of the drug war. And it's a good municipal read. Would recommend.
Okay.
But this bid sounds pretty good to me.
It's a tough transition.
Yeah. What can you do?
So, how good does it sound to you?
It sounds like I would like to make a motion about
it. That was my lead.
So I move to award the bid for seasonal maintenance of Prospect Hill Cemetery and Morningside Cemetery to Independent Landscape and Property Management in the amount of $17,000.
Thank you, Daniel, for making a motion to award the bid for maintenance of Prospect Hill Cemetery and Morningside Cemetery to Independent Landscape and Property Management in the exact amount of $17,000. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 3-0. Thank you, Jan. And thank you, Kara.
Okay, take two. Thank you.
Now, since we don't have Steve, I believe I'm going to pass it over to Peter for our
Thank
next
you.
agenda item.
Yes. So this one is follow along to something you did really very recently. I think it was the end of January 28th. You authorized that we move forward in partnership with VTrans for the construction of a sidewalk and the modification of the intersection. So the sidewalk will run along the eastern side of Route 142 from the new Hinsdale Bridge once it's constructed down the slope there to the intersection with Royal Road, which is the access into Morningside Commons neighborhood. And then this project also involves the modification of that intersection so that the signal will allow, there'll be crosswalks added or a crosswalk added, and the signal will allow for safe pedestrian crossing of the street. So we've been through the purpose of the project and some of the history of why it's been a tough project to get defined and priced well enough for us to be able to move forward with, but yet earlier this winter we were able to arrive at a way for the town to be able to afford its share of this. When we talked back in January about the fact that our share would be $70,000 out of a total project cost of about $535,000. So the lion's share of this is being paid by the state using federal highway funds. That makes the federal highway fund usage makes the process that's followed to complete the project a bit more cumbersome than it otherwise would be. There's steps that have to be taken and well documented in order to keep the state in good standing with the feds so that the money keeps coming into Vermont to fund these kinds of projects. We knew that also heading into this, but some of the details weren't known when we first approached you about this. So the memo that I provided to you dated March 11th provides a little bit more detail about that, about how we're going to share the responsibilities with VTrans. It does not change in any way the financial split. We're still looking at approximately $70,000 as a town cost. We will be providing, we told you back in January, in-kind labor as a contribution to the project. We now have a much better handle on what that in-kind labor is, and I want to be clear that it's substantial. Dan Tyler, who is our superintendent of utilities and highway, will be the project manager for this and is familiar with the requirements, and he, along with others of us on the town staff, will make sure that we dot all the I's and cross all the T's. We think that the substantial investment of in-kind services is well worth it to be able to accomplish this improvement for just $70,000, money which is available for this project in the capital fund. And so we're asking you tonight to authorize me to sign on behalf of the town the project agreement that will, the grant agreement that will be the official kickoff of the partnership with the state.
I just had a question. So Mr. Tyler's services are in addition to the $70,000?
That is correct. Yes, the $70,000 is cash out of our capital account, our capital fund, into the project, and then Dan's time will be substantial. Others of us will be giving less substantial, but still, time to the project because of the fact that it is the procedural requirements are more rigorous than if we were just deciding to do this ourselves.
And I would see his time and input as a benefit to the community because that means that it's built the way we want it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
Daniel, any questions?
No, it's a good thing.
I had a quick question. It's already been authorized through town meeting. You made a note of, correct? Because of it's going to be coming from sidewalk.
Yes.
budget?
So to be clear, there is funding for sidewalk construction in the capital fund. Has been for the last 4 years at least. That is authorized by town meeting without it being specific to exactly where those sidewalks will be constructed. We will be using those funds to build a sidewalk in this location.
From last year's town meeting?
Actually from accumulated funds. So it's because of how the capital fund works, there are times when there's more than just this year's allocation in there because of whatever circumstances led us not to spend all of it last year. But we carefully account for sidewalk money to be spent for sidewalks and bridge money to be spent for bridges and so on.
Just that you don't need the meeting we just canceled.
Correct. We don't need any additional authorization of funds. We have what we need for us to honor our commitment through this agreement to pay $70,000 for this sidewalk.
Great.
Thank you. And if anybody out there is wondering if this would impact our ability to repair and replace existing sidewalks, what would the answer be?
Thank you so much for asking, Tim. The answer to that would be
someone's out there thinking.
In our operating budget, we also have been increasing in recent years the commitment to of funding to repair and replace small sections of sidewalks. So the capital funds the creation or replacement of significant sections like this one, and the operating fund sidewalk money does like a couple of squares at a time here or there where there's need for safing up a sidewalk. Thank you.
Well, it sounds like a great idea because it's going to take that Royal Road neighborhood and incorporate more into the community.
Exactly.
And, anticipate the new bridge work and incorporate that into the community as well.
Exactly. And yeah, just, speaking to that, it's not just good infrastructure for the safety that it provides. It actually is going to encourage folks to walk. It'll be a connecting section now so that folks from the neighborhood at Morningside Commons can walk all the way into Main Street, which I'm sure they have done, but they've done at their own peril up until now because of the lack of sidewalk through this section.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Or indeed to be able to walk up the bridge, correct?
And up onto the bridge to
there are a
catch
couple
the
of
beautiful views.
planned viewing areas.
It's true.
And there's a lot of truck traffic on that road.
But no fishing, probably, from that bridge.
Don't know.
Okay, let's not go there. But another exciting thing for the future of Brattleboro, that's a little bit of a break from our current issues that we're dealing with. Anyone want to make a motion?
I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
I move to authorize the town manager, Peter Elwell, to execute a grant agreement with the Vermont Agency of Transportation for the transportation project known as Brattleboro STP BP 1917 to provide pedestrian improvements between the Morningside Commons neighborhood and the new Hinsdale Bridge.
Thank you, Liz. Liz has made a motion to authorize Peter Elwell to execute a grant agreement, and that is for providing of pedestrian improvements between Morningside Commons neighborhood and the new Hinsdale Bridge. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's 3-0. Thank you. We are now listening to Peter once again. Sorry, as we are wont to do. We like that. For a procurement of engineering services.
Yes, indeed. So we talked at length during the budget process about the increased burden to municipalities that stormwater management represents based on the adoption of the state's Act 64 to improve water quality throughout Vermont. And this is one of the ramifications of that, implementing additional, very detailed, very complex planning about the work that's going to need to be done in various locations in order to comply with the regulations. So we're asking tonight that you authorize us to spend an amount not to exceed $30,900 to engage Stevens and Associates to provide several different pieces of engineering in different locations for different purposes. So there's actually 5 separate aspects to this engagement, each of them small in their own right, but together they exceeded my $10,000 authority, which is why the matter is before you tonight. I should note, because of one of the other things we talked about related to this broader topic throughout the budget process, is the importance of us preparing to and then moving forward with the creation of a stormwater utility as the funding mechanism for meeting these much more significant requirements for stormwater management. That this is not related to that. This is, more minor investment in specific improvements that need to be done here on the near term that will not be part of the creation of that better mechanism for getting this work done. We do expect to be back in the months ahead. Exactly when is hard to predict right now because of COVID-19. We were preparing to probably bring you something in April on this topic. It's likely to be a little later on now. But we do plan to come to you by, say, summertime with more details about how we would move forward to create that stormwater utility. And at that time, we will need to authorize additional engineering funds to move that process forward. But for tonight, this is specific location, specific work, and we're asking for $30,900, not to exceed $30,900 for this engineering.
Thank you. Would Daniel or Liz like to? Liz, would you like to comment on? Well,
I think
you
it's
have
a great
considerable
idea.
expertise with this area. So.
I've read all
Trying to
5 of
harness
the
our-
applications, and they all looked kosher to me, and I'm all for it.
Yeah.
Good.
As you were mentioning the budget, I was like, oh yeah, the budget. Remember the budget?
Yeah. The trauma we sometimes forget very soon.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, all good.
Well, who would like to make a motion?
I suppose I would. I move to approve proposals from Stevens and Associates for stormwater related services for a fee not to exceed $30,900.
Hard to say.
Yeah.
Thank you. Daniel has made a motion to approve proposals from Stevens and Associates for stormwater related services for a fee not to exceed $30,900. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
3-0. Thank you. And we have a finally, well, not finally, but we do have a financial report to squeeze in.
We do.
Would you like to give
Sure.
us a...
So the financial report is good. I'm going to give a couple of highlights from it as usual, but then I want to speak more broadly to town finances and the circumstances we find ourselves in with COVID-19 again, topic of import in terms of lots of different impacts, one of which will be financial for the town. So through the first, how many months of the year? 8 months of the fiscal year, we are in solid shape where our expenditures are below the threshold for 2/3 of the year. We've spent 64. When you prorate the large annual expenses and create a monthly flow, we're at 64.1% expended. That's about normal for this time of year. We usually end up somewhere north of 96% expended, but not fully expended. That's obviously the way we want to manage the budget. So we're on track for that in the general fund, and likewise in the utility funds and the utility fund and the parking fund, where we are at 63%, 64% in the utility fund, and the parking fund is right at 67.8. It doesn't involve those prorations, but revenues in the parking fund up until this 8th month report have been running well, and so that also was, everything here is a nothing to be alarmed about report. It has also, for folks who may want to look at it on the town's website, it has the normal monthly information about the status of our loans and stuff. But rather than spending time on that, what I'd like to do is put in perspective the fact that this was chugging along until this past week as a relatively normal year, some unexpected expenses, but also some ways in which we could save on certain things. And the spending was in line with reasonable expectations for being 2/3 of the way through a fiscal year. Our revenues all are in good shape. So in all of the three funds, we were just solid, steady as we go. That has completely changed in this past several days. In parking, because of the decision we made tonight, the revenues are going to be significantly below target. Our expenses will probably be lower than the target, but they won't go down by as much. The largest single expense in the parking operation, just as it is for all of town government as a labor-intensive service delivery organization, are salaries that we're going to be continuing to pay during the time when our revenues are not coming in. And so that's not going to put us in any kind of a precarious long-term position related to the parking fund, but it means we're going to end fiscal year 20 not in the position that we shoot for. We will spend more money than we collect in the parking fund this year. The utility fund may end up the same way. It's got a much more complex set of circumstances there. The action you took tonight related to the utility fund was to suspend shutoffs. We expect that when the May payment comes, actually one thing I'd like to just digress on for a minute. I almost spoke to it when you brought up delinquencies, Daniel. I thought, no, I can wait for another night. But there's not much to say that we're fortunate about, but in the context of all that is misfortune all over this COVID-19 thing, there are glimmers of bright sides here or there about details of it. And one is the timing of how this happened is coming right after a payment due date. So we just had February 15th as the last time that taxes and utility fees were owed to the town. We had normal collections at that time, no surprises. The next time they're going to be due is May 15th. We don't expect May 15th to be normal. We expect that there's going to be quite a few more people and organizations that are strained and may not be able to make their payment at that time, but we'll see how that turns out. Maybe this will be shorter lived. Maybe it'll be weeks and not months, and folks will get back on their feet and we won't have such an impact. But I think we should expect that there will be more non-payment at the May 15th timeframe than normal. And so we may end up upside down also in the utility fund at the end of the year. But again, in a situation where we've got substantial enough reserves and a solid enough overall financial condition to not be a long-term concern. But in the short term, we may end this fiscal year in a deficit position. In the general fund, the same thing might happen, but we will be carefully and separately accounting for the emergency-related expenses. So in order to make sure that our documentation is really clear for the federal authorities who may be coming to audit our books in order to make refunds available through FEMA processes or other government processes where we might be eligible to receive reimbursement for some of the extraordinary expenses we're going to incur. We will document that well as we go along so as to be able to be well positioned for that recovery after the emergency is over. That will all get reconciled in a way where it will be a general fund burden in the end. There's no other funding source for those expenses other than the grants that we might receive, and we might not. And so there's just a lot we don't know about that at this point. We'll keep you well informed as it unfolds. But again, all of that is, the unfortunate but necessary word of warning that while, when this was prepared on March 4th, we were in a normal, solid position. We now have a lot that's unknown, and the likelihood that some of our financial operating condition at the end of this fiscal year will be in deficit. Overall, for the long term, we're in still a very solid financial condition.
So as the state and federal government do whatever they're going to do,
yes,
does the municipality have people to help us decipher what aid might be coming to us? Is the Vermont League of Cities and Towns a group that would help us make sure that we're getting what we're entitled to? And
sure. Yes, they will do that. We also, as you know, we're in between finance directors right now, but we have the interim finance director is somebody who actually has audited Vermont books, municipal books. And so she's a person who will be familiar with how, whether it's Irene related or some of the more minor emergencies that have happened, it's not uncommon that on small scale emergencies that are not affecting our whole society like this, that there are, virtually every year, some municipalities that are affected by some smaller scale disasters. And if there's enough impact to those areas from those storms usually or other incidents, then a presidential declaration will make them eligible to receive reimbursement for some of the expenses incurred. And so that's a process we're all pretty familiar with. Fortunately, we don't have to go through it every year. But those of us who've been in municipal government for a while know how those processes work. And to the degree that there are sort of arcane accounting details related to that, we'll have Lori to provide the guidance to the town about how to make sure we first document the information correctly. And then by the time we're applying for reimbursement on any of this, we'll have a new finance director on board.
Super.
Thank you.
Something you mentioned reminded me of a question I forgot to ask a little earlier, so I'd like to just ask that. The employees of the parking,
yes.
What will they be doing?
So there will be, to some degree, some repurposing, and this is not just in parking, it's kind of spotlight on parking because of the fact that we're going to stop issuing tickets. That particular group is a small group. There are larger groups of employees in some other town departments that will actually be, for a while, not needing to do their normal function. And they will either do sort of special project things that we don't normally have time for that are going to be valuable to the department and to the town more broadly over the longer haul, and or be repurposed to assist with some of the community work that we're doing, to food delivery or other kinds of support for what we ourselves in town government are doing and what others in the community are doing to just keep things happening, to keep people who have needs supported in the community. So there will be a variety of different ways in which that happens. There will be some days when neither one of those things is necessary, and there'll be employees who are sent home for their own safety and for the safety of others in terms of social distancing, and will be paid for that because we're sending them home. But there will be as little of that as possible in order to make sure that either through regular town operations or through the extraordinary needs that we're facing right now, folks are part of delivering the service to the community.
Great. Yeah, of course, that's the answer we wanted to hear, because Daniel laid out a very good list of all the community efforts happening, and if we can plug safely into some of those.
Absolutely.
That's what we should do. Thank you. Well, thank you for that report. Anyone
Do we
else?
need to have a break for the...
Oh, gosh, I didn't even think of it. Do you folks need a break? You guys? Yeah, okay. Sorry, I know there's a couple of people here that have been waiting for the next item, but if we could just take a strict 5-minute break, I think we'll do that, and we'll reconvene at 8:25. Thank you. I don't know whether I should do that for reopening, but you've joined us back after a quick 5-minute break, and we are at letter H, as Daniel loves to say, because he's from a strange part of the world.
Australia.
Australia, that's right.
Well, down under.
We have a couple guests. Would you like to join us up at our table of inquisition? Came up with
Presentation.
table of honor. I'm going to call it that.
That sounds kinder.
Would you mind introducing yourselves?
Sure. I'm Rihanna Kendrick from Groundworks Collaborative.
Thank you.
Josh Davis from Groundworks Collaborative.
Why are you giving me that look? Not everybody who's watching knows exactly who everyone is.
I'm happy to introduce myself. I also live in Brattleboro proudly, and so.
Ditto.
Excellent. Thank you for being here. Peter, would you like to?
Actually, I'd like Patrick to
that's right.
give us an overview of the situation. I think while the action item tonight is really clean and clear, it comes with a good bit of history attached to it. So we'd like Patrick to kind of lay that out and certainly hear from the Groundworks leadership about it as well.
And Patrick wrote an excellent memo, so please.
Well, thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
And thank you, Peter. I'll just take a couple of minutes before we turn it over to Rihanna and Josh, and just talk a little bit about the project, the role that the town has played in this project, actions that the board have already taken in support of the project, and of course, why we're here tonight and the reason for staff's recommendation. So the project is called 54-60 South Main Street. And while the project will do a number of things for the organization in terms of enhancing its efficiency of its operations, its principal function is to develop a permanent home for the seasonal overflow shelter. As many folks will recall, the seasonal overflow shelter for years was situated on Main Street at the Baptist Church. That building was sold. That use could no longer continue at that location. That put Groundworks in a bit of a pinch. The town of Brattleboro worked closely with Groundworks, looking at any number of different locations around town where we might be able to, situate that type of service. They found a temporary solution, temporary in a couple of years, up at the Winston Prouty on the Austin campus. But of course, that too has come to a conclusion, and so almost by process of elimination, their existing location at 60 South Main Street became the focus of the permanent home for the seasonal overflow shelter. So it was at the beginning of 2019 that the board authorized submission of a grant application to the Vermont Community Development Program. The grant application was in the amount of $500,000, at which point in time the town contributed from a revolving loan from program income, $50,000. That was received well by the state, but funded to the tune of $400,000. And because of the challenges around fundraising for this effort, at a subsequent action, the the select board authorized an additional supplementary commitment of $100,000, raising the town's contribution on this project from $50,000 up to $150,000. So that's where we were the last time the board took this matter up. The project continued to move forward. Consultants and engineers working for the project secured all the necessary permits, and the only remaining item that needed to be completed in order for the final phase of the project to begin is the remainder of the fundraising. And while their fundraising efforts have been successful and are ongoing, we have reached a point in time where the organization needs to pull the trigger on this project. In order to be ready for next winter, which I believe starts sometime in November, there's a 6 months construction project that needs to occur. And in order for that to happen, Groundworks needs to execute a contract for construction by early April. So we're at a time crunch. We're at a point in time where it's time to decide, are we doing this project? And I believe the answer to that is a wholehearted yes. There is currently, as of the date of the memo in the board's packet, excuse me, about $506,000 of funds remaining to be raised. And we've been working with Groundworks and some of the other project partners to try and go back to each funding source and see if perhaps there's a little bit more that could be had. The town submitted on their behalf a enhancement request to the Vermont Community Development for an additional $100,000. I believe that's likely to be funded, especially if tonight's action moves forward. The USDA and the incentives to be provided by Green Mountain Power are, we believe, all but certain. There are other funding sources that the organization is looking at, some opportunity zone tax credits, and then actually as a worst case scenario, there is borrowing against assets of the organization. And we think with this combination of final pieces of this $3.1 million project, after your action and after the action that will be done up at the state in consideration of the enhancement request, we think that positions Groundworks to be able to execute this contract in order to be ready for next season. Does that seem about right?
Yeah, that's fantastic. I would just update one thing. Since we submitted this memo to you, we've raised an additional $28,000. So that brings the bottom line to the gap to $478,000. And so, like Patrick said, we've been continuing to fundraise, but really thorough overview both of the history and our current status and the urgency that we have to start this project just as soon as we can in April so that we can be into our new space in November. The schedule is extremely tight.
Do you want to give us just a very quick overview of what the new facility will look like and the services it'll provide?
Sure. It will really bring all of the vast majority of our services under one roof. So we'll have a expanded, adequately sized day shelter. And in that program, we'll have a kitchen so that folks can cook meals. We'll have a pantry that will be stocked. We'll have multiple bathrooms with showers. We'll have office space. We'll have meeting space in the new building. Also upstairs, there'll be a second floor where we'll have our administrative offices. Now that space will convert at night into the shelter space. And so we'll have storage at both ends that will allow beds to come out and unfold, and really we're using every nook and cranny for shelter space as well. Also be a mezzanine in the main area that'll be open, that'll have 4 bunk beds that will be available anytime. Those won't break down and set up again, and so if folks need to sleep during the day, they can access those. 60 South Main, circa 1780s building, will be updated for our HealthWorks team to do their work out of there, and that's our embedded provider from the Brattleboro Retreat, our RN from Brattleboro Memorial Hospital, and our HCRS provider will be working out of there along with our case management team and representative payee program.
Great.
Well, I just wanted to mention you're continuing to fundraise, and you have a matching grant?
We have a matching grant. We do from the
Vermont Country Store.
Thank you, Vermont Country Store.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think with this fundraising that we've done, we've almost captured all of that match, but we're continuing to set up matching grants and work with folks to close this gap. We've been really successful.
I just thought that the people in the community want to know in case they want to contribute.
Absolutely. And I would say a deep sense of gratitude both to be back here because the town has already been very generous in the support of this project. The state has already been generous in the support. And so I really appreciate the fact that you're entertaining an additional ask for this project because we think it's really worthy. But I'd also underscore that individuals and businesses in this town primarily have given $1.5 million, have pledged $1.5 million to this project, which I think is a testament to the importance of this project, the support of this organization, and the support of the people that we serve. So I don't want that to go unnoticed. That's almost 50% of the project is coming from local support. So thanks for pointing that out, Liz.
Thank you. Well, I feel it's someone's duty, and I think it'll be mine at the moment, to just point out to people watching that this if approved, comes from our community program income, which originally, and Patrick, tell me if I'm wrong, originally as federal, state pass-through grants. It also is a fund that gets loaned out to businesses, for instance, and gets replenished periodically as they pay off. It's been very successful for multi-purposes in our town.
Yes.
And it is restricted to housing and community economic development.
Correct.
And certainly what you guys provide helps, really you could argue, in both those arenas, but certainly in housing, which is a critical need that we have right now. Especially given recent events, we have all kinds of housing on top of our minds. And people need a home to go home to and sometimes to isolate in. And that's one of the problems we're addressing with COVID-19 right now. Just wanted to throw that out there, that this is not general fund money that we're considering.
Meaning that it's not from the taxpayers.
Correct. Thank you for that clarification. Do you anticipate any expansion of services or any changes in that regard coming up? Want to comment on that at all?
Expansion of services with the new project?
Well, expansion of capability or capability of expanding services.
I think an efficiency that we have, and also, being under one roof is going to dramatically change our programs. Right now, we are pieced out across the community, and so being able to do what we do under one roof is not only going to have great outcomes for the people that we serve, but also the people that work at the organization. In terms of expanding services, that's the question. Yes, absolutely. Talking about having a shelter, we're getting into the spring. Now is the time that we start to close down our seasonal overflow shelter. And for years, we've talked about the hardship that comes with that, the fact that we pass out tents, and that tenting is part of our emergency housing system. And so with this building, we'll be able to go back in our strategic plan. When we started groundworks, we put in that strategic plan to have a year-round shelter. And so it's been a question of location and then also a question of resources. And with this, we answer the question of location, because this will be our building. We won't be renting from anyone. It'll be a secure building for us to provide our services for years on end. However, it'll be a question of the resources that will be needed to operate this program year-round. Given our current capabilities and support that we're seeing from the community for the work that we do, I foresee in the very near future that that is something that we would be able to provide the community as year-round services.
Great. I think that's great news, because year-round services is not only something that we all want to see, it's absolutely necessary.
Absolutely.
For our clients.
I just have a completely different question, more about COVID-19. The state sends warming funds, and they're about to end. Will that be extended because of the virus?
Yep, the state task force is looking at the capacity of all warming shelters to extend their services. So last days have all blended together at this point. Friday evening, they surveyed every warming shelter in the state to determine a wide variety of things, and that was one of the questions they looked at, is do we have the capacity to continue to stay open for longer? And we certainly do, and are working closely with our partners at Winston Prouty, where we're not the only tenant at that space, and so far have received significant support, not only from them, but from all of the tenants on the Winston Prouty campus. So I anticipate it's highly likely that that's something that we'll be doing this year.
I think one of the few positive things that could come out of the virus is that the community's understanding of the need for your work.
Good point. Well,
how do we think? Well, indeed.
Motion? Is it my turn?
I think it is.
All right then. I move to approve a grant in the amount of $100,000 from the town's revolving loan fund program income to Groundworks Collaborative in support of the project located at 5460 South Main Street to establish a permanent seasonal overflow shelter.
Thank you. Liz has made a motion to approve a grant in the amount of $100,000 from our revolving loan fund to Groundworks Collaborative in support of 5460 South Main Street and their permanent seasonal overflow shelter. All those in favor? Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for all your work.
And thank you, Patrick, for the support.
Hey, my pleasure. Thank you.
We have a small grant to reallocate.
We do.
Item
So
H.
it's a reallocation of Homeland Security funds that we were made aware of. So we applied for a very specific, very small amount, $1,600, to enable the town to purchase 2 multi-purpose devices that are used when doing swiftwater rescue activities for the fire department. We were in front of you, if this sounds eerily familiar, it's because it was only about a month ago we were in front of you to ask for permission to apply for this, but almost as soon as we sent in the letter, they sent one back and said, yes, you got it. And so what's before you tonight is the acceptance and appropriation of a grant for $1,600 from the Vermont Department of Public Safety for the town to buy those 2 multi-purpose devices.
Great.
They sound very useful.
They are, in multiple ways.
Yes. Let's get one.
At least as useful as they were
Let's
just a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
Would you like to make a motion?
I would. I move to accept and appropriate a $1,600 reallocation of 2017 funds as a state Homeland Security grant from the Vermont Department of Public Safety.
Great. Thank you for that motion to accept an appropriate $1,600 reallocation of funds as a state Homeland Security grant from the Vermont Department of Public Safety. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And that's 3-0. Jane. So we get to committee matters. We had some appointments to interview committee members earlier today. However, none of them could make it.
Yes.
So, go ahead.
Well, if I may, so because the individuals weren't able to be here to be interviewed, and because we've temporarily suspended the operation of town committees, and because this particular committee has enough members on it right now so that if we resume that activity before you make these appointments, they still can function, it might be appropriate that you postpone action on these applications until such time as the emergency has settled down and the individuals can come be interviewed by you and you can make an informed choice.
I was thinking that too. Was anyone else?
Yes.
Peter's a mind reader.
And we do have 4 applicants for 1 vacancy, which is terrific.
Which is unusual. Yeah.
We love that. Would anyone like to announce other? We don't have to make a motion to do that, do we? No.
You can just agree to move past it. Yes.
So agreed.
On consensus.
Do you want to add the tree to that announcement?
To the announcement? Sure, since it's still open.
Since it's still
Yes,
open.
please. Yeah.
Sure. I don't mind doing it. Would you like me to read the vacancies?
Go right ahead.
Okay. So we do have, people are invited to apply for some remaining committee vacancies, one of which is still the tree committee, which has 1 vacancy. And then there is the ADA committee has 1 vacancy. All of these have, oh no, sorry. The arts, I was trying to make it simple. The arts committee has 1 vacancy. The CPCC, which is the Citizen Police Communications Committee, has 1 vacancy. The Conservation Commission has 1. The Developmental Review Board alternate has 2. And the Inspector of Lumber, Shingles, and Wood is also searching for a bright-eyed, bushy-tailed inspector. So, but just 1.
Maybe there's a squirrel somewhere.
I don't know what. I guess it's getting late, and I'm getting
Yeah, Getting punchy.
May I speak to K&L, please?
Oh, yes, certainly.
We're almost done.
Certainly.
And the last two items on the agenda tonight, both related to annual business that is done around the time of town meeting, and both of these actually relate to the timing of town meeting, and so they have become moot tonight by the virtue of the action that you had to take to cancel town meeting. So,
Indeed.
Unless you have something else you want to talk about tonight, we're done.
No, unless there's any other commentary, that brings us.
I move to adjourn.
Oh. Good idea.
Liz has moved to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 3-0. Thank
Wash
you
your
very
hands.
much. Thank you, CTV, for providing safe viewing for all of our citizens.
Good morning. I'm Attorney General T.J. Donovan. Joined with me today is my Chief of Staff, Charity Clark, Chief of my Public Protection Division, Chris Curtis, Assistant Attorney Generals, Jill Abrams, Ryan Krieger, and Justin Colbert. We are here today because the state of Vermont just filed a lawsuit to protect Vermonters' privacy. We filed a lawsuit against Clearview AI. Clearview AI is a company that has collected billions of photos off the internet by screen scraping, applying artificial intelligence technology, biometric data to these photos and selling them, including photos of Vermonters and their children without Vermonters' consent. We believe this is a violation of Vermonters' privacy. We've sued today. We've also filed a motion for preliminary injunction asking the court to enjoin Clearview from stop collecting Vermonters' photos, applying this technology, essentially mapping their faces, including Vermont's children's, and stop selling it without Vermonters' consent. We have a proud tradition of protecting Vermonters' privacy in this state. It is a value since the founding of this state. And the right to privacy, the right to be free, the right to be anonymous, the right to walk our streets, the right to walk down Church Street, the right to assemble. These fundamental freedoms that we hold true as Americans are put in jeopardy by this technology without people's consent that has created a constant state of surveillance by this company, by collecting this information, by probing Vermonters, by taking their photos off the internet, by mapping their faces, including children's, and selling it without Vermonters' consent. We say today that's against Vermont's law. That violates the Vermont's Consumer Protection Statute. It's a violation of our data broker registry, and we say no more. And I want to be clear, as a parent, and I think I speak for all parents in this state of Vermont, you want to take something from our kids, you better ask us, or you're going to hear from us. And today, this company has heard from us through the Attorney General's office to stop violating Vermont's children's rights. We're asking the court to put an end to this practice. I want to be clear about what biometric data is. It's a unique identifier to a certain somebody's identity. Think about somebody's fingerprint. Think about DNA. That's biometric data. You have to get a court order to get somebody's fingerprint or DNA. And this company is using this technology to map people's faces, to apply that biometric data, and then to sell it to companies to make a profit without Vermonters' consent. When you talk about surveillance, we think about law enforcement, and I understand that, but we have guardrails and safeguards, namely the Fourth Amendment, when we talk about surveillance. What this company has done, what this technology does without those safeguards, without those guardrails, is to create a surveillance economy. Vermonters have rights, we need protections, we need guardrails, we need to protect people's privacy. So with that, let me turn it over to my Chief of my Public Protection Division, Chris Curtis. Again, I want to thank his team, Ryan Krieger, Justin Colbert, and Jill Abrams, for their great work to talk more about this lawsuit and our motion for a preliminary injunction, which has been filed earlier today. Chris.
Thank you, Attorney General Donovan. Again, my name is Christopher Curtis. I'm the Chief of the Public Protection Division at the Office of the Attorney General. And I want to thank the General for assigning us this task to be stewards of Vermonters' privacy interests in the context of our Consumer Protection Act. That act protects us against unfair or deceptive acts or practices in commerce. This company has gone out violating terms of service and taken photographs unbeknownst to the general public, amassed a multi-billion photograph database without anyone's consent, and is now using that to sell it to the highest bidder. That's just wrong, as the Attorney General made clear. And I couldn't be more proud of our team our Consumer Protection Unit Director, Jill Abrams, Assistant Attorneys General, Ryan Krieger, and Justin Kolber, for pulling together this complaint and a request to the court to stop this practice. Imagine, just imagine, photographs from all walks of life, your home, your workplace, out in the community, that you had no expectation, not only that somebody would have access to and compile and be putting out there for sale, unbeknownst to you, but that actually pulls them all together to create a unique dossier of all of your activities from all walks of life. It's not just wrong, it's frankly offensive, particularly when you think about children that may be swept into this database with unique biometric data that can follow them for the rest of their lives. It's wrong. We're calling for this practice to end. And with that, I want to turn it over to Assistant Attorney General Krieger, who can talk a little bit more about the specifics of the complaint and the request for preliminary injunction.
I'm Ryan Krieger, Assistant Attorney General. So this case is about privacy. It is about how you cannot have privacy without a certain degree of anonymity, the ability to go about your day without people automatically being able to identify you. Now, you may think when you walk down the street, well, you might be identified, and that's fine. When you walk around your own neighborhood, then people who know you might know who you are. But if you go to Montreal or New York City, no one's going to know who you are. Ask any celebrity, and they will tell you there is a big difference between being able to go out to lunch and not being identified and being able to be identified anywhere that you go. I think that this lawsuit is going to confront a lot of myths that have arisen around privacy, like the notion that privacy is dead, that our data is already out there everywhere, and so what does it matter? That's a myth. Our information isn't all out there. The folks who want to take all of our data want us to think that there's no sense in trying to protect our privacy anymore. A myth that once you put a photo out on the internet, you lose all rights to anything that happens with that photo. If you post a photo on Facebook and you say it's public, you are consenting to make that photo public. You can remove consent. That's a fundamental aspect of privacy. You can remove consent and say, no, I want that to be private again. Just because you put a photo on Facebook does not mean that anyone can come and download it and apply facial recognition to it and share it with anybody, or collect all of your photos together from across the internet. So in our complaint, we allege that that is basically what Clearview has done. Clearview has used screen scraping technology, which is a technology where you basically go on a website and you just collect all of the information. You download it all at once. Many websites like Facebook, Google, YouTube, LinkedIn, they have clear policies saying you're not allowed to do that. And when you upload your photo to these websites, you expect other people to interact with those websites in that way. Not that they'll just come in and download all of the information all at once, which is what this company has done. You certainly don't expect that they are going to download all the information at once and then apply facial recognition technology to them and share that information with anybody who wants it, or sell that information with anybody who wants it. The critical aspect of biometrics, which is creating an identifier about you from your physical being or from your behavioral traits, like the way you walk or the way you write or the way you look. The thing about biometrics is you can't change that about yourself. If you lose your password or your ID, you can get a new one issued. You haven't just given up your privacy forever. But once someone has mapped your face, it's in a database forever. Once someone has mapped a child's face, that child is in that database forever and can't be removed from it. So it's this permanent aspect. You can't change your genes, you can't change your fingerprints, you can't change your facial recognition absent, putting on a mask every time you go out in public, something like that. So in our preliminary injunction motion, what we have asked the court to do is to force or demand that Clearview AI remove all Vermonters from its database, and especially the children, and to stop collecting Vermonters and Vermont children using screen scraping from the internet. And that's all we want. We said you do not consent to have us put in this database, and so we want you to remove us from this database. That is the relief that we are requesting from the court, and we are expressing to the court that this is urgent because they are continuing to share our information. And in addition, by putting all this information in one place, you are creating a threat that someone will come along and try to steal that information, that there will be a data breach. And there has already been a data breach with Clearview AI. There was a data breach 2 weeks ago in which their entire client list was stolen. So clearly this is not a company that has the best data security available. And we see all the time, Equifax was a major data breach in which we got more complaints in our office than in a shorter time than we had ever received before. Over 700 complaints. Vermonters care when companies collect their data and then lose their data. And we want to make sure that that does not happen in this case, which is why we are moving so quickly and with such urgency. Thank you.
I just want to say one last thing, that this is truly about consent. Vermonters have rights. Vermonters have a right to know that this type of information, particularly about their kids, is being collected and sold. Vermonters have a right to know, and Vermonters have a right to privacy and to say no if they choose. That's why we're asking the court to stop this. And I want to say one last thing about this type of technology and biometric data. You can't see folks or recognize them by the naked eye, but this technology allows you to be identified where you seek to be anonymous, where you seek to be private. That's a fundamental freedom of this state, of this country. And we are in a brave new world and involved in a digital economy. I understand that. But the right to privacy is timeless, and it's not going away. And we need to draw the line and hold the line here in Vermont to say that privacy matters in the online world. That's what we've asked the court to do today, to simply say that privacy still matters and people still have a right to privacy, particularly to their children, particularly to the essence of who they are. That's why we filed this lawsuit. That's why we filed a preliminary injunction today asking the court to stop and enjoin this company from collecting Vermonters' information and selling it. Happy to answer questions.
When did you learn of this company in the first place?
About a month ago, I think. I know there's some articles, obviously, in the New York Times, and I should have said this earlier. You know, we passed this data broker law 2 years ago, which are third-party data brokers that you got to register with the state of Vermont. Third-party data brokers, you don't have a direct relationship with the consumer. You're buying and selling people's data. It's big business. Vermonters have a right to know about that too, in my opinion. That's why we said you got to have a registry. And in that, you got to disclose. Are you collecting information about kids? They registered, albeit a little bit late if I have that right, and disclosed that they were collecting this information about kids. So these are the protections. It was a sequence of events to answer your question. Certainly, I think the New York Times had some articles. We got some questions. The data broker registry, the disclosure about children. And this first started really from a law enforcement perspective. Whether or not Vermont law enforcement was utilizing this type of technology. I can tell you that, to the best of my knowledge, Vermont law enforcement is not using this technology. I can tell you specifically the Vermont State Police is not using this technology. And I think there's issues with that in law enforcement. But as Mr. Krieger said, this isn't just law enforcement. We know from the data breach that this is going everywhere. This product is being sold to businesses, to universities. And the fact of the matter is, Vermonters can't just be swept up in this without their consent. People have a right to know. That's why we've sued.
When you talk about the scraping,
screen scraping, yeah.
Screen scraping. How do they do that? I mean, where do they go to get the info? Are they going to like?
That's a tech question, Pat. So let me get Ryan Krieger to answer that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious. Are they going to Facebook pages? Are they going to newspaper pages? I mean, where do they collect all this from?
As far as we understand right now, the collection is fairly indiscriminate. They've collected from many, it's been reported, millions of websites. We have a strong belief that YouTube, Google, Venmo, LinkedIn, Facebook were scraped, partly because they've sent cease and desist letters to Clearview saying stop violating our terms of service. And basically screen scraping is when you create a computer program, a script, an automated process to just go out, access the website, and then just download everything on the website, which these companies have terms of service that explicitly say you may not use bots to do what you are doing. And they violated those terms of service.
So is Vermont's new law, the data law that went into effect, the data broker law, is this the only law across the country that holds a chance of being able to bring these guys to court to stop them?
So the data broker law had two key elements for this case. One is it created this registry which required these third-party data brokers who otherwise you would have no idea who they are or that they're collecting your data to register in Vermont, so that they have to come into the sunlight. And California actually, in January of this year, passed its own data broker registry modeled on ours. It has another aspect of it which has a specific prohibition against fraudulent acquisition of data. It prohibits fraudulent acquisition of data and acquiring data in order to engage in stalking, harassing, discrimination, other acts like that. We have alleged in our complaint that their screen scraping constitutes fraudulent acquisition of data. As far as I know, I don't think any other states have that specific law. That's not the law we're entirely basing our complaint on. We're also saying they're engaging in unfair acts, which all 50 states have laws that prohibit unfair and deceptive acts. But we are the only state that has asserted this particular claim, and I think it's in part because we have this history with the data broker registry, with this fraudulent acquisition law, and we've been kind of laying the groundwork for being able to protect consumers' privacy for quite some time in this area.
Now, I think TJ mentioned that they had registered. They are an out-of-state company though, right?
Correct.
TJ, you mentioned you don't think any law enforcement in Vermont are using this. I mean, do you think it's a tool that law enforcement should be using?
I think there's got to be safeguards, and I think the New Jersey Attorney General essentially put out a memo directing all New Jersey law enforcement to stop using this type of technology until there's protections and guardrails in place. And you talk about it in the criminal justice realm. The Fourth Amendment is the guardrail. In the consumer protection realm, we don't have those guardrails. We have the consumer protection law, but if you don't know about it, how are you getting? This has been going on. So I think right now we have had a conversation with Colonel Birmingham of Vermont State Police. Unequivocally, they are not using it. To the best of my knowledge, no other law enforcement agency in the state of Vermont is using it. If they are, I think I'd have concerns about that.
Do you think that my understanding from what I've read about Clearview's technology is that what the state is asking for in terms of removing Vermonters from their database, that and even opting out is not really maybe even possible with the way their software is built. Do you believe that's even a possibility that they could do that? And if not, what is the remedy then?
That's not our problem that they don't have the technology. That's the harm to Vermonters, that they've collected it, they've mapped people, and now they're selling these images of Vermont kids without parents' consent. And then they're going to say, well, we don't have the technology, too bad. That's why we're going to court saying stop this. That's their burden. That's a question for the court to answer. But I've heard the same thing, and that's a question that's going to be answered here in the state of Vermont, in this courthouse.
Do you think there's a possibility other states might join your lawsuit? Because you said it's not entirely involving the Vermont's data broker law.
Look, I can't speculate what other states are going to do. I think Vermont is unique in our history and tradition of privacy, that is a value that I think we hold dear in this state. It is in our Constitution. We are a state that is, I think, we believe in letting people live their lives and respecting people's privacy and letting people make their own decisions. And in this new online world that we are fully engaged in, we have to set a marker saying privacy still matters. And there's got to be some guardrails put in place. There's got to be protections. And the fundamental question that we're going to be confronted with, not just on this case, but in many cases going forward, is this: has technology outpaced the law? That is a legitimate question. And are our laws written, in some cases, hundreds of years ago, in some cases 2 years ago, going to be flexible enough to confront this challenge? Because the future of consumer protection is online, because we are engaged in a digital global economy. And this is a commodity that they're using, people's data. Well, it's exactly that. It is people's data. People own it, in my opinion. Particularly our kids. People have a right to say, no, you can't do this. People have a right to be informed, and people have a right to say, you can't do this. You can't take this information from my kids and sell it to a third party without my consent.
My understanding is that Clearview was not registered in Vermont State Broker Registry when the New York Times brought them to public attention. Is that correct? And if so, do you know when they registered and why?
So I believe that they registered on January 14th. The article came out the 18th, so I think just ahead of the article they did register. And we said late because we believe they were doing business last year as well, and they did not apply last year. They did not register last year.
So it was not a result of any outreach from this office to...
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So your complaints against
Clearview. And it's public with the court.
If they've already got a lot of this data, is there any way of stopping where that goes, the proliferation of that data, and what companies already have bought data from them, and to sort of pull that back?
That's a great question, and I mean those are the questions that need to be answered here, and will be addressed in the court. Is what is the technology available to stop this practice, to stop the collection, to stop the selling, and if it has been sold, what recourse exists to protect Vermonters? Those are all good questions. Those are all questions that need to be answered in the court. And here's the bottom line. The court is the appropriate place for this. Because if you're going to engage in the marketplace absent these protections, you're going to hear from folks like me saying, wait a minute, as a parent, I didn't know about this. I didn't give you permission, and I don't agree with it. And now you have to answer my questions, not only as a consumer, but in this case as the Attorney General for the state of Vermont.
Are there other companies that collect biometric data like this that are registered?
I'm sure there are other companies that collect biometric data. We know that. I mean, think about your thumbprint to get into your phone.
Sure. I mean,
but the issue is consent and selling it without consent.
But is the data broker law doing kind of its job? I mean, if there are other companies operating that you don't know about, or there are ones operating that are registered that are doing this and you're not able to enforce it, it sort of sounds like Clearview AI came more to your attention after the New York Times wrote about it, less because they registered with the state.
Well, if you don't register, we don't know about it.
Right. So, I mean, is the law adequate enough? Is it providing adequate protection?
It's a great question. I mean, it's a hard question to answer. If it comes to our attention in whatever form, it's going to come to our attention. I'll say this. I am sure there are companies that should be registering with our data broker registry have not registered.
Well,
and if it comes to our attention, we'll deal with it.
Along those lines, though, is this case going to motivate your office to investigate to see if other companies, registered or not, are screen scraping in Vermont?
Well, we're focused on this. And as Mr. Krieger said, the violation of the data broker registry is one count. The two other counts are the consumer protection, unfair and deceptive acts. And so that is, again, collecting the mapping and the selling. And so this isn't just about our data broker registry, but we have always stood up for privacy in this state. This data broker law was championed by my office. Ryan Krieger was a champion of it over in the legislature. We're grateful the legislature passed it. But look, you don't, and you guys know this better than I do, you don't read a story in the paper, you don't read something that's going on in this world without talking about privacy, without talking about data, without talking about the selling of data now, and how we define privacy rights in this context is going to be an emerging practice. And I think we're on the front lines here in the state of Vermont because it's a value of Vermont. The right to privacy, the right to be left alone. And when you're walking down the street and you're being surveilled by an individual, by a company that knows where you are, can sell to you, knows where your kids are, could be used by a predator. This thing, I don't want to put on a tinfoil hat, but the consequences of this is pretty disturbing in my opinion. And we have to define people's privacy rights in an online world.
Do you have any information about whether this data is being used in Wilson at ICE's
I don't have that information.
Would you have concerns if they were using it?
I would be concerned if federal law enforcement is using this for, I think, Fourth Amendment issues. Obviously, that would be the federal government. I don't have information that they're using it, but I think there are real concerns about Fourth Amendment protections on this. And I think, when you look in the Fourth Amendment jurisprudence, you're really looking at two different cases that have said, wait a minute, privacy matters here. In the Carpenter case, which said you didn't need a warrant to get cell phone records, and cell phone records can tell you where you were. In the Supreme Court, the United States Supreme Court, John Roberts said, the fact that we can figure out with technology, cell phone records in particular, and tell where you were for the last 5 years is a violation of people's right to privacy. Law enforcement, you need a warrant. And you look at that case, you look at this Jones case, which was GPS tracking for, I think, 24/7 for 30 days. You're walking, that car goes up the street and you want law enforcement to follow up the street, you don't need a warrant for that. But if it turns into a process that's so invasive, following somebody for 24 hours a day, for 7 days a week, for 30 days, the court has said that's too invasive. People have privacy rights. So you're starting to see the court say, wait a minute, privacy matters in this online world, particularly the Carpenter case, this Jones case, the Riley case said, you need a warrant, not just to grab somebody's cell phone, but you need a warrant to get the data from people's cell phones. Those are all cases in the last, I think, 5 to 6 to 7 years. This is going to be another one. And so we look forward to being on the front lines of this fight. This is something that is in the tradition of the state of Vermont, of Vermonters' right to privacy, the right to be left alone. I know Vermonters stand for that. It's something that I grew up with. It's something that I hope my kids get to grow up with in an online world, and we need to draw the line.
There's nothing that Vermonters or parents can do to protect people from this technology.
Not if you don't know about it. That was the problem, and so that's why we're going to court saying you got to stop this. Vermonters have a right to know.
The company does have an opt-out function on its website, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna let Krieger answer that one.
So the company has stated that you have the right to opt out in jurisdictions where we will honor the right to opt out in jurisdictions which require that right. And there are a very small number of jurisdictions in the United States that have an express right to opt out, California being one of them. There is not an explicit law in Vermont that says you have the right to demand deletion in a situation like this. We are going to argue that the Consumer Protection Act, under its unfairness ambit, does convey those rights. Whether or not Clearview would respect that and honor the opt-out, we don't know at this point.
If I can, let me just make a quick analogy on this, because my understanding is that the opt-out policy that Clearview offers, they would require somebody to submit their own photograph or perhaps a government-issued ID to confirm the person's identity, and then use that to match in their database and then scrub their database of that individual. To draw a parallel, when consumers found out after the Equifax breach that in order to confirm or verify whether or not their information might have been exposed, that one of the first things that the company did was say, give us your social security number. And a lot of people were outraged, saying, I didn't even know you had my information to begin with, and now you're asking me for more information that you just lost. I'm very skeptical of giving you additional information about myself. So to ask consumers to say, in order to exercise their rights to get out of something they never wanted to be a part of in the first place, to provide this company with more information about themselves, I think you would say there would be a very skeptical public.
You know, the last thing I want to say when we talk about what's going on in the Supreme Court, whether it was the Crawford case, that Jones case, or the Riley case, you know, they talked about the history of the Fourth Amendment, and they talked about, you know, going into somebody's house, and maybe you'd search a room and you'd look for their checkbook or their financial ledger, maybe a diary, and maybe you'd find a photo album. And again, that word of particularity drawn throughout the Fourth Amendment, that it's got to be specific, and searching rooms and for all that information. All that information is now here. You can learn everything about anybody by what is on people's phone. And now with this technology, when you're walking around with it, people can find everything about you walking down the street, unbeknownst to you. So that right to privacy, which has been defined as eloquently as anywhere in the history of the law, the right to be left alone is at risk in this case. That's why we filed this lawsuit. Thanks for coming.
So to get this started, it's a real pleasure and honor to introduce Tim Ash, the President Pro Tem of the Senate. Welcome.
All right, well, thank you, committees, and welcome everybody. I'm glad you were able to make it for take two of Working Lands Day. I know the other one got snowed out. I'll just tell you, it was about 8 or 9 years ago, a committee room just around the corner, I was standing there with 4 other senators. Bobby was one of them, and Ginny Lyons, who's still in the Senate, was one, and there were 2 others, as the legislation that created the Working Lands program was being drafted and finalized. And somewhere on the second floor, there were some House members doing the exact same thing. It was late at night and in April. And I don't think we could have imagined then how much success we would have had with the investments we've been making in the Working Lands program. When it was first pitched to us, I feel like it was 2011 or 12, my years get a little mixed, but when it was first being pitched, people were saying, this program promises to make exactly the kind of investments that double down on what is best about Vermont, a triple bottom line approach of people who take care of our lands, people who want to invest in rural communities, local food, local wood products, and so on. And we kind of took a chance when we first passed that legislation that would come to fruition, but I think the handouts that you're looking at now show dozens and dozens of investments all throughout the state in communities who need it most, creating jobs, creating economic activity, and I think it really has furthered exactly the kind of goals that were promised in the beginning. And I'll just say this is because I'm not going to be in the Senate anymore after this year. This is the last time, and I don't know how many of you, I know many of you will be familiar with the show Leave It to Beaver, all right? So if you remember, my favorite character on that show was Eddie Haskell. You know, he was always brown-nosing Beaver's mom. And so I'm not typically Eddie Haskell, but since I'm leaving, I can do it. And I just want to acknowledge Paul Costello's role. I don't believe that without Paul's advocacy, we would have created the Working Lands Board and Fund. It wouldn't have been sustained, and it wouldn't have grown over the years. And so many of you will benefit from the work that Paul has done on the advocacy side, but I do just want to especially acknowledge his role. There have been many others, of course, but Paul really was the kind of magnetic north on this one, so I want to thank Paul.
And I would like to say that, you know, we're going to miss Tim in the Senate next year, or whoever's there, but if I'm there, I'm going to really miss him. When he was first elected President Pro Tem, he called me into the office and he said, you know, Bobby, he said, I may be out of Chittenden County, but I really care about the other Vermont out there. And I want you to do rural development and some forestry issues and things like that to help rural Vermont out. And you know, I've never forgot that and have appreciated that and all of his support over the last 6 years while he's been Speaker, and hopefully we'll have him as our Lieutenant Governor and
Bobby, you've done enough.
But anyways, thanks, Tim. Appreciate all your help over the years. So now we'll get right to it. And Carolyn?
All right. So we're going to be hearing from some folks. And Lindsay, you're up first.
Over here.
Yeah, please. And if you can introduce yourself, that would be great.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. I'm Lindsay Curley. I'm the Secretary of Commerce and Community Development, and it's truly my honor to be here today to address you on the Working Lands Enterprise Initiative Day, Legislative Day in the State House. I'm amongst the 7th generation in my family to live on the family farmland in Middlesex. And some of my most favorite childhood memories are time spent with my cousins working on my grandparents' farm. Whether we were gathering sap during sugaring season or stacking hay bales in the heat of the summer to prepare for the long winter ahead. I couldn't have known it then, but I look back and I will always value the time that I spent with my family working on the farmland. So like so many Vermonters, The working landscape is part of my heritage and was once my family's sole source of income. Though we no longer farm on the land, I do hold dear what that land has meant to me. I live there still today, and I can't help but wonder if there had been opportunities made possible like those that are offered through the Working Lands Enterprise Initiative, if my family might still be making a living on our farm. The Working Lands Enterprise Initiative encourages economic growth by supporting entrepreneurs in the working lands industries. The initiative brings leaders of agriculture, forestry, and commerce together with budding entrepreneurs to encourage innovation through public and private funding sources, including loans and grants. These programs directly impact businesses and service providers by helping to improve the infrastructure and create jobs while protecting Vermont's land. Successful business owners know they must continually make investments in order to grow their business and have to take risks. These programs support businesses through these critical growth stages and help mitigate the risks that must be taken to bring their companies to the next phase. We take pride in the work that we're doing to support and invest in the food, farm, and forest industries, and I'm honored to be part of it. Growing and investing in the working lands enhances the lives of all Vermonters, and our goal is to promote an active, working, and vibrant landscape, the foundation of Vermont's communities, families, and our economy. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Lindsay. Yes.
Oh, and shall I introduce the next?
Sure.
Okay, so it's my honor to introduce Secretary Anson Tebbetts, Secretary of Agriculture.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning. Anson.
With your permission, I'd like to just introduce a couple of people from the agency who really manage this program and are doing a bang-up job with it. It's Deputy Eastman is here as well, and Lynn Allen, who's our program manager, who's put this all together and manages it year-round. So I just want to recognize their leadership in making this program so successful. Well, thank you very much for allowing me to be here today. It's an honor as always, and we appreciate the ongoing support of Working Lands. We're all working extremely hard to try to improve the rural economy of Vermont, and this is an important program to reach that goal. This program makes Vermont more affordable by investing in infrastructure to those small companies. Governor Scott is well behind this program, believes in it, and has put some extra dollars in his budget this year because of his strong endorsement of this program. This program brings the leaders of agriculture, commerce, forestry, and all those that make their living off the land together. We're all leveraging those precious dollars that you folks have to manage to grow the Vermont economy, and we appreciate the ongoing support of this committee and the committees throughout the legislature for this approach. Support for food, farm, and forestry is critical to Vermont's future. You'll hear some personal stories today where companies have had to take a big risk to get their businesses to the next level. These investments by the Working Lands program encourage innovation, and in many cases, these companies get to the next level because of this program. They add jobs, they're creating more products, they're growing their operations, and growing the Vermont economy. We all need an active, working, and vibrant landscape, and this program is critical to that success. And that success goes beyond the farms, it's also about the forests. Thank you.
Thank you. Always a pleasure to join on Working Lands Day. Senator Ash referenced, was it 2012 or so, the late nights down here and upstairs. And I was here then as commissioner and was remember running back and forth upstairs and down, and it really was something. And I think it's appropriate to reflect back and to realize I don't think we all thought there was real promise to this premise, but it's really amazing to see what has come of it and the people who make it work, from our staff, our partners, and importantly, the recipients of the grant monies, the farm and forest owners of the state. And that's, I'm going to be brief. I think we all want to be, because you should hear from them, grantees, and that their stories are always amazing. I like to say, when we make things like world-class food and forest products, furniture, etc., we make Vermont. We make the best of Vermont. And it's, this is a working landscape in that it works in an ecological way by scrubbing carbon dioxide, by cleaning water, providing flood resilience, right? It's working whether we're here or not. But it's so the landscape works, and this working landscape that we're talking about is the people who work that landscape in a close, careful, intelligent way with all kinds of co-benefits and impact. And it's really worth celebrating. And I want to just thank all of you for continuing to support all of our partners who have helped build it. At the beginning, it was an idea, and we had to build a grant program and a board and process while also putting money out and trying to quantify impact. And I just think it's a raging success. So I want to also just be quick to thank, on our part, I've been, as you know, there's the 3 agencies that are to the board. And in the early going, I was there and served on the board. A few years ago, when we added Deputy Lincoln to our team, Sam was kind enough to take over the day-to-day function as my designee on the board, and he's done a fantastic job. So I want to thank Sam. And our lead staff, our Essex Caledonia County Forester, Matt Langless, and our wood utilization program lead, Paul Frederick, who provide a lot of technical assistance and really do a lot of work on top of their normal jobs. So I really want to single them out and thank them. In a couple of quick notes, just this is about to reflect sort of a nimbleness, and I think in adapting to change and continuing opportunities and challenges, the board continues to think about where to go next and how. Examples being the recent decision to scale up forest impact investments in 19, focused on low-grade wood markets as well as dairy, just a larger impact model. And along the supply chain. And also, another quick shout out would be to Ski Vermont. I think it's an interesting, they've been significantly providing support over the years, $50,000 I think to date. And I just think it's a nice way of reflecting that we have this important working landscape that supports the land and land health, economies, and we tend to focus on that, but remember it's also culture and our way of life and our quality of life. And that includes the recreational pursuits of the state. And Ski Vermont's interest and investment in the program is just one reflection of that, those co-benefits that are totally consistent for providing for outdoor recreation as well, and the big impacts that come from it. Lastly, just we have a business skills committee chaired by Sam Lincoln, and working with the Ag Agency, Vermont Sustainable Jobs Fund, and others, about to pursue the development and launch of a new platform, an online directory, a working lands business development directory, making it easier to find professionals like service providers, as a tool for searching and contact information, just to connect people and make it easier. So we're excited to launch that new platform today, and I think I would then introduce the program manager, Lynelle Schmoller, to take it from there and explain that.
Thank you.
So thank you all. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Michael. And I'm actually going to ask one of my colleagues to come up and help me, Laura Masseria. Laura Masseria is another, I'll let you talk.
I work for the Agency of Agriculture, and I do marketing and promotions.
Good morning again. So I'm Lynelle Schmoller, and I'm the program manager for the Working Lands Enterprise Initiative. Really thrilled to be here today, and thank you so much for your continued support of a really impactful and important program for the state. So I really want to give more time to the past grantees, so I'm going to be pretty quick here. As Commissioner Snyder said, this is a platform that I want to give some kudos to Ellen Kaler. She's here from Vermont Sustainable Jobs Funds. We've been collaborating on this for the last several months, and Lauren is actually, we're going to do a little bit of role playing here. But first, I just want to, a couple quick points. The tool allows for a search of the contact information of various service providers who have particular expertise a business might be looking for. The directory only contains a listing of nonprofit and public sector organizations that provide these services. There are also many private consultants who also work with working lands businesses. And the directory is not intended to preference any service provider over another, but simply make the information available to working lands businesses to then take the next step. And our intention is to continue recruiting providers to join the directory. So Lauren owns a farm and food business, and everyone just wants to give their attention to the screen. This is the portal. So she owns a farm and food business. She has 7 years of success as a fruit grower, and she also produces value-added fruit preserves. So she's clicking on to value-added. She's got 5 employees. She recently added 2. Her brother is a lead trainer and human resources manager, which has enabled her to spend time on the bigger picture of the operations. She recently went through a successful land transfer with her aunt, and now she's actually looking to add goats to the new parcel of land, since she just learned cheese making from Kate Turcotte. And so she's actually going to click on to dairy as well. Kate suggested that Lauren dust off her existing business plan and start fresh. She is located in Windham County, so she's going to click on Windham County. And she's kind of unsure of what stage of business development she's in. She's had good growth. Is it early? Is it growth? She hovers over the descriptions, she sees the definition, and she clicks growth. This is the perfect way to describe her needs. She really enjoys networking in a classroom setting, so she's going to choose workshop as her desired approach. Also clicking business planning there at the top. And then she's going to hit search. And if she scrolls down, she's going to find that there's actually 4 programs that match her needs. The website links are there. She can click onto the website, and from there she can determine who will be the best match for services for her business. So if you have questions, you do have a handout today. It does have my contact information, but I do want to shift back to Secretary Tebbets and start some conversations with grantees. Thank you so much.
Well, that's pretty awesome, because, you know, as we, in state government, if we can make it convenient and easy for folks and efficient, without a lot of phone calls, a lot of emails, and they can go right to it, I think that will be incredibly helpful for our people that are looking to expand their businesses. So that's kind of cool. So grantees, I don't know, what order you want them on? You want to?
Well, most of them hope are in the front. I do
Okay.
see Pete Coleman stuff.
Right, Pete, you want to begin? Sure. So come on, why don't you talk to me?
Maybe I can be first? Not that I want to.
Why don't you get back to work making that wonderful product?
Yeah.
All right, so
Get
Pete,
into it.
Pete, some of you may know Pete.
Yes.
Pete,
Hi, everyone.
so Pete, introduce yourself and tell us what you do.
Hi, my name is Pete Coleman. My company is Vermont Salumi. We make value-added pork products, predominantly. It's all pork. Sausage, salami. I know we have a new beef product as well. We started making bresaola. It's a product that hails from northern Italy. It comes from the eye around in the back of a cow's leg. Anyway, we started 9 years ago selling sausages to farmers markets in Montpelier and Burlington, working out of a room about as big as this, attached to my apartment, and we started selling wholesale and slowly grew, and then started working with Vermont Packing House in Southern Vermont. They started doing all of our raw fabrication. We utilized Maverick Food Hub to develop a line of salami, and a year ago, about now, we broke ground on a project in downtown Barrie. And we took over the old Homer Fitz building. I don't know if anyone's familiar with it. Been vacant for, I don't think it's had a successful running business. I mean, there's been a few people taking rent there, but no one's made it work since, I think, Mr. Fitz did.
Since Homer left.
Since Homer did. Yep, I think Homer was the last guy to make a real run at it. And I love the space. I'm very happy. You know, we're doing manufacturing in the back. We plan to utilize the front portion as a retail component, as kind of a marketing branch. I think we can actually do numbers there too. I think it'll work. And yeah, I was the recipient of a pretty significant amount of money, and that helped make this happen. You know, I've kind of bootstrapped this from the start. We've never taken on a lot of debt. I'm still the only owner. I'm in more debt now than I've ever been, but it's actually pretty manageable, I think, for where we're at as a company. We're now selling product all the way to Ithaca, New York, Portland, Maine, and we just started getting a couple of accounts down Maryland, Pennsylvania, and even a couple in West Virginia, so we're excited. And this new space allows us to pull up. We have so much capacity now, so much capacity, which we're really excited about. But I think, speaking to the working lands, it's evidently valuable for me, but I think what's really important is, I think it's really important for if maintaining this, agricultural economy here in Vermont, if that's what you all want to do, then I think as a business owner, I've seen that you got to make investments. It doesn't, whether it's a relationship, whether it's your garden out back, you either have to put in time or resources one way or the other. And I think the diversity that this can create and help build is really nice too, because it's not just whatever dairy or just woods. I think it's a spread, which is really valuable, because I think it's becoming evident to us that we need to create kind of some diversify our, the way we generate revenue in the state, and I think this is a good way to do it. Let's see. Yeah, I think, part of it, if that's your goal, if that's what you want to do, I think this is a very, very viable way to get it done. And as a small business owner, this money is crucial. It can be, I want to say, maybe it's the type of thing where maybe it's not a make or break, but maybe it's the type of thing where all of a sudden you take on an equity partner and you lose some control of that business, or maybe that's the value also I see in it, is that it's just, and as I've grown, it's taken more time and more cash than I would have ever imagined, and that's why I think these little injections here and there really change the business, or allow us to make these, steps. Like we were in the Matter of Food Hub able to produce, 400 to 500 pounds of salami or dry cured meats, and now, we're in a space where we'll be able to hang 45,000 pounds eventually. It'll take a while, but we can sell product in there. It's we can be a formidable business, and before we couldn't. And I think these are the help that just, get business owners to go, I'm gonna go for it. Here we go. So I don't know. I just want to thank all of you for your support, what you're doing, and I also think, it's, I can thank you if you do want to maintain this viability in your ag businesses. I think you got to invest in it. It's just, I just don't see any way around it, actually. And you can rely on the private sector to do it all on their own, but it's also great to see a partnership.
Pete, have you had any challenges sourcing enough pork to keep you going?
No, we are now having to utilize a lot more out of state. If you want to invest in the pork market in state, I think the viability of it would be a good thing to analyze, but also scaling it. There's not a large size or scaled hog farming here. I think one nice part is the consistency in the price point that out-of-state suppliers provide you with. Also will then allow from pork being able to purchase a lot more from in-state as well, because what I've found in my past, I bought a lot of pigs in Vermont, is that consistency and price point are big hurdles. And even just being able to say, I need 4,000 pounds of hams. People just go, next year, I'll put them in 50-pound boxes and freeze them over the course of a year. And so, the scale is not there. All right? And that's a good problem for me. I'm happy to be there finally, to have to kind of go, we used to buy out, 3 pigs a week, and I'd cut them up and I'd do this and that, but we're just not, that model is no longer for us.
Thanks.
But I also think it's worthwhile to even say is that, I don't know, I think having more Vermont pigs is really valuable, but I like the idea of it, but maybe it isn't functional as well. I mean, I don't know. I think you have to look like, well, if some of these farms are at like 4,000 hogs a week or something, and we're at 40 for our largest farm, where is the sweet spot where they need to be, where they can be competitive on price and provide the consistency, but maybe until you're at 2,000 or 3,000 hogs a week, maybe it doesn't even make, I don't know. I think it's good to be able to grow your business utilizing sometimes a more affordable and consistent product, or rely on those who that's what they've been doing forever,
Thanks.
Yep.
How many people do you employ?
Currently, not that many, because we do all of our raw fabrication at Vermont Packing House. So they have 70 employees. I got a bookkeeper. I got a full-time production manager. I've got and a couple people that help me with I also pay someone in-state to help with out-of-state sales. But no, we keep it pretty lean.
Yeah.
But we'll change that. But I don't see us ever having too many employees. Currently, the way we're structured. But you never know. Who knows? Who knows what could happen?
Yeah. Businesses change.
Business change. The way you do business change. You know, maybe someday I'll say, hey, you know, we don't need to be working with Vermont Packing House anymore. I'm going to start doing all the grinding and stuff, and et cetera, and build some, you know, much bigger. And who knows? Maybe a bunch of large size chain grocery stores around the U.S. start picking up our products, and we say, yeah, we have to do that.
Brian has a question.
Peter, how did you first hear about the Working Lands Initiative?
Ooh, that's a really good question. I think I've looked for grants in the past. I think I've also just been in the circle of other food producers and.
Well, you mentioned you're at the farmers market, so maybe talking to somebody there. And
yeah, you know, I haven't done farmers market for probably 8 years, but.
Probably through Mad River, right?
Yeah, probably Robin, or I mean, I just know a chunk of the folks in the room as well, and I mean, I grew up in Montpelier and kind of right around here, so I don't know. I can't even remember. I don't remember the shining moment when it was brought to my attention.
Just curious. Thanks.
Yep.
Good. Well, thank you.
John.
Just quickly, how I noticed you're the only business who has Vermont in its business name, and so this came up yesterday during dairy marketing. How's that helped you or added to your story?
I think there's an inherent perceived value associated with the name. I wouldn't say. I think people get interested, but I also don't think it's. I think it's valuable. I think we do, like I said, have an inherent perceived quality associated with us. But honestly, when I name the company, I think I'm really bad at naming things. And we're just like, shit, here we go. Let's go. Better just to do it. I don't think I wasn't like, this is going to be my little, all the doors are going to magically open because I got Vermont in front of the word salami. To be honest, I kind of don't like my name, but I'm just sticking with it.
I think your company name or your personal name?
My personal name was changed actually when I was 8, so.
You could change it again
I
for
could.
Vermont.
I could.
Yeah, Mr. Vermont.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is a value. I think I wouldn't say people were like, oh, I definitely opened my door to you because you had that Vermont name. Yeah, it doesn't. I still have to work to get the sales done. And I think on the shelf.
That'll never end.
That'll never end. Well, no, I think on the shelf it probably helps a little bit. I can't give you like a tangible, real. I think it's got value. I don't think it's not to make or break in a business whatsoever.
I would just add, I think this is a win-win story because he started sort of the ag aspect, but now he's gone to a downtown that needs some help, we all know, which I think is an important component. I toured the facility, it's gorgeous, and then when he gets his retail operation open as well, I think he's going to be supporting some other ag-related food businesses. So I think it's kind of neat that he's started in the hills and now he's also helping in downtown, which is important as well.
I will chime in on that. I do think actually that a lot of these downtown spaces that are 9,000 square feet, where it's like, what do you do with that? And like, it's too small for a box store. It's way too big for a mom and pop something or other. It doesn't have a ton of parking. What do you do with it? And I think these mixed use kind of manufacturing and retail could be a good approach to tackling those, or breaking them up or something. But yeah, those buildings were empty, have been totally empty for a long time. And I don't think my landlord was pretty excited to have conversations about renting it.
Chris?
I want to go back to the supply, and do you get any Vermont pork right now?
We get some Vermont pork and some Vermont beef. We're working on a whole muscle line, part of my challenge too is our product lines are made predominantly from 2 cuts of meat. We're working on developing a whole muscle line, which would incorporate more. So carcass utilization is one of the biggest challenges, and so like I said, if I'm like, oh, I need 4,000 pounds of hams, the farmer's like, well,
what do I do with the rest?
What do I do with the rest? So, in part of what we're doing now is developing this a program that would incorporate all cuts of the animal, and I think that will allow us to much easier purchase whole animals, which keeps, I think, the farmer's pass super simple, and then allows us to develop a product line from that. And then, you know, we started like all Vermont everything, all Vermont garlic, all Vermont wine, all Vermont pigs. I used to cut them all, and I literally went to the farmer that I was working with, and I showed him the spreadsheet, and I said, "You see where this is going? Like, we're done, both of us, in 6 months or whatever, you know." And so I think longer term, I think what I see is a good portion of out-of-state meat, but help, you know, where we have better margin and, you know, able to buy. I think we'll have a few product lines that we sell a lot more volume of, and relying on some out-of-state pork will really help us to make that happen. But then being able to create product lines that we can utilize, and also just working with farms, I found that if buying whole animals keeps their job super simple. If you can alleviate that, like, we need your bellies, your hams, and your shoulders, but then you're stuck with the rest. And, you know, we're at enough of a volume now where, like, if you're stuck with the rest, it's a lot to get stuck with if you don't have a market for it. So part of my goal would be to develop something that takes that burden off of them and allows us to do it. And I think we can do it.
I've sometimes wondered if you know, we have small farms basically, and some small producers that we're helping kind of get bigger. And I wondered if there's a role for us to try to, maybe through Working Lands and food hubs, have tried to do this in different ways, but an aggregator that you could turn to instead of trying to deal with individual farms.
That's the other thing I always found challenging is, you know, you buy from 2 or 3 super small farms, just the logistics of it, you know, like you know, I showed up late to this meeting. Could you imagine me trying to organize 3 farms and getting the pork to land at the slaughterhouses and the pickups and the this and that? Like, it's just not going to happen. I think what I also found too, when you got 2 really small businesses working together, sometimes it's really challenging because everyone's still kind of bootstrapping it. Everyone is like, one little mistake is like choking feeling on both sides. Whereas if you're working with really a larger producer and they really help you scale, I think then I could see if once we become a much more formidable company, it'd be easier for me to take on some smaller pork farmers and just be like, just send us what you can. Like, just like, oh, whatever, your pigs were a little off weight this week, we'll just grind them all. Like, I don't know, just, I think then you can absorb those challenges, that learning curve. But if both parties are learning at the same time and you're both making mistakes, I think it's really detrimental to both companies. But if you're working with a really formidable company that's consistent and provides a price point where you can make money, then yeah, that would be kind of my approach.
Did anybody shop at Homer Fitz? Remember, they had change, right? That you pay, and the change would go up the pneumatic tube and then come back.
It's in my office.
So yeah, so you got to institute that when you have a retail space.
You know, I need to hook up the vacuum lines, but if anyone wants any signs, I've got some signs in the basement. So yeah, I can try to get it back to the family.
I've seen connected to him. So.
No, I've got his Eric, right? Eric is like his, I don't know what Eric Levine, I think. Anyway, if you want some signs, come on. I tried to give as many of them as away to the family as I could, but. Good.
Great, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for your time.
We're not opposed to out-of-state pork as long as it comes from Washington.
Thank you for having me. Some of you know me, some of you don't. I was one of those early pork producers that was working with Pete at the very beginning, and that was challenging. And although it did help grow my business, I have a little bit of a different story for you. My farm began in Middlesex and was a 3-acre tiny little farm. I was a teacher at the Rumney Elementary School, and I wanted to find a way to stay home with my kids and do something meaningful. And so I decided that farming was a great idea.
Raising pigs.
Yeah. And turns out it's pretty challenging. But what we did was we signed up with Farm Viability. And Farm Viability took our farm from this tiny little diversified farm. We started the first year, I think we did 20 pigs and 50 chickens, broilers, and 50 turkeys. And it grew to, on that location, we bought the Vermont slaughterhouse for chickens, the mobile unit, and we started producing inspected chicken. And we did, that first year, we did 2,000 broilers. Farm Viability helped us write our business plan to be able to actually grow and support ourselves by farming entirely. And we were able to then move to Glover, where we live on a farm that's 188 acres. We grew the farm to, we did 6,000 broilers. We did about 100 hogs a year. We had a herd of 60 beef. And I was like, we're doing everything and we are great. Then, you know, as the farm really grew, I leaned on farm viability a lot and learned how to analyze the enterprises that were making money and the enterprises that were not making money. And I would say that the most important thing that we got out of the farm viability was business planning, because I kind of went into the whole farm with a dream and thought, like, I can just work. I will just work my way to make this happen, and you can't do that. So, got divorced.
Sorry to laugh.
No, you can laugh. It's okay. I got divorced, and the farm, I had to make a big decision about what I was going to do with the farm. Was I going to stay farming? Was I going to be able to do this? I have 3 children. So could I sustain a farm by myself with minimal employees? And that's when I went back to farm viability, and Sam helped me a lot. And I applied for a working lands grant to scale up my laying hen business. And so we went from about 1,000 laying hens to 2,800 laying hens. And I would not have been able to do that without the working lands. It would not have happened. And I wouldn't have been able to keep my farm, to be able to stay there and raise my kids. So we kind of pared down on the other enterprises. I sold the slaughterhouse. Raising chickens in Glover, broilers is really hard on pasture. And so laying hens are hardier, and I was able to do that and ran the farm after receiving the grant and building. What the grant did for me was allowed me to build large, efficient, mobile chicken houses that could house 500 chickens per house. And it allowed me to grow my business, and I got to about 1,500 dozen eggs a week. We were selling them all through Vermont and New England. And I eventually, and we grew to, we had about 8 employees. So farm viability also taught me about payroll and job creation and all of that stuff that's really imperative, especially in the Northeast Kingdom. And I wasn't really aware of the culture of the Northeast Kingdom until I got there. And there's amazing farmland and amazing farmers and people who need jobs. And so we were doing something meaningful. I ended up last year deciding that the work, what my kids needed and what we needed as a family was changing. And so I made the decision to transfer my laying hen business to 2 different farms, to Black Dirt Farm and to Patrick's pastured poultry there in Rhode Island. And so even though I'm not doing it right now anymore, what I have done is helped these other businesses scale up and be profitable. And and be able to feed their communities and run profitable laying hen businesses. Like, I loved getting to be a laying hen egg farmer. It was a lot of work, but we fed a lot of people because some people can't afford to buy $8 a pound pork chop, but they can buy a dozen eggs for $5, and they know that they're good eggs. And so the way that my farm went through so many transitions and bumps in the road, and now I'm not farming, but my 188 acres is active. Jasper Hill leased all my farmland for the last couple of years that I wasn't using. And this year, Youngview Farm, who is a Working Lands recipient, and they are producing cheese, is using my land. And so, even though my story isn't like, yay, I'm still just churning out eggs, what Working Lands did was help me scale up and help me keep my farm and teach me about business so that I knew what I needed to do and when I needed to do it. I really think that's most of it.
Pretty good story.
And now I am the Director of Marketing at Northeast Kingdom Human Services in Newport and St. Johnsbury, and it's funny because it's kind of similar.
Yeah, a lot like your chickens.
You're hurting them all. No, but farming is about marketing. It's about telling the story. Why is it so important that people should invest in local products? What is the importance there? And that those skills that I received from farming, learning how to tell the story, learning how to market the products, it's hard. It's hard to get out there. And when you get to a larger scale, like selling 800 dozen eggs a week was pretty easy. Selling 1,600 dozen eggs a week was hard. And I had to work really hard. And now I'm doing this job that I would not be able to do, which is marketing why it's important to take care of your brain, basically. And I would never be able to do that job if I hadn't done this job. And one last thing is I'm also helping other farms and foresters in the Northeast Kingdom write Working Lands grants now and helping them with their business planning. And none of that would have ever been possible if I hadn't been able to receive the skills that I received from farm viability and the skills I received from having to write my own Working Lands grant. All of that is still being put to use today, and I feel like it's giving me added revenue too, because I'm writing grants for other people, and hopefully those grants will help support those foresters and those farmers to keep their land being viable. That's my story.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. From Bread and Butter. Yes, indeed. Hi, everyone. My name is Mike Bratt, and I own and operate Blank Page Cafe, which is a small micro business operating at Bread and Butter Farm. I'm here representing not only my business today, but also Bread and Butter Farm on behalf of Corey Pierce, who owns Bread and Butter Farm, who couldn't make it today, and she's on a much-needed and well-deserved mini vacation with her family. Firstly, I'd like to express my gratitude to not only this committee, but Lynn Ellen and the folks at Working Lands and Sam Smith at Farm Viability, all of whom provide us with a deep level of inspiration and validation for all of the work that we're doing. Bread and Butter Farm has about 600 acres of land under management located primarily in Shelburne and South Burlington. We're uniquely positioned very close to population density, that being Burlington and Chittenden County. And our primary agricultural product is 100% grass-fed beef, pastured organic pork, and vegetable production, organic vegetable production. We also have what we like to call a diversified farm operation, in that at Bread and Butter Farm, there are a number of educational programs happening, all with agriculture and land management and sort of the core of that curriculum. We regard ourselves as land stewards first, and then operating businesses around that principle almost all the time secondarily. My cafe is located in the farm store at Bread and Butter Farm. We sell the majority of our product in a retail context in a very small farm store that is located in what was a milking part of a dairy barn. And what's really cool about what we're doing is that through my presence and my business at the farm, we're able to provide folks who visit the farm with a one-on-one interaction with somebody who's familiar with the farm and its products and can speak to what we're doing and why we regard it as a valuable tool for the community. And that, we've noticed, has really helped increase not only our market share in the immediate community that we serve, but also the market share for folks visiting Vermont. This Working Lands grant, we received $20,000 last year for very much needed infrastructure improvements related to a small expansion of our kitchen area within the farm store. And the way I think about it is, as many of you know, operating a small food business or a small food and farming business, oftentimes funding infrastructure improvements specifically from ongoing operations can be really difficult. And what the Working Lands grant has enabled us to do is really quantify the inspiration and the creative visioning that is oftentimes part of our long-term strategic planning process. And what I mean by that is, we oftentimes will have these creative visions for what the farm could and we think should be, and it's oftentimes very unclear, and we're unsure of how to get from point A to point B. And the Working Lands grant has really helped bridge that gap and has provided us with some financial support to take meaningful steps in that direction. And so that for us has been invaluable, and the resources are being specifically dedicated towards these infrastructure improvement projects that will help us create, I heard the word capacity being mentioned, create the capacity to be able to, A, reach more people, operate our businesses more efficiently, and a common theme here and common thread is hire more people. My business, my small micro business, has operated with just me and one part-time employee, and we're poised in the very near term this year, over the next 6 months, to hire 2 additional employees, plus several additional part-time employees, both seasonally. The farm has about 5 full-time employees year-round and 15 to 20 seasonally to support various events and just to accommodate the work demands of the season. So, yeah, we're tremendously grateful for all of this work. We think soil regeneration, ecosystem building, and creating a vibrant foothold for our community with regards to not only where food comes from, but also a place where folks can feel comfortable being on a farm and spending time at a farm and understanding what happens on a production farm. We think creating those opportunities for our community members is very important, and we've seen the transformative effect of creating those opportunities, not only for community members who are purchasing our food to customers, but also the next generation through some of our educational programs. We see that transformative power manifest in a lot of the kiddos that we work with around, being and working in concert with the land and really appreciating animal production from an entire supply chain perspective. And so for us, becoming a little bit more vertically integrated, creating opportunities for myself as a micro business to become a wholesale account for the farm will create the sort of necessary impetus for the farm to grow and expand the agricultural operations, especially with some recently acquired land that we plan to work very closely with Sam Smith on developing sort of a strategic plan for the direction of how that will integrate under the fold of Bread and Butter Farm. And we look forward to continuing to work with folks at Working Lands and this group to play a collaborative role in how the agricultural economy in Vermont continues to transform and evolve.
Great. And I would add, if you ever get a chance, and there's a number of places around Vermont that have wonderful burger nights in the summer, and I know that's part of their operation. You know, four or five times a year they get together. They're sprinkled around Vermont, and that's part of what I think is important for these operations to remain viable, is to invite people onto the farms. And I know they have a lot of school children that come as well. So
absolutely,
appreciate it.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
So,
before the rules.
Yeah.
No rules.
So there you go. Mateo's here, and Mateo has got a story, and it seems like he just started the other day, but he's now, what, 15 years old?
About to be 17.
About 17. Yeah. But he's a mature company now, but he can tell his story.
Thank you for having us in. Before I get off on a tangent here, I want to appreciate the Working Lands Enterprise Board specifically. This program, I think, is a model and needs to be considered the beginning of something. I don't think that the impact, I think the impact can really be scaled. You know, and I understand that's a question of resources, but we're in a moment in agriculture in Vermont where communities and states that invest are going to thrive and survive, and places that don't are going to wither away. And you know, I know there aren't endless dollars, but I believe that the working landscape is probably the best investment that you can make. So Andy and I started milking. Andy's my brother, and I wouldn't be here without him. He's back there doing all the hard work. We started milking cows in 2003. We bought the farm in 1998. It was an emotional, irrational decision. We had no idea what we were going to do with it. .com bubble was inflating real estate values, and we took some time to try and figure out what we needed out of life, and Jasper Hill is part of a three-pronged approach to satisfy intrinsic needs, meaningful work in a place that we love with people that we love. And so the meaningful work part for us is around developing the economic mechanisms to support the working landscape. 6 years ago now, we went through a visioning process. Previously, it had been like Vermont, and we've basically shrunk it down to a 15-mile radius of where we are. Our goal is to build a market, to build a pipeline to that market in which we can put high-value products and suck cash out of places where there's plenty of it and redistribute it in a way that commodity markets don't, or can't, or won't. And we started tracking our expenses 4 years ago by zip code, and you know, there's a lot of waves of cash that flow in and mostly flow out of our business. We're not a wildly profitable business. We're you know, somewhere in the between 4 and 5% return on our capital. It's, you know, profit is not the purpose. Profit serves the purpose, and the purpose is to build livable communities, right? So Craftsbury, Glover, Greensboro, and Hardwick is pretty much, you know, our natural community and our natural landscape, and we're building all kinds of enterprises and trying and failing, trying again at ways where we can create value through value-added businesses. We started a value-added pork business a couple of years ago, so we're also making dry-cured salamis. This past year, we started, we bought Oak Knoll Dairy, the goats, the bottling equipment and the brand, and partnered with a couple from California who moved out a year ago. This past summer we built the barns and moved the goats up and built a bottling plant. And they were milking 1,000 goats in California. So they're plugged into our whole situation in Hardwick now up on Bridgman Hill Farm. And it feels like we're just getting going. We milk cows on 2 farms, and 230 cows at Andersonville Farm in Glover, 45 cows on our home farm in Greensboro, and this morning I think we milked 280 goats at Bridgman, and we buy milk from 2 neighbors in Greensboro, where we process that milk into cheese in 2 facilities, the Vermont Food Venture Center, where we're the anchor tenant, and a creamery at Jasper Hill Farm. We ripen cheese at the cellars at Jasper Hill in Greensboro. This past year we produced about 400 tons, so around 800,000 pounds of cheese from ourselves, and we ripened about 400 tons of cheese for other producers, including the Von Trapp Farmstead, Skolton Family Farm, Landaff Creamery in Landaff, New Hampshire, Cabot, Shelburne Farms. And we're full. So we've got a couple of big projects on the dashboard, the Yellow Barn Accelerator, Business Accelerator in Hardwick, which I'm really hopeful is going to happen. But that'll be a big leap forward for us. So, our goal really is to create some vibrancy where we live, right? 15 years ago, it wasn't clear that Willie's store in Greensboro was viable or was going to survive, that schools were going to be there when our kids, were ready to go to them. And so these are just some of the priorities. Cheese for us is just a lever that we're yanking on to try and transform our community and make it more livable.
It's a fabulous lever.
Lever, yeah. So it starts with a mission, and our mission is to be the number one thing, to be the standard bearer for quality and innovation in the artisan cheese industry, because we can't compete on price. We're not a low-cost producer. We have no interest in competing on price. Our only comparative advantage is quality, period. So that's like a religion for us, because it's the only way that I believe Vermont and agriculture in Vermont is going to be able to survive over the long term, because we are not a low-cost producer of anything here. So if we can't focus on quality, we're cooked. And I got to say one thing, and that is that something I've been thinking a lot about lately is that pricing drives scale. And what's happened in the dairy industry specifically over the last few years is really problematic, because equity is transferred from rural communities to urban and suburban populations through pricing mechanisms. And what we're left with is balance sheets where there's actual equity that's being transferred over just a few years. The hundreds of millions of dollars that have been transferred out of rural Vermont to urban and suburban communities through a pricing mechanism is really problematic. I believe that the future for dairy specifically, and the working landscape, if we want to keep it, is going to be paying farmers for environmental services. And just got back from Switzerland And milk and cheese is a byproduct of a farming system there that is really directed towards the conservation of their working landscape. And between 50 and 60% of the farmer's income in Switzerland comes from grazing their cows on Alps. So, anyway, and we have 104 employees this morning. Yeah, so we started. We started with my brother Andy and I, and 18 months later, our wives forsook their careers. We would not be with where we are if it wasn't for the sacrifices of the ladies in our life. They really got us over the hump. And it feels like we're grown-ups now. Yeah, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
How about that microbiology lab?
Oh, yes. Right. The whole reason I'm here. So in 2013, we got a Working Lands grant for $50,000. We put up $100,000, and we built a microbiology lab. This came on the heels of 5 years of research that happened inside our business by microbiologists, systems biologists from Harvard, who used cheese as a model system to understand microbial communication. And they basically, cheese is an accessible a medium, it's reproducible, and they use the rinds of our cheese to study the microbial ecology and to look at how microbes communicate, right? What genes produce what chemicals that make up microbial communication. And as part of that process, thousands of samples were taken and sequenced, and we got to understand how the ecology on the rinds of our cheeses works. And we basically took hundreds of samples that were collected from our raw milk, from our cheese, from our environment. These are interesting strains, cheese-making strains that are indigenous to our farm and our process. And we banked them. And we're producing now fully wild, indigenous cheese made with microbes that have originated within our farming system. We're able now, we have 2 full-time microbiologists working in the lab now, and we're able, I used to describe being a cheesemaker as being like God, except you're dumb and blind, because we're unleashing these universes of life and then like wiping them out, and that's basically what cheese is. But now I describe it as being like God, no longer blind but still dumb, because we don't necessarily fully understand exactly what's going on, but we can see what's happening in our product now. It's really incredible. The part of the business plan had been to try and figure out how to provide services for other producers, and we've done some of that, although that part of the business plan never, or at least hasn't taken off yet. But it's been a huge driver for quality at Jasper Hill, and we're able to do things that even very large cheese companies can't even dream about. So thank you for that.
Very cool. Chris?
You guys, many of us were at your presentation at the Dairy Summit last year up in Jay, and it stuck with me, particularly this picture you have of your store downtown, of sort of dilapidated and now refurbished as a way of just the example of what you've been able to bring to the community. And there's no question that we're all very proud of your business, I think. But I'm curious, up your way too is Lawson's Brewery, and we have these sort of exemplary businesses that are highly dependent on local agriculture, and we have to have those sort of as anchors in the sense But I've sort of joked, if local ag is all about cheese and beer, we're kind of in trouble at some level too, because it is about, we have to reorient the local in terms of food, right? We're not gonna sit here in 20 years and import tomatoes from California if we're successful, I think. The climate's not gonna let us do that, I believe.
Yeah.
And so I wonder if you can, it's sort of at odds, or how does it complement the statement that I totally agree with, where you've said, we have to be about quality, because we're not going to compete on price, and how do we fit that with the fact that a third of Vermonters are struggling in poverty? And so I would love your help thinking that through. Maybe it's not just today, but I'm sure you've thought of some of these dynamics.
So you're talking about like the cost of like the products that we're producing, like kind of being like high value, high cost.
Yeah,
and not necessarily accessible.
And it has to fit in a strong ag economy, but it also can't be what we're all shooting for, I don't think.
So my response to that, because we've been criticized really openly by some.
Don't hear me say that.
No. Because that we couldn't survive making cheap food, right? Cheap food is part of the problem.
Absolutely.
With agriculture.
Yeah.
Our goal is to pay people enough within our community so they can afford to consume the products that we produce, and we do that. We, when we started our business, the median income in Greensboro was just over $18,000 a year.
Yeah.
This is like household income.
Yeah.
All right, and we just went through a housing survey. As part of that, we got some demographic information, and in the last 10 years, we've gone from about 20,000 to 36,000, and our median income is around 45,000 inside our business. That's for an employee.
Yep.
So
not household.
Yeah. That's how we're going about trying to address that particular question, and it's not something one business can solve, but it's part of. I saw some incredible things in Switzerland, and I hope I can come talk to you about.
Tell them what the farmers drive per vehicle.
So the average farm size, 24 cows. Okay. BMWs in the driveway, and the value that society there places on being able to walk in the Alps, okay, and the identity that's inherent and originates with the working landscape there is something that Swiss people are willing to pay for.
Yeah.
Okay, and how do you make sure? What we live in is a trickle-up economy, where resources are trickling up to 1,000 people, and they're trickling out of our communities, right? We're trying to reverse that by trickling it back in to our community and spreading it around, and that works. But you're right. It doesn't work for everybody, and I think that the challenge is going to be to change the fundamentals of farm income in Vermont if you want to conserve the working landscape and make sure that people in rural communities are getting paid.
Just so we're clear, I don't think it's on your business. I think as policymakers, we have to figure out how we're able to balance the high-end, high performers that are having clearly an awesome impact on our economy, and the need to frankly produce more of our own food and make sure people in Vermont can buy it.
Do you attract many visitors to the Hardwick area?
We have no place within our company where a consumer, a civilian, can interface with our brand. It's we consider ourselves to be exporters, and we see a need to build some kind of place where people can come and have an experience. But I think that's going to be in the 5 to 10 year plan for us.
Terry had his hand up. Terry.
I remember at the Dairy Summit, we were talking about the housing shortage. I wondered if you had any solution to that, or because of the conserved property.
So part of the challenge in Greensboro is around wastewater infrastructure and zoning, right? So we've got 10-acre zoning. And then you've got Greensboro Bend where there's very depreciated housing stock, and I use the word depreciated in the most polite sense of the word. And it's impossible to see how we can get where we're, had to revitalize the housing stock there without wastewater infrastructure because of the Lamoille River and flood zone issues. And so we worked with Paul, who is a personal hero of mine, in the town of Greensboro on a community visioning project. And one of the things that came out of, there were four things that came out of that, but wastewater infrastructure was the number one thing, because it is the linchpin to try and solve some of the housing issues. I think we're going to lose our school. We've had, in the past 4 years, we've had over 20 families with children move to our community, and with children, and 0 of them live in Greensboro because there's nowhere to live, right? And so we're working on it. I hope it's not too late for Lakeview Elementary School.
That's the one in the Bend?
No, it's the elementary school is in the village of Greensboro, but it draws Stannard and most of the kids are
That's
coming
a
from.
pretty nice school.
It is, but our numbers dropped under 50 this year, so it's a problem, and it's not because there aren't young people with children around. There's just nowhere for them to live in our town. They live in Craftsbury, Glover, and
Vicki?
I was just going to ask exactly what Terry asked, so thank you, Mateo.
Has the federal milk inspector been to see you lately?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're on their list.
Yeah.
They show up right on time.
One problem that we have, that we as state policymakers, you talked about walking through the Alps, and one issue we've run into this winter is Kingdom Trails, which is a little bit east of Viewpoint. They're in danger of losing some of their trails because they may have to put some of their private landowners, the trails through Act 250.
Yeah.
And, it makes no sense. We should be adding to these trails and welcoming the people with the money, bring it up, and we can keep a little of it.
I absolutely agree. In Greensboro and Craftsbury Outdoor Center, Highland Lodge trail systems, I believe that's the future of, that's going to be an important component of the future of the economy of where we are.
In your section. So we're working away at that and trying to fix it.
Thank you.
Mateo, thanks so much.
Yeah,
Say
thank
hi to
you.
your mom for me.
Can we just jump right in?
Tell your story, sir.
All right. Good morning. Thanks so much. We're glad to move beyond the field into the forest, and I have slightly a trick question for you. This is a table, it's chairs, it's game pieces, it's wainscoting, it's windows, it's many, many products. It's also a nice piece of maple, and it also doesn't know state boundaries. This grows in upstate New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, and beyond that. And so when we think about the forest and we think about the working landscape, from my organization's perspective, it is beyond this state. But I thought I'd have to compete with food samples, so I brought her some shells. I'm going to pass this around. It's a nice piece of wood.
Take a bite of it.
Exactly. Not too many teeth marks. So, Northern Forest Center is a 22-year-old organization working across 4 states of the Northern Forest, from, as I said, from upstate New York across the Adirondacks into Vermont, New Hampshire, and 2/3 of northern Maine. Our focus is really on the forest economy. How do we create viable jobs within wood products manufacturing, wood heat, and outdoor recreation? All those are incredible values that produce jobs and create vibrant communities if we do it right. Over the last 3 years, we've been a beneficiary of the Working Land Service Provider Grant, and we've provided, in turn, a number of services to wood products companies across the state. Over just the last 2 years, our partnership with the Woodworks Council and a direct grant to ourselves has resulted in our delivery of services to 14 companies that employ over 550 people, have $128 million in gross sales, and utilize 21.5 million board feet. So when you want to talk about scale and impact, these are a collection of 14 companies that in aggregate are using quite a bit of labor, producing a lot of value, and using a lot of wood from the region. 3 different quick stories I want to share with you on how we provide our services. Number one, and some of you may know Ken Gagne from Gagne Lumber down in downstate near about Pittsford, outside of Rutland. Yep.
Yeah.
Pittsford, thank you. We helped him secure, we love funding from you all for his power transition this past year from diesel fuel to 3-phase power on the grid. That was huge in his transformation in greening his company, but also setting up a more sustainable path from a financial perspective so he could look long-term at succession planning and maintaining that mill in its production in the state. Second is us providing direct technical assistance to companies like Vermont down in Wilder, Britton Lumber in Fairleigh, and Built by Newport up in Newport. We've helped with lean manufacturing principles, business planning, financing, management coaching, and these are all of larger employers. We on the service provider side, with some of your direction by staff, are well coordinated as to the viability program on the smaller micro enterprise side. As we move up, we've been really filling the niche with some of the larger businesses. One of the things we've done this last year was actually to convene CEOs together, and we're calling the Northern Forest Board Forum. Some of you all know that if you're working as an individual business and entrepreneur, it's a lonely endeavor. And when you get together with others, you can trade a lot of trade secrets, if you will, coach each other, mentor each other. But we have 8 different companies that participated. Appalachian Engineered Flooring up in your neighborhood, Timber Homes Vermont and Montpelier, New England Woodcraft down in Brandon, Treehouse Hardwoods and Mill Shop in South Burlington, Andrew Pierce Bowles in Heartland, Linden Furniture in Linden, and Built by Newport up in Newport. We're entering the 2nd year of this program, and what we're finding is that each of these companies are not only getting assistance from our staff and our coaches, but getting a lot of assistance from each other. They're building business connections peer-to-peer, and they're looking at things like ERP systems. That's an enterprise resource planning system. A peer-to-peer advice basically saved one company $150,000 on not buying the wrong product. Seems like a pretty good savings to me. We're also in a couple other areas that I think are really critical when we think about the overall health and vitality of the wood products sector in the forest economy. As some of you know, that piece of board comes out of not a square log, but a round piece of wood, right, a log. On the edges are pallet wood. On the other edges are bark. In the middle are chips. All those go on to other value-added products. So we see wood heat as a way to support the state to achieve its climate goals, but also to help support low-grade wood markets that are vastly critical to local silvicultural practices. You all know that, but it's like weeding carrots out of the garden. You can't just take the best ones. The other ones do not produce long-term in sequestering carbon, keeping water clean, and so on. Other piece I want to mention is mass timber construction, wood insulation, new advances of wood. We and our partners in Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, with the Vermont Sustainable Jobs Fund and others, and in New York, are really looking at this regional wood basket of 26 million acres. And how can we really provide value-added jobs and products out of that to serve the nearly 100 million people within a day's drive? So the benefits of forest stewardship obviously go well beyond just wood products manufacturing and the companies that I've shared with you. It does go into the recreation economy. And I also want to say that because of our ability to look across 4 states, I would compliment you all on just saying that the Working Lands Enterprise Board is unique in its northern New England neighbors, particularly of New Hampshire and Maine. There is nothing like this that exists. And I'd say that state policy showing that and providing funding is a clear commitment to the working lands. You all know this. Other states look enviable at you all to be able to get that legislative done. Thanks to Paul, thanks to many others. So I congratulate you on that and appreciate the partnership. Happy to take questions.
Thanks, Rob.
No, appreciate you working with Dalton Newport and Appalachian Flooring. Yeah.
Great outfits.
Yeah. What about Columbia? Do you do anything with them?
We have not. The scale they worked at is kind of beyond us a bit, you know, and they're working more in that larger commodity space. I mean, as agriculture, you know, same as in wood products, you work on commodity side stuff and you're in a whole different, you know, ball game, if you will.
Do you ever co-partner with generating facilities where the mill could use a dry kiln and where you get heat, say from a wood-fired generator, they could build kilns there to dry wood, or is that?
Absolutely. The co-location of facilities like that to use efficient use of waste heat, electric generation on site is absolutely where we need to go to in the future to stabilize those energy costs. Most of the examples that I can cite off the top of my head are in Maine right now, but I'd say that as we work and get closer into some of these different companies, particularly some of the sawmills in the state here, there is ample opportunity for increase in efficiencies and looking at that cost control that is really that very little margins that these companies have.
So we're in the process, Chris's other committee, of relicensing like Rygate. And they have a tremendous amount of heat that could be utilized for kilns or some other process, greenhouses.
Absolutely.
And it would be great to co-locate.
Well, I couldn't agree more. I just take a moment here because I think one of the challenges that we face when we talk about wood heat compared to biomass electric generation is those are very distinctive energy efficiencies, as you know, and very different carbon calculations. An independent study we commissioned talked about 50% better on greenhouse gas emissions from wood heat compared to fossil fuels. We don't have that same benefit on the electric generation side. So the more we can capture that waste heat and create those efficiencies is both a business benefit but also a climate benefit. So we have talked to some of the folks at Rygate and are trying to figure out where we can be helpful.
Oh, Vicki had a question.
I'm sorry, I just didn't hear where you live, Rob. You're helping the Northeast Kingdom. It sounds like you're networking in a large radius of places, but where are you based?
Well, it's kind of a secret. I sneaked over the Connecticut River on my way here. I'm actually living in exile. I grew up down in Andover on Marsh Hill Road, and so I'm actually, our headquarters is in Concord. We have staff people scattered across our broad region, and our wood products provider actually lives up in St. Johnsbury. But this is almost as good as looking at a PowerPoint. But this is our map of a region, 26 million acres. So people say, where do I work? And I say it's in the car. But we've got a great staff and a great sense of group of partners. So we extend as well as we can across the region. And I find that my 2-hour drive here is probably similar to some folks coming from Brattleboro or down south.
That's right.
So yeah, we travel a lot, but it's that regional perspective we find is really helpful to connect the states beyond their borders.
That's great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Secretary Tubbs, if you don't mind, I just wanted to make a quick bit of time. You're respectful. I know someone's coming in at 11. We have Sam Smith here from the Integral Center. Gwen Piccolo from Central and Enterprise did not come, but one of her clients might be here. Yes. Please speak for a few minutes, that'd be great. And then if I don't have time to read the note from Parker Nichols from Vermont Wildwoods, I will send it electronically. But we certainly would like to hear from Deputy Commissioner Sam Lincoln.
Yeah.
Additionally.
So come on.
Okay. Great.
Great.
Morning. 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 It's nice to be back here again, speaking to you folks. So I'm Sam Smith. I work for the Intervale Center, and I'm the Director of Agricultural Services there. I also do a lot of, my office is also my car because we work statewide. And so we provide business planning services through funding from the Working Lands Enterprise Board, and then also through the Vermont Farm and Forest Viability Program to about 100 farms a year, farm businesses. We provide those services from concept to exit. So I primarily spend a lot of time doing transfer succession planning right now. And I'd like to thank all of you sort of for your vision and for Paul, well, Paul's gone, but for the vision around this program and the support that it provides, not only for organizations like ours to do this type of work, but also to the numerous farms that have been the recipients of these grant funds. You know, this is sort of, it was just said that we're looked at as a model, and when I go out, I just got back from the National Farm Viability Conference in Minnesota, which was partially put on by our farm viability team, and we're looked at as a model nationally for the type of initiatives that we have going on in the state, and this is one of those initiatives. People are really envious of us, and so I just want to acknowledge that. I could talk about, you know, we have had a huge number of contacts with the WeLab funding in terms of our organization, but also the farms that I work with. When I talked about that spectrum of farms that we work with, when I first started the Intervale, which was probably 7 or 8 years ago, we had a farm viability contract that allowed us to work with 20 farms a year. And that contract was limited to working with those farms. They had to be in a certain stage of business, and the planning process takes 2 years in that program, so it's relatively intensive. And we received some Working Lands funds back in a partner grant with a couple other organizations, I think in 2015 or 2016, that allowed us to start to leverage funds to provide services to the sort of concept or newer beginning farmers.